Well, hello everyone, and welcome back to competition here in R1, of course, on RENNSPORT, our little road to the Esports World Cup. You'll notice very quickly that I am not George Morgan. He's decided to abandon the competition once again. He's terrible like that, which does mean myself, Lewis McGlade, I'm joined by Ewan O'Leary for today's action. Of course, we're ready for night 2 of round number 4 of the 2025 season, which means that it's the groups B and the Group C. We'll explain that a little bit more in a moment. We had a lot of fun last week, though, seeing Groups A and D out on track. It's a very different style of race than we've normally seen here in R1.
Yeah, exactly. We got a taste of it in the World Cup last year, actually, with the last chance qualifier, seeing all the teams out there together. And I think it was Moritz Lerner who said it was the first time they really felt like they were racing as a team, to be honest. The previous rounds felt a bit individual, which I guess I suppose they were. But now we've got this sort of team format with 3 teams racing all at once. And tonight is even different to last week because, as we were talking about just before, promotion and relegation in play in both groups here tonight, whereas last week, we had just relegation or just promotion up for grabs in Group A and D. It's going to be a little bit different tonight, but I think a lot of fun.
Yeah, indeed. 4 drivers out for each team on the circuit at the same time. 12 drivers a race, which means 3 teams out there. If you're a little bit confused by what we've been talking about, or you didn't join us last week, there is a format explainer, though, to help you along the way as to what we're actually talking about this evening.
The RENNSPORT R1 season is about to start with a new format, and here's everything you need to know. The championship is split up into 2 parts. The regular season, containing seeding stage and dynamic group stage, followed by the major at the Esports World Cup. The regular season starts off with 3 seeding rounds. Those are your typical R1-style tournaments in which drivers will be collecting points based on their finishing position, whilst the top 6 in each race will progress into the next round. The points scored by each of the drivers will accumulate towards the points tally of their team. The dynamic group stage separates teams into 4 groups, initially based on the points accumulated during the seeding stage. In rounds 4 through 7, 2 groups will play each week. At the end of the races for that round, the team with the least points scored in its group gets demoted to the one below, whilst the highest scorer per group moves one up. Their position at the end of that week determines the number of championship points they accumulate. As an example, number 1 in the top group, Group A, will receive 12 points, while number 2 in Group C will receive 5. Round 8 is the final round of the dynamic group stage before the major, and the first chance for teams to qualify for the finale at the Esports World Cup. To qualify, you either have to be the best scoring team in Group A or be among the 2 highest scoring teams from Group A or B across the dynamic group stage. If you are the worst scoring team in Group D or one of the 2 teams with the lowest amount of points across the dynamic group stage, your championship ends here. The remaining 6 teams will go to EWC and enter a last chance qualifier round to determine who will join the fight for the RENNSPORT R1 Spring Season Championship at the Esports World Cup.
So a lot of fun and a lot of excitement. Of course, Porsche Commander, they've already taken the 12 points for the round victory, effectively, with Redline being there in 2nd position. That was obviously dealt with last week when we had Group A out on circuit, which meant that from Group A, Virtus Pro were demoted back into Group B. But that will be for the next round, of course, at Jeddah. Focusing here today, we're on night number 2 of round 4, so we're focusing on Groups B and C, so who's going up to Group B and who's obviously going down into Group D and then switching between the 2 groups. After this, though, we'll be heading over to the Jeddah Corniche circuit, which was pretty exciting when we were racing there, of course, Riyadh in the Esports World Cup last year when it made its debut in the championship before we go to Daytona. Always a great one for racing. And then, of course, the Autodromo Monza for the penultimate round of the season there in round number 7. Then we'll be heading to a circuit which we don't know, but that will be for the final stage, round number 8 here in the online championship before we head over to the Esports World Cup in Riyadh. And as to which teams are going through, we really don't know, but it looks like it's pretty strong for Porsche Commander at the moment, who are very much the team to beat. Let's talk about Fuji, the circuit where they were dominant at last week, and of course the trials and tribulations of the circuit itself. All the way around, it's 16 corners, quite a lot of those being very tricky, especially with that long run down towards turn 1 to start the race. Plenty of drama down here in all 6 of the races last week, so they'll always have to be careful. You can do an outside move around turn 3, gives you the inside through 4-5 before you get to the hairpin at 6, where it flicks back over to the left-hand side. The final sector here as we start to rise up the hill and back towards the start-finish straight. Really tricky, very awkward. Did see quite a lot of side-by-side, and at one point, even 3 wide. Can tell you how well that went. not, as they went back out onto the start-finish straight. As we said, in each of the categories, it was, of course, victories for Porsche Carranza, 2 for Josh Rogers, 1 for Dane Warren. And then in Group D, Robbie Stableford took the opening race of the evening before Jamie Fluke took back-to-back victories to promote MSI up into Group C for next week's action. A lot of fun, a lot to talk about from last week, but I get the feeling, Ewan, we're going to have way more to talk about this week.
I think so, because of that, what you've talked about already with the promotion and relegation available for both groups here today, as opposed to both groups last week. But the racing, I think, was fantastic round here at Fuji. Some of the circuits we have here in R1 has been a little bit difficult in terms of overtaking. I think we can point to Nürburgring maybe as being one of them, Hockenheim a little bit as well. But this circuit has been providing fantastic racing. But it's not sort of gimmick overtakes where you're just in the slipstream and drafting past people. It's been proper, well thought out overtakes. Turn 1 does provide you with those chances if you're good enough, but if you're not, then the draft isn't going to save you, certainly. That's provided the good racing what we see last week, and we are going to see this week as well.
Yeah, as long as you're within about 7/10 of the car ahead, you can really keep close going onto the start-finish straight. It is so incredibly long around here. Doesn't mean that it's necessarily easy, and it doesn't mean that you can't break away from the group behind. Saw that a couple of times last week as well, where teams were able to check away from the grouping behind them. And yeah, I think we're going to probably see the same thing again. Again, we are talking about Group C and Group B that will be the ones taking out onto the circuit. So we'll see them out of there in just a moment. Before we do that, we've also got a little bit of a livery to talk to you about. So you see it there on your screen, livery up for grabs by basically watching the broadcast out there on Twitch. If you go to twitch.tv/RENNSPORT_GG, that's the stream that you need to be watching. 3 hours of watch time, and you'll be getting that livery in game. You would look fantastic in that livery.
I think it does look fantastic, to be honest. Yeah, and of course, if you're already watching, then you're already on the way. So there you go. It's one of those in-game liveries that you can gain on the Porsche, which has been, as you mentioned before, so successful, particularly around this circuit here at Fuji Speedway. Coanda putting it to good use over the course of last week's racing. This week, though, it's about Group B and Group C, and the different manufacturers that are going to be out onto the circuit. First of which, BMW, Kaiki Oliveira leading his way onto the opening lap of the day here in Group C.
Yeah, indeed. You can see the groups in action. So obviously we've got BS Competition here. We've got the Atlassian Williams Sim Racing team, along with the Mercedes AMG team, Thibaut Courtois Racing. In the next group, when we'll see Group B out on the circuit, that's Mouse, Falcons and Vitality. Remember, in this group, again, the top team today will move up to Group B next week, and the bottom team will be moving down into Group D, where MSI will be moving up into this group next week. And of course, when we get to Group B, the bottom team from that will be dropping down into this group. Kaiki Oliveira, though, of course, the first one to be taking to the circuit. BS Competition they've got some good speed. They do. I don't know who's the favourite for this round, but I would suggest, if I'm looking at it, maybe BS Competition are the favourites to be moving through from this group.
I think it's difficult, isn't it? I think both the groups are quite open tonight. Yeah. I think maybe they were favourites last week, but both groups are quite open tonight, I would say. But I would agree, probably, BS Competition. I think one of the reasons we're up there in Group C is that Nikodem Wisniewski hasn't been firing so far in the seeding rounds, unfortunately. Didn't get to a single semi, which has been a bit of a problem for them, really, when he's one of their star drivers. Really could do with better performances from him, and I'm sure he will produce those as well in this round here tonight. Here's Kaiki Oliveira, though, up towards the line, looking to lead the line for them and begin on the front. It's a 36.5. I think that's a smash of frustration from him there.
Yeah, indeed. We're expecting much lower 36s. Augustin Torlashi not going to be one to challenge that time from Kaiki Oliveira. Looks to potentially struggle just a touch here, Will Torlashi. Another driver who didn't progress through into any semi-final throughout the online, throughout the seeding phase. Best place finish was 8th place in the quarterfinals at Monza. Monza, of course, a week or so ago, or a couple of weeks rather. Half a second lost in that middle sector, so this is not going to be great from Torlashi. 37.2. That'll probably be down towards the back.
Probably will. Dominic Blyer has been really impressive so far this season for Williams Esports, that's for sure. And this lap so far looking pretty impressive as well. So far this season, a couple of finals made in the seeding rounds, including a runners-up spot at the opening round of Spa. He is firing on all cylinders to start off this season as he makes his way up towards the line. This should be the benchmark. Whether it's going to be beaten later is another question, but Dominic Blyer goes up towards the line. 36.4, that's pole for now.
I think Ferris Stanley's actually improved on his first sector as well. We'll see that out a little bit later on. Here's Koke Lopez, who we've actually not seen out, if I remember correctly, in this championship thus far, because in that car normally this season has been Nicolas Matteo, who is not, sorry, Danny Moreno. I know, I've got the two Spaniards the right way around on that team, don't worry about it. But it was Danny Moreno that was in that car, so a little bit of a switch around Koke Lopez into the car, and unfortunately I'm not sure that final sector is going to be particularly good. A bit of a slide and a slowdown out through the final, across the line, and sets a 39.8, a time still out of reach from Ewan O'Leary.
That which is absolutely true. Ferris Stanley through the final couple of corners as well. You mentioned his first sector, purple there, and second not quite so good, but this is going to be right around Blyer. It doesn't look like he's particularly impressed, but I think it is going to be somewhere up towards the front here as Ferris Stanley trips the beam. He's an ever-improving driver on RENNSPORT is Ferris Stanley, and there's another display of it. 36.5 this time from him, just a tenth away from pole.
Did take a race or so for Jamie Fluke, who was the driver who was really fast, was arguably the fastest driver in Group D last week. Did take a couple of races for him to actually fire up and get sorted, at least in qualifying, before able to work through. I wonder if Nikodem Wisniewski might have actually quit the session because his name's gone grey on the timing sheet. So I think his qualifying is done. We'll talk about that in a moment, though, as Tinko van der Velde will come towards the line. Of course, his teammate up there on pole position. He's only good enough to go into fourth.
Yep, that's the second best of the Williams drivers so far. Tobias Pfeffer's going to be next. He's quite a long way back for some reason here as he gets into the final sector. We'll see what his middle sector time is here in a few moments' time as he gets into this awkward chicane at the end of, I guess you could call the back straight, down in towards turn 10. Now into this final sector. Very, very fiddly through here. 35.7 from him this time around. Might be in between his two teammates here, so I think at the moment tracking to be ahead of Van der Velde, but probably behind Blyer as he now makes his way through the penultimate corner and then setting up for the final one. Really wide entry in towards turn 16, looking for that late apex and that run down the front straight as well, what you'll need if you're going to try and make a move in towards turn 1 down this very, very long front straight. Tobias Pfeffer will look towards the timing screen. Look to see where he's going to get to here. As mentioned, I think he'll be between his teammates here. Oh no, just be behind Van der Velde. That's 5th place for Tobias Pfeffer.
Here comes Nicolas Matteo then. Started out the season with a solid result, 6th place in the first quarterfinal of the season. And outside of that, kind of struggled a little bit. Didn't get out of the semi-finals, which is fair enough. But then didn't get out of either of the quarterfinals in the preceding rounds. So a couple of struggles there for him. But Nicolas Matteo, who comes up towards the line now, I think that final sector went a little bit wide into the third to last corner. And that might have cost him a little bit of time. Indeed, it did. 36.7. The first and second sector weren't too bad, but now comes Keithley, arguably one of the favourites for a potential pole position or at least a victory.
He's certainly the best of the TC Racing drivers, I would argue. He's been in the final at Monza in that seeding round, and he's rather been leading the line for them. Not a single other driver in his team have been able to make one of the finals in the seeding round so far, and so it is very much up to Jack Keithley to get them up there, especially with Matteo and Torlashi's time so far over the line for Keithley, and it's 4th place. That's decent. Around a 10th off pole, but he will have been hoping for maybe a couple of extra positions compared to that.
Indeed. Well, 3 more times then. Well, actually, let's go with 2 more times after coming, because it does indeed say that Nikodem Wisniewski is not out there on circuit. So more troubles, unfortunately, for the BS competition team, who currently sit 2nd and 3rd in this session. The team there that's got the pole position with Dominic Blyer. Their final driver about to cross the line, Daniel Pajtor, racing his way up. 1st and 2nd sector is okay. Goes around Tinko van der Velde and Tobias Pfeffer, so not bad.
That's absolutely not bad at all. And so it looks like Blyer is going to take pole. I thought Schill was still yet to set his time yet, but maybe not. we know that Nikodem Wisniewski is very unlikely to set a time, having had some sort of problem early on here. But it looks like Williams, with that pole position and the other drivers backing them up as well, in the strongest position. And if you remember back to that last chance qualifier that we had in the Teams Championship at the World Cup last year, you remember that the Fuji round was absolutely dominated by Williams. I think they swept 1, 2, 3 and 4. If not, then they very nearly did. And that effectively won them the day in the first race, that even with 3 races to come afterwards, the 2 other teams couldn't re-overtake them. And that was it. That could very much happen tonight as well as they search for promotion.
Yeah, look, I think it's really tricky is to work out which team is the favourite to move up. I'd say it's between, this is sorry to TC by the way, I'd say it's between BS Competition and to the Atlassian Williams Esports team. It just kind of feels that it's between those 2 teams that TC might necessarily be the favourite to drop down. That's more just in experience in this platform across their drivers. I don't know if you agree, Ewan, but that's kind of the way that I would be leaning. Doesn't mean that TC can't do it, because they've got a quality group of drivers, and with Jack Keithley leading that team, could potentially sneak a couple of good results here and maybe save them from dropping down into Group D.
Yeah, I think the experience thing is exactly why I agree. But we've seen very few drivers come in to RENNSPORT going up against drivers who've been driving the sim now for over 2 years. Very difficult to get up to speed. You've got to be a real special kind of driver. We saw Sebastian Job do it, although everyone was a little bit shorter on the journey at that point when he joined. We've seen Charlie Collins do it more recently as well. Those are really the only 2 who have jumped in here after not being at the opening season in 2023 and really on the pace, competing for race wins. So it's going to be very, very difficult for them, especially with an uncertain, unstable driver lineup as well. Already a change here with Lopez coming in for Moreno today. That's very difficult to come back from, so I agree. I think they'll be relegated, unfortunately, but it would be great to see us proved wrong in that respect.
With the drama down towards turn 1, I don't think you can really count on anything. Someone decides to fire at one down the inside, and someone will. And it might be Jack Keithley. I've watched him race quite a lot over the last 12 years, so you just never really know. By the way, just a little bit of an update from that qualifying session. There was disconnection from Nikodem Wisniewski. That was why he wasn't setting a lap time in the session. Gregor Schill also had a qualifying ban, being a naughty boy, back in round number 3, which was at the Hockenheim ring. So, it is what it is. I would say, based on what we were seeing last week, qualifying around here, it feels less important. Robbie Stapleford in the first race of the evening won from, I think it was 8th position, by picking and choosing his right battle into T1. There was a bit of chaos ahead of him, ended up in 2nd spot, and then made a move for the race lead by the time they got to the hairpin, and he checked away into the distance. So you can overcome a poor qualifying hit.
Absolutely you can, and that I think is the great thing about Fuji. It doesn't all come down to the qualifying session, and we are going to see a lot of racing between now and the finish of this race as well. So I think this is going to be very exciting indeed, but BS Competition with work to do, that is for sure. Wisniewski and Schill at the back, although as you said, what happened with Robbie Stapleford last week, it's not impossible for you to work your way forward, and they'll have to get into the mind of Robbie Stapleford on the way down towards turn 1.
Yeah, well, I mean, look at BS Competition. They had Robbie Stapleford in their lineup last season and the season before. So he'd been a part of BS Competition for a little while. Obviously, he'd been a part of G2. He's one of very few drivers who's raced for 3 different teams. Read into that what you will. No one wants it. But it's, if you've had that drive in your team and then you've seen them do that, maybe you kind of have a bit of an easier understanding as to how and why they've done it. Then again, I think it's easier just to kind of not overthink these races. Overthinking these races is what's going to cause the problem, and that comes in like being a part of the team as well, because there's the whole thing. Of course, you've got all 4 cars out on circuit, so you can kind of try and use all 4 cars as one big team and all of that. But then I think you end up tripping over yourself so much in trying to do so.
Yeah, I think you're right. It is very easy to overthink these races. After all, it's just a straight fight, really, from start to finish. And especially early on here, I wouldn't think too much, actually, about your teammates either and what they're doing. I'd very much think about myself, how can I get the best race result possible? Obviously, don't battle with your teammates. That would be ludicrous. But but focus on your own race first before worrying about the end. Race 3 is where things are going to get very interesting. Things could get tactical. We saw it especially in Group D last week. Not so much in Group A because everything was kind of settled before the final race, but MSI eventually getting that promotion place effectively by overtaking some of the ERA drivers towards the very end of that final race of the day. That's when things get tactical. That's when I would start to think a bit more deeply and a bit more teamly about these races rather than the beginning.
Well, where last week, though, we were talking about one team going down from Group A and one team going up from Group D. Now we're talking about promotion and relegation and staying. Each one of the 3 teams has their role to play in this. One of the teams is going up, one of the teams is staying where they are, and one of the teams is dropping down. It's not 2 teams staying where they are, unlike last week. So that will cause its fair share of problems. If you want to know how the points work for this, by the way, it's 25 points for a victory, 20 points for second, then 16 for third, 13 for fourth, 10 for fifth, 8 for sixth, then 6th for 7th, and then 4, 3, 2 and 1, with 12th place scoring absolutely nothing. And of course, you've got all 4 cars out on circuit. All 4 of your cars are scoring. It's not best 2 or best 1. All 4 cars are scoring points. And that can be problematic because it means that you need to rely on all 4 drivers from your team. Let's talk though through the grid for the first race of the evening. Gregor Schill with the quali ban will start from 12th position with Nikodem Wisniewski, who had a disconnection in that race. Makes it an all BS competition row at the back of the field. Koki Lopez will start from 10th position alongside his teammate Agustin Tuolashi. Then it's Nicolas Matteo. 3 of those TC cars a lot further down the grid than they would want, behind a trio of Williams. You've got Tobias Pfeffer, you've got Tinko van der Velde and Daniel Pagdor, with Jack Keithley in 4th position on the second row of the grid, alongside Kaiki Oliveira, Ferris Stanley, who's had a couple of 4th place finishes this season, and Dominic Blyer, who's had 4 podiums this season, will be starting from pole position. Very much the favourite to take victory here in this race, knowing his experience, knowing his pace. He's had 1 victory before in R1. That was, of course, in Saudi Arabia at Riyadh in the Esports World Cup last year. Do you think he's going to take this one and take a 2nd victory in R1?
I would say so. I think he's probably favourite. I think probably Blyer or Stanley are the ones I would go for. To us, I can't see anyone coming from anywhere other than the front row to win from here. To be honest, it's going to be pretty difficult because of their speed. But we will see. It's going to be an exciting race. Good to get off to a good start. Very rare that you can come back unlike MSI last week, very unlike being able to come from behind and overhaul the big deficit. So at least a solid first race is what all 3 teams are hoping for from here.
Yeah, exactly that. So the first race of the evening is about then to get underway. Dominic Blyer and Ferris Stanley on the front row of the grid. Kaiki Oliveira and Jack Keithley directly behind them. And it is quite a long run. When they start this race, it is still a very long run before that first corner. So those that are sat on that second row of the grid do get a pretty healthy run of slipstream as we get the first 10-lap contest underway this evening. Obviously, a good reaction to the race start coming in from Jack Keithley, who's made it 4 wide down to the inside as they work their way into the first corner. Dominic Blyer might get hung out to dry here as he tries to send one straight around the outside to keep Kaiki Oliveira at bay. But look at Jack Keithley straight down the inside in the TC car, and there's Dominic Blyer being spun round. They were 4 wide, and it's pandemonium. They've all spun round, and Williams have paid an unbelievable price for it.
They certainly have. 4 of their drivers in the bottom 5. Only Ferris Stanley behind them. And Blyer and Stanley, after being on the front row together, are down in 12th and 10th position. Down at the back end of the field, it's dreamland for TC Racing, who've got Matteo and Keithley leading 1 and 2. And Koke Lopez looking at Nikodem Wisniewski's 3rd place as well.
Yeah, bearing in mind that Nikodem Wisniewski's come from the rear end of the field all the way up to 3rd position. Crazy scenes here as Kaiki Oliveira tries to go back on the attack for BS competition. You're absolutely right. For TC now, they just need to be focusing on scoring some decent points in this position. Maybe try and hold to the 1-2, and maybe they will be progressing up into Group B for next week's running. Still side by side between them as Oliveira to the outside of Lopez will have to settle for 5th position.
Well, I think this is going to be what Lopez's race is about, defending from these BS competition drivers, because it's clear he's not going to have the speed of some of the others around him in this session. He's not been racing RENNSPORT quite as long as some of the others in this session, and so he's got to be on the defensive here, especially from Kaiki Oliveira, one of BS's best drivers, of course, looking to the inside through the final corner. He's alongside and he's getting the slipstream from his teammate.
Yeah, indeed. Tries to get alongside, does Kaiki Oliveira, but look at Gregor Schill now, as you were saying, receiving that slipstream, could make it 3 wide here, or could does this actually lift out of it, allows Kaiki Oliveira to do what he's going to try and do down into turn 1. There's a little bit of a look to the race lead inside. Jack Keithley, I think, was going there on Nicholas Matteo. There comes a bit of a slide of a tag and around right in front of his teammate. Kaiki Oliveira spun in front of Gregor Schill, and now Torlashi's moved up into the top 5.
TC Racing are having a fantastic time of things here. 4 out of the top 5 are currently held by that team, and they're creating a big gap as well with this battle. Even if Torlashi doesn't get 5th, this has been absolutely worth it, because 3 of their drivers have got a bigger gap out front. A hip check, Schill on the inside, he'll get that 5th place. Torlashi will have to be shuffled back here, and here come the Williams drivers looking to make amends.
Yeah, don't count them out from scoring decent points here. You got Tobias Pfeffer leading Van der Velde, leading Blyer, leading Pajtor, and all 4 of them can work together as they head their way through. Look at that move to the inside from Tobias Pfeffer as he sends one straight down the inside of the BS competition car there that belongs to Gregor Schill as he tries to muscle his way through. Kaiki Oliveira now just trying to keep Augustin Torlashi at bay. That was a sensational send. Oh, and a little bit of a squeeze there as Kaiki Oliveira just pushes out Augustin Torlashi.
Yeah, Torlashi's going to be on the defensive, much like what Lopez is going to, or was going to have. Now it's up to Torlashi to hold back these Williams drivers. It's going to be very hard. Van der Velde down the inside and through. Blyer is next in line as well, and he's going to have a go in towards turn 1. When there are so many teammates around here, it's very, very difficult when you're Torlashi and you've got no teammates to help you down here at the back end of the pack.
Indeed, let's see what moves we're going to get down in the first corner. There goes Kaiki Oliveira receiving the slipstream from Gregor Schill as he tries to find his way past Tobias Pfeffer once again. 3 wide, 1 Williams either side of the other with a little bit of a TC car in the middle. Augustin Torlashi is going to go deep here at turn 1 and could allow the door to be opened for Tinko van der Velde as well to drag his way through. Live standings in the top right of the screen. TC would be scoring 60 points at the moment from this race. It'd be 26 points clear of BS, 46 points ahead of Williams, who were potentially one of the favourites to be moving through. It was definitely between those two, and TC have said absolutely not, Chief. They've worked their way brilliantly through this race to have a 1-2, but Nikodem Vishnevsky is going to be knocking at the door soon to maybe take 25 points for victory in the opening race of the afternoon.
Making our predictions looking pretty second-hand already, I've got to say, with TC Racing leading the way by some distance as well. But the changes are all going to be trending upwards here for BS Competition and for Williams, because they're the ones who can gain places, although they are squabbling between themselves now. Outside line for Blyer on Schill. He's still alongside. Oh, he just has to tuck out of that one. And it's a good job he did as well. Otherwise, there would have been a big spin involved in there. And just see in the background, by the way, Ferris Stanley, the only driver who's not actually involved in the battle right now, is down in 12th place, scoring nothing for BS Competition as it stands.
Indeed, it's honestly, this is pretty tough scenes for BS Competition and for Williams. To be fair, for anyone that's not TC at the moment, this is pretty tough scenes. But there's still plenty of time left in these races. These races are roughly 15 minutes in length, so there is plenty of time to work your way up the order. Of course, not a ridiculous amount. It's not an infinite amount of time. It's not an hour-long race or anything. But with them being 15 minutes, you do have plenty of time to work your way through. But if you're Williams, for example, I think the best you can hope for in this race is Tobias Pfeffer maybe getting into 5th and maybe Don Blyer getting ahead of Gregor Schill with Tinko van der Velde, because the gaps after that are slightly too large. Look at that move coming in the background. Daniel Pajtor trying to send one on Augustin Torlashi as we're seeing Don Blyer go straight around the outside of Gregor Schill and have the inside at turn 3, but 3 kind of favours the outside line.
And this is again where Schill can really help his teammates by keeping Williams behind. At the very least, they will be able to just stifle their points gain a little bit here, although Williams are continuing to gain. That is Pajtor past Torlashi for 10th place. There's only a points gain in that, but even so, that will be a positive, especially when you consider what he can gain later on in the day. Schill will have to again defend from Blyer, but he's almost done half the job already. The gap between all the Williams drivers and Kaiki Oliveira is a manageable one now for the Brazilian.
Yeah, indeed. As look at this from the race starts. Let's try and find out what actually happened to Don Blyer. So he's the pole sitter. He's on the outside going into turn 1. You've got Kaiki Oliveira there. Don Blyer runs out a little bit wide. They're 3 wide on the inside as Jack Keithley was there. And they all just get caught together. They're all 4 wide there, but that's never really going to work. But I'm not, like, you can't blame anyone.
Not really. No, I think it was very difficult for anybody, especially when you're further to the inside, to know how many cars are on your outside and how much space to give as well. Keithley was trying to stay on the circuit. If he could hand any criticism to it, it would probably be that just use some of the off-road part there, not necessarily the grass, but there's definitely some tarmac to the left-hand side there that he could have used a bit more readily to maybe alleviate that problem for himself more than anything else. But either way, they all get away with it, most of them anyway, get away with it. And it's Williams who have really lost out, none of them inside the top 5.
Yeah, but it's long in. There's still 2 more races left to go. Plenty of points up for offerers. Don Blyer goes out wide. Gregor Schill will find his way straight back to the inside, meaning once again it's Williams running 8th, 9th and 10th. And you can see there on the top right, reflected in the live points, already losing out there even further to BS competition. Remember, of those groups on there, the top group, first place, will move their way through. At the end of the evening, will move their way through into the next group, which will be Group B. The bottom group will drop back into Group D, the final group in competition here in R1 for next week's round number 5 at the Jeddah Corniche circuit, which, if this is chaotic gear, and I'm pretty sure that'll be even more.
Do you remember the start line? I can't remember what day it was. Maybe it was the first team standings day. Do you remember that pile-up out of the first chicane? Goodness me.
Yeah, I think Vitality were they've got fond memories of that incident.
Yes, sorry. They're practicing for their race. It's fine. It was very, very messy indeed. I enjoyed the Jeddah racing though, I've got to say, last summer, and so I hope that we're going to enjoy it next week and the week after as well, as the second round of this stage of the competition really gets underway. Nikodem Wisniewski has done a brilliant job here so far today, halfway through this first race in Group C, and it looks like he's got as good of a shout of the race win as any of the others at the moment here, at least in the top 3. He's first got to overtake Nicolas Mateo though, and as I was saying earlier, when you're one driver on your own with not many teammates around and 2 teammates up in front of you, it can get very difficult. Inside line though for the Polish driver in towards the first corner, absolutely locked together out of the turn.
Yeah, side by side now out towards turn 3. And again, I said the outside line can sometimes be favoured here at turn 3. Let's see how Nikodem Wisniewski feels about that one as he sends it in, sticks to the outside. If you're going to have contact here, you kind of want to be actually fully alongside rather than slightly ahead, because if you're slightly ahead, you get spun round. Still side by side as they head their way through the double apex right-hander and then into the hairpin with the inside line for Nicolas Mateo, but it's covered off by Nikodem Wisniewski brilliantly. It's 2 ex-Williams drivers running first and second, Jack Keithley and Nikodem Wisniewski. Which one's going to come out on top?
That was a perfect display there from Wisniewski of knowing exactly the parameters of your car, because he knew he could just pull in front there of the Mercedes on the way down into the braking zone. Side by side again though into turn 10. Mateo not willing to give this one up. Even if he doesn't get second again, he can help his teammate by just holding Wisniewski back for a little bit longer. He does get back to the inside again, but Mateo's going to have a better line into the penultimate corner here if he wants to fire down the inside. Wisniewski will have seen that coming, and so he defends the inside. Same again here into the final turn. There'll be another peak here from Mateo. He won't go for it though, and maybe it'll be turn 1 he's waiting for. Good pass though for Wisniewski, who's now into second place.
Yeah, indeed, but it's not going to be over yet, because you can see the gap between Wisniewski and Keithley, 1.4 seconds. That's double the gap that I was saying about earlier on in the broadcast. It really needs to be under 7/10. That's where you get the main bulk of the slipstream. And right now, Wisniewski is going to be a sitting duck for Nicolas Mateo, who's got to the outside as they head their way down into turn 1. The big centre try and make it a TC1-2 once more, as Wisniewski with the inside line could hold the advantage as they head their way here through the first corner. They'll head their way towards turn 3, and once again it'll be Wisniewski on the outside, but he's just cleared him.
Yeah, it's the pressure though that Mateo's putting on him, and the time loss that this is causing as well. He's got no worries from behind here, Mateo, because Coque Lopez is the one in line next. Kike Oliveira is just next in line after that as well, and he'll be looking for a late pass there, because there are still 4 laps to go, including the one that we're currently traversing at the moment. It looks now though as though Wisniewski has sort of broken the pressure, and now he can set his sights on Keithley. That's going to be a hard gap to cross in the time remaining, but he's at least consolidated second.
Yeah, indeed. But again, I think by the time they go back out onto that start-finish straight, once again, the hostilities will be remaining between these two. Running at the moment, second and third, allowing Jack Keithley to run away, of course, and look for victory for the first time here in R1. It's kind of one of the things of this format and how it kind of works in favour. You always said about all these stats of the big one this season has been Darren McCormack and Charlie Collins, who have both taken 4 consecutive victories to tie the record of 4 consecutive victories with Max Benneker and, of course, with Sebastian Job. But because of this format and how this format works, this is probably like the best opportunity for I wouldn't say a random drive, but you know what I mean. Like someone maybe a little bit more out there for once to take their first victories, like we had with Robbie Stapleford last round, or to even go and tie 2, 3, 4 victories in a row as the outside line comes in this time from Kike Oliveira in the battle for 4th position. Kike Lopez, what a run at the moment.
Yeah, this is great. This is great driving. He certainly doesn't have the best speed of the 12 in this session, but he's certainly raced his way into this position. Absolutely deserves to be in the top 5 right now. Just we were talking about it earlier. Don't overthink these races. Be smart, and you'll get the race results, or at least the points that you need here. And that's exactly what's happened here for TC Racing. Gregor Schill is doing an MVP performance for his teammates right now, by the way, as he holds back 3 Williams drivers. Blyer now is the one who's taken over from Van der Velde to be the one to give Schill a bit of pressure, and it's going to get messy here. Side to side contact again. I don't know how Schill's doing this, to be honest. 2 more laps to survive.
Yeah, I know. This is getting a little bit dicey here as he's had plenty of battling with the Williams team before, including with Don Blyer out on the Assetto Corsa Competency only platform, and with Tinko van der Velde and Daniel Pastor, and of course Tobias Pfeffer as well. They're all from the ACC world, and Gregor Schill has battled with all of them, and he's using that experience now to try and keep them at bay, but he might get triple teamed here as the inside line comes in from Don Blyer. Now Tinko van der Velde are also alongside Daniel Pastor, might be able to use the slipstream if the team work together. This could be very healthy for the team, because remember, if all 3 of them get through, that's a healthy boost on points for the Williams team.
Yeah, they've got to make themselves through here, because if they can, they will almost draw level with BS Competition. But Schill is not going to let this happen easily. I know he's not got teammates around him, but he could be shuffled to the outside of 3 wide moment here, as at the bottom of your screen, by the way, side by side again between Oliveira and Lopez. 3 wide in the main part, as Schill now maybe starting to see his grip on the 7th place slip away. Late braking on the outside, he's still there. That's a bit rude. Pushed off wide. The Williams car's trying desperately now in the final 2 laps.
Yeah, indeed, outside line here for turn 3, and we'll once again see a big send from Tinko van der Velde trying to keep Gregor Schill behind him, but it doesn't work out on that favour, and Don Blyer has been able to work his way through, so from pole position back to 8th, little dab of the brakes going through the long right-hander to potentially force the Williams back to side by side and allow Ferris Stanley with a look down the inside of Augustin Torlashi. By the way, where has Ferris Stanley come out in all of this? The fact that he's been able to rejoin it just because of the aggressive defence that Gregor Schill's been put on, it's afforded the opportunity for Ferris Stanley to maybe actually score a couple of points here.
If you ever needed a display of how these drivers can get back into the fray and how much time is lost when you're battling like this, then that is the description. Ferris Stanley was miles off the back of the pack after lap 1. He's now back in the pack again for the last lap. He's got a big chance here, and so is Kike Oliveira at maybe getting this 4th place. It's all 3 teams on your screen battling for 4th, and Kike Lopez trying to hold them to the inside. He was hoping to block Oliveira there. It's not worked, and the other 2 are going to come past him on the straight.
Yeah, indeed. Here we go. There's going to be plenty of side-by-side as we start the final lap of the race. Kike Oliveira about to be passed as he is able to keep Kike Lopez at bay. Here comes Tobias Pfeffer, one driver who I was looking at as potential a victory on the cards for him at some point this season. He's proved himself with a podium in the opening race of the 2025 season. Now works his way up into 5th position, past Kike Lopez, closing that gap at the top, not only for Williams, but also for BS Competition as well. Just 11 points now between the top 2 teams.
I think what we've seen in the second half of this race especially is somewhat vindicated our prediction at the start in terms of normal racing in open play, as I'll call it. The TC Racing cars are not quite as quick as the other 2 teams in this session, unfortunately. Now, they raced very smart through lap 1, and there's, absolutely hats off for that, because that's not easy. It's easy for us to say it. It's not easy to do. But after that, their pace is just a little bit lacking for a couple of these drivers. And I don't think, even if Keithley wins all 3, which is very possible, I don't think he can drag them to promotion. I think he's going to struggle to keep them off from relegation as well.
Yeah, potentially, as here comes Ferris Stanley straight around the outside of Augustin Torlashi for the final point. And Ferris Stanley trying to really muscle his way past Torlashi straight to the outside into the final sector. And I think he might have that move completely over the inside for the 3rd to last corner of the track. And Ferris Stanley is through to scoring a point then. Final corner, I'm sure, awaits this driver here, Jack Keithley. Fantastic drive for him, but I am being told he has a penalty. So he's shaking his finger. He's not happy. but Jack Keithley has been given a penalty, so the victory looks like it'll pass its way to Nikodem Wisniewski from the final row of the grid. He's been able to work his way through up to a potential victory. We'll talk about that in a moment, but Keithley is not happy as here comes the final drag races.
Here we go over the line for the final points, and it looks like it's going to be a real loss of points from TC Racing. So Nikodem Wisniewski is going to do. Have we ever seen anyone do last to first quite like that? I don't know. That might be a some sort of record. It's certainly going to drop Keithley though down the field. Only 5 seconds though, and you can, I hope you can't lip read. There might be some difficult things being said at the moment, but. It's only 5 seconds, so given the way the field was so stretched out there, it might not cost him that many positions. It has cost him a race win though.
Yeah, it's not going to be quite as costly as it was for Darren McCormack when he received his penalty for a jump start in the final, of course, at the Hockenheim ring, where he was dropped from, I think, what was it, second or third, all the way down to 12th. Not quite as painful as that, but still painful nonetheless, in what would have been a very important victory for TC. I'm assuming that would be for the instant at turn 1. And I'm not a race steward. We only saw it once, so I'm gonna, hold my tongue a little bit. But I'm not. We were saying about that, like right when we saw it, kind of that one time on the replay. I'm not sure how much blame you can actually apportion each way, but clearly, race control, whilst looking at the instant, they've seen it as it was Jack Keithley, who was down the inside of course in that first corner, was the one who instigated the 4 wide, and then clearly they feel that he's pushed the cars out effectively if it was only 3 wide. Going to correctly overtake off track.
The official line is an overtake outside of the bounds of the track, so I'm not sure where that. Maybe that is still turn 1, but I don't know where else that would have been, because as far as I can remember, he was only then behind Matteo, who he was given the place because they're teammates.
Yeah, not 100% sure, but that is what it is. Who knows? What a crazy way to start out the evening with Nikodem Wisniewski coming across the line to take victory for BS Competition. Another one of those drivers who's been able to represent multiple teams here in R1, and now a victory for BS Competition. Nikodem Wisniewski, hello, welcome. What a fantastic victory. Bit of a shock though. Obviously, Jack Keith there with a penalty. You were able to come through from basically the back of the field straight up to it. What a crazy race. What's your opinion?
From last to first.
Yeah, exactly.
Pretty crazy, to be honest. Yeah. Very unlucky that the game dropped me in the quali. I know what happened. So, but I was, like, we have more races to do, so I wasn't really upset. And somehow, it was the war in turn 1, and I just go right and try to be safe. And then, to be honest, I didn't know that the Jack has got a penalty, so I was trying to fight with Matteo. Good job for him, because he did a good strategy work for the team. Yeah, it was nice and clean battle. And yeah, I don't know for what Jack got a penalty, but yeah, the first victory for BS, so it's good. Let's go and let's keep it for the next race.
Exactly. I want to get your thoughts a little bit about what you think of BS Competition's chances for progression in Group C here tonight. We had you and William sort of even, if you like, for chances to go through. How are you all seeing it going into this week?
Yeah, I would say like we are similar to Williams, I think, pace-wise. But I guess we'll just keep moving and have this, first grab of good points behind us. So the next 2 rounds will be easier, I guess. And Williams is far away in points, I believe, because they will not a single driver into 5, I think. So yeah, let's just hope for the best, and we progress to Group B, and then we smash on other teams.
I'm sure it'll be a tough evening ahead. Nikodem, thank you very, very much. 25 points to your name, first victory of BS Competition.
Yeah, thank you. That's good. Let's go.
Let's take a look then at highlights from the race. So this is where all the drama really happened. Dominic Blyer to the outside, heading down to the first corner. Jack Keithley with the inside line. 2 BS Competition cars in between, causing absolute chaos, allowing the likes of Nikodem Wisniewski to rise up from the rear of the field. Of course, Kaiki Oliveira having a little bit of a tag from one of the TC cars right ahead of his teammate Gregor Schill, pushing them backwards before some moves later on in the race and some big attempts to move up the order. Tobias Pfeffer here straight down the inside with a bit of contact to the side of Gregor Schill as they were all kind of muscling over those final few points paying positions, and a bit of movement up the order from Williams, who were potentially some of the favourites for first place in the teams. But right now they are struggling a little bit after a dramatic race. This is the inside line. Nicholas Matteo trying to fend off Nikodem Wisniewski in that all black and white BS competition car, but a fantastic move on Matteo, covered off brilliantly to perfection, heading down into the hairpin, and Wisniewski was up into second position with a time penalty for Jack Keithley. Of course, it would cause a bit of a switch and allow Nikodem Wisniewski to take the victory. Straight to the outside, Gregor Schill was trying to keep the trio of Williams at bay. Wasn't working out really in favour. He had a couple of good looks, but unfortunately would drop at least one of those Williams behind before a bit of a drag race towards the line right at the end. Kaiki Oliveira also trying to work his way back up the order after the opening corner transgressions, basically being sent right the way down, and a driver who we were expecting to battle for the podium was nearly battling for the podium. Tobias Pfeffer straight around the outside to get past Koke Lopez, and of course Kaiki Oliveira there, fourth position. But again, the victory for Nikodem Wisniewski, who I remember when he won for the first time for G2, which I think was in the DTM Esports Championship, and then started winning quite a bit. So maybe that will start his winning ways for BS competition as well.
Maybe. I think he's a driver that certainly, as I mentioned at the start, would have hoped for a bit more from the seeding stage for BS competition, not making it through any of the quarterfinals. Not really sure really what went wrong for him specifically, but it just seemed to struggle to get through. But now this could really set him off, and if he wins all three here today, then you'd imagine BS competition would be well on their way. It's going to be very difficult though to win all three. I know you've been saying that it's good for perhaps somebody to get a run going. I think it's going to be a bit more difficult than that, because you've got to remember these groups are very evenly spread in terms of the actual talent of the drivers. Sometimes when you're in quarterfinals or whatever, there can be a big difference from first to last, comparatively speaking. Of course, still only tenths of a second, but comparatively in these groups it's even less than that. So I think it could actually be quite hard for anyone to string together a set of results back to back to back.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Like, to actually remember how even these teams are, of course, this is where they've been through that seeding phase. These are the teams they've been around in that seeding phase. And whilst you might look at it and think, oh, well, Williams are the favourites or whatever, when you're really looking at it, especially with those top two teams, when you look at Williams and at BS competition, those two are very, very evenly matched, even in statistics across the entire run of R1. And then chuck in TC as well, who Jack Keithley clearly has the pace and consistency to challenge those two teams and could potentially have won that race. That's the balancing act. So yeah, you are absolutely right. It almost could be harder to keep the streak going. Let's take a look at the provisional results though from the race. Still, I think there might be under investigation a couple of things, but I think this is pretty much how it's going to get locked in, with Nikodem Wisniewski there in first place. Nicholas Matteo, not for Redline, he's for TC, don't worry about it, in second position, with Jack Keithley as well representing the TC team. Kaiki Oliveira then make it first and fourth for BS competition, with Tobias Pfeffer into the top five. Koke Lopez for TC make three TC teams drivers inside that top six, with Gregor Schill and then a trio of Williams, Don Blyer, Tinko van der Velde and Daniel Pagdor. Ferris Stanley got dropped right the way to the back from the front row of the grid and was able to score a single point by getting past Agustin Torlashi, the first driver in R1's history with a first name that starts with A. Fun fact. Yeah, I knew you'd like that one.
I was listening to that other broadcast. I can't remember what week it was, but whenever you said it for the first time, it did make me giggle quite a lot. But I do enjoy that kind of stat as well. I'm not sure anyone else does, but I enjoyed it quite a lot. So there you go. Unfortunately, no points game for him just yet. So hopefully we'll be able to get some in the second race, because TC Racing going to need them. I think again, I made the point during the race. I think in open play, as it were, they are not quite as quick as the other two teams, and for them to stave off relegation here today, I think would be a success, to be honest, and I don't mean that in a derogative way.
No, indeed not. But with that group basically effectively sorted for its first race, a fifth victory for Nikodem Wisniewski, yet another victory for BS competition. We probably should turn our focus towards Group B, which will be coming up in just a moment's time. Of course, this one's going to be very interesting. Of course, we've got Mouse out there. We'll have them taking on the likes of Falcons and Vitality, who've had a very struggling start to 2025, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. It's been very odd. On 2 occasions in 2 of the seeding rounds so far, they've had no representatives in the final. That's very, very weird for Vitality. Don't know if that's anything to do with the Aston Martin. I would doubt very much that it is. I think they've just not had the rub of the green. It's very much like the season tone was set rather by Marcel Chinchik having those technical problems before the race at Spa. The first quarter-final, the very first race this year they did as a team, they weren't even a part of because Marcel had some sort of technical problem. It's very much like they've never really been able to improve their season ever since that, really.
Yeah. I completely agree. They've kind of just struggled to really get going. Chinchik has scored a podium as well, so yeah, there is that. Obviously, we had a couple of struggles as well. The driver who's got basically the highest top 6 percentage when it comes through to moving from quarterfinals to semis and then semis into the final is Yuri Toman. Even he was struggling to make that move, like you say, failing to get into the finals. But in this race, we do have 2 of the top 10 on the all-time winners list. We have Marcel Chinchik, who's 7th on the all-time winners list. And of course, we have Max Benneker, who is 3rd on the all-time winners list. So a lot of pedigree out there, a lot of race victories in this group out there. I would say, looking at this group, though, my firm favourite is Mouse. I think Mouse looks so good. I think Benneker is obviously very strong. They've got the backup, really, the main backup at the moment with that team isn't Moritz Lerner, it isn't Yuri Kasdorp. Both of those are quality drivers and can grab podiums, fair enough. But it's Dennis Schoninger. Dennis Schoninger's been so good in this team that this season, 9 races, he's scored 5 podiums.
He's been pretty unbelievable. The only driver of that team to make the final on all 3 occasions. In fact, he's the only driver we're going to see tonight who's made the final on all 3 occasions in those seeding rounds. And again, for a driver to be able to do that, what he's compared to what he's done before, I think that's very, very impressive indeed from Dennis Schoninger. I'm going to go for a little bit of a dark horse actually from Group B to get promoted. I'm going to go for Falcons actually. I think they've got a good chance. They're the only team we're going to see tonight who've won previous to tonight, who've won an individual race in one of these seeding rounds. There is one of the drivers who did so. Thomas Tattler won his quarter-final at Monza. We also saw Jakub Maciejewski win his quarter-final at the Hockenheim ring just 2 weeks ago. So they're the only 2 drivers in this entire field who have been able to take wins so far. I think they're going to be able to carry that along with their teammates in towards a good finish here today. The only, I guess, difficulty you'd have is maybe with the other drivers. Are they quite with the experience under their belt compared to the Mouse drivers, as you say, to compete? It might be a bit difficult in that respect. But that's what I'm going for, the dark horses of Team Falcons in Group B.
But do remember, so the 3 cars that we have out in action in this group is actually the same 3 cars, as in manufacturer-wise, that we had out there on circuit in Group A, interestingly enough. So we've got 1 team that's running Porsches, 1 team that's running BMWs, and 1 team that's running Aston Martins. The Aston Martins and Virtus Pro did struggle quite a bit around here, so maybe it's not going to be so great for Vitality. We'll have to wait and see. You're absolutely right. Falcons having 2 victories this season in a season which has been, for want of a better term, kind of dominated by Porsche. Now, yes, of course, that is mostly Porsche Commander doing really, really well. But considering how strong they were in Group A last week, considering the other victory for a Porsche was Robbie Stableford in Group D, those Porsches are really strong around this circuit, it seems. And so I would back what you're saying there, that maybe the Falcons are the team to kind of look at for. But then again, any one of these 3 teams working their way through, none of us would be shocked.
Yeah, the Group B is the one I've been looking forward to most, actually, since the seeding was announced, because it is so even. I mean, in Group A, I think it's pretty clear that Coanda and Redline are going to be going up head-to-head all season, and I think that's great, by the way. The fact that they're both so evenly matched this season in 2025, I think that's fantastic. But it's really about each week who's going to get promoted to join them, because I think, unfortunately, the week afterwards, it could be quite hard for them to stay there. If one of them can, then that'd be great, but just that 1 week in Group A, that guaranteed a few more points over all the other teams, then maybe you can be one of those teams who can qualify. Maybe not by finishing top at the end of round 8, but maybe you can be one of those 2 teams to have the most points other than the top team to go automatically into the World Cup. And that would be a big weight off your shoulders, having not to go through the qualifier in Riyadh.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, it's a tall order for any of these things. Well, it's fine. Look, we'll keep our eyes focused on the shorter, smaller game right now, which is this qualifying session. We jump into the second qualifying session of the evening. Of course, the first one for Group B. Lamanek being the first of the drivers to come round, of course, for the Falcons team. Then we'll get the mouse of Max Benneker, who I would say, regardless of what team you think's going through, at least when it comes to stats and statistics, the two drivers that you should be looking at for pole position in this group, based on stats and statistics, based on where we are, is Max Benneker and actually Thomas Tattler. Those are certainly the two. I would say of this group, they are statistically the fastest.
I would say so, yeah. Although maybe on more recent form, I'd put Dennis Schoninger in that mix as well, maybe. Although maybe qualifying might be a little bit more tricky for him to be there, but certainly by the end of the race, yeah, we will see. I think one thing we've also got to take into account, especially if you're sort of looking at recent form, looking for who's going to be up towards the top here, you've got to take into account vitality, and at some point, you know, they don't lose their speed overnight over the winter. They're going to find it again sometime. It's just a case of when, and I think when they do, they're going to be absolutely flying in that Aston Martin. We will see at what point that arrives and whether it is indeed tonight, as Primislav Lemanek makes his way up to set the benchmark. 36.6 is very solid as a opening benchmark indeed, but he does have Benneker right behind him, which is not ideal.
Yeah, I'm not actually confident in that one. Basically qualifying on pole position. I think the pole will be a little bit quicker. I would say probably a 0.4 for pole position in this group. Will Max Benneker set that one? First sector, obviously purple. Second sector dropping about a tenth or so to the Porsche. But will this final sector work in favour of the BMW? Yes, it does. It's a 36.5, so it goes ahead of Lamanek.
Yeah, that's much more like it. That might be around what we're expecting for pole here, as Yuri Kazdup will be next in line. He will be just after his teammate Max Benneker, as we will get to that in a few moments' time. But yeah, Max Benneker so far going decent and coming into that good form, which Maus are certainly going to need if they're going to get promoted here from Group B and be part of Group A next week. There's Kazdorp again, 36.7. He goes in behind Lemanek and Benneker there. That could be in the second half of the field, certainly.
Yep, certainly so. Sorry for bringing our ugly mugs back onto the screen. I know you want to see the racing cars go round, and that's what we're seeing right now. Jakub Masiejewski, the next one to come across the line, as Ewan pointed out quite rightly, one of two winners in this group already this season, along with his teammate Thomas Tattler. Up towards the line he's going to go. Jakub Masiejewski, I'm not sure the time's great for him. It's going to be around Yuri Kazdorp's time, to be honest. It's going to be like a point. Whoa. Cool. Maybe you could be at that time.
He got to slow down there. When we joined him, he had one hand on the steering wheel, which is not a great sign for going quickly. So I wasn't giggling at his time. I was giggling at the fact he looked us directly in the eye in the camera, which made me laugh for some reason. Pavlovsky is going to be next over the line for Falcons. Certainly going to need better than that. And Masiejewski is one of their two-star drivers for Falcons. He needed a better performance than that, unfortunately. Pavlovsky's got to step up to the plate in that respect, and he's not even got ahead of Kazdorp here early on in this qualifying session. Still 7 to go.
Marcel Cinchik next up to come round, the first of the 4 Vitality drivers who are basically unchanged. Of course, shout out to Vitality, or at least to R8G, the team behind Vitality. In this celebrated 5 years in sim racing, which is absolutely crazy, because I remember when it turned from AAA into R8G. That's a long time ago. Time has flown for them, and under the brand of Vitality here in the Aston Martin, Marcel Cinchik will come towards the line and set a 37.4, losing out a lot of time in that final sector. That is not good.
Yikes. Marcel Cinchik down in 5th place for the moment, and it's time for the other Vitality drivers to step up to the plate in that respect. Yuri Toman yet to really get going this season. Unfortunately for him, he will be looking to make his way to the top 2-3 kind of region here. This should be good enough for that. Over the line, 36.7. It is the front 2 rows at least. It is 3rd place at least, but still Vitality not quite firing on all cylinders just yet.
Yeah, indeed. 5 more drivers left to go, and one of those has been one of the shining lights of the 2025 season thus far, although those sector times are not leaning towards a solid qualifying, as Max Benneker topping the session with that 36.5. This is going to be around to be fair, around Kamil Pavlovsky. Marcel Cinchik, obviously, will be way ahead of Marcel Cinchik unless he's had a terrible final sector. Oh, I'll shut my trap.
What is happening to these guys today? So far, 3 drivers well away from where you'd expect to see them in this session, unfortunately. So Thibaut Casabon will at least be able to break that trend as he makes his way out of the final corner. This could be right around his teammate Yuri Toman right now for Casabon, who's got just the 1 podium so far in 2025. That came in the second seeding round as he now comes towards the line looking for that second podium maybe of the year. It's second place. That's a bit more like it from Thibaut Casabon.
Yeah, indeed. Erhan Yovski's poured Vaseline all over his webcam, but that's not slowing his driving down as he comes into the final corner. Look at the sector times. He's lost 0.1 in both the first and the final sector. So it's probably tracking to close to where Yuri Toman is at the moment with 4th in the 4th or 5th in the session. Casual little swig of water as he comes up. Well, a bit unnecessary. You can wait until you finish the line. That's fine. Here comes Yovski, the Macedonian, and it's only good enough for 7th. We're having a very split apart grid here.
We are. Very much so. It's exactly what you want, though, isn't it, from the opening race of the day? You don't want it to be all settled in race 1. You want it to carry on all the way to the final race of the day, which I believe it will, especially in Group B with these 3 teams so well evenly matched. Moritz Lerner, I'm afraid, is not going to be getting towards his teammate Max Benneker, who looks like he's taken the pole here, unless Thomas Tatler can do anything about it. We might just save the best till last here. Unfortunately, it's not Moritz Lerner. He has gone 4th.
This is not bad. I mean, look, Mouse are going to be at the front of the grid, they're going to be in the middle of the grid, and they're going to be at the back. So read into that what you will. No one able to challenge the 36.5 from Max Benneker at the moment as Thomas Tatler will come through the final corner. A 10th or so off in each of the sectors, and you can tell he's not happy with it. It's been a bit of a struggle act for the Falcons driver, someone who we were expecting to maybe challenge for pole position. Can he at least challenge for maybe the 2nd row, maybe the 3rd row? It's the 3rd row that he goes.
He needed that. He needed to get onto that 2nd row with Lemonek, and that has pretty much salvaged the session for Falcons. But it's Maus who take pole with Max Benneker, another pole position in his back pocket, and that will be very, very pleasing to the Maus team as he looks to maybe take his first race win of 2025. Maus have yet to take a race win themselves as a team yet in this year's racing as well. So Benneker will look to be the one to take that as he starts this race at Fuji. As we've seen though in the past, both last week and so far tonight, pole position is not always the best place to be.
Well, yeah, look at the last race. Obviously, pole position ended up netting not very many points and netted a nice trip into the grass, which could very well happen again. It seems, though, starting on that 2nd row of the grid, if you're in one of the first 2 rows, you can really go on the attack down into that 1st corner, mostly courtesy of the slipstream, but also it's so wide open on that race down into the 1st corner. And that 2nd row is occupied by 2 Falcons drivers. Those 2 can communicate between the 2 of them and actually find some route, maybe even for the both of them, to make it a 1-2 out of T1.
Yeah, exactly. It's really difficult when you're on that front road to defend in towards turn number 1 here at Fuji. Even with the rolling start, you know, you'd expect that to make maybe less of a difference in terms of the actual launch that you get, but actually it doesn't seem to help at all. It means in turn 1 you are still in trouble. I think the front row as an entirety, just to sort of bring this wider as well, just from Benneker, I think this row 1 in race 1 brought about 9 points back after the end. Stanley was 11th. I think Bly was 6th. So somewhere around there anyway. So less than 10 points garnered from the front row in Group C. They'll be certainly looking for better than that.
God, Ewan O'Leary coming out with cracking stats. That'd be a great one to have found out from last week. How many points has actually come from the front row? Because I think you're absolutely right. Where the front row, effectively, you finish 1st and 2nd, that's 45 points. So the front row, if they finish where they start, that's 45 points between the front row. I guarantee if you look through all of the races of last week and the race, obviously, that we've had this week, the front row, they ain't scoring anywhere near 45 in totality across. Back into a warm-up, of course, but very interesting.
I was talking about last race, not last week. Did I say last week?
No, you did say last week, but I'm saying what an interesting stat that would have been from last week.
Oh,
Don't
sorry.
worry, you've not gone crazy. It's fine. It's fine. I'm just I'm trying to.
That's the interesting work that I could have done. But
yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, I'm not saying, on average it was 9 points. I'm pretty sure Roger scored quite a bit from the
that's true.
victory that he had from pole, so that's fine.
That's true. Yeah. That's the exception, as he so often is. Josh Rogers able to convert from the front row like that and take 2 wins in a row. Yeah, very impressed with him again last week, as we so often are with Josh Rogers. I think he took 2. I can't remember what round it was, but he took 2 race wins in one night as well in the seeding phase as well. He's been doing things in 2s so far this season, as Porsche Commander have gotten off to a flying start to 2025. 11 race wins already. I don't know how many they've done, how many appearances they've got, but it's not very many more than 11.
No, indeed not. They've done brilliantly thus far in this season. To be fair, they're going to be a tough team to beat. They are the team to beat for this season, where last year it was Team Redline, even throughout the online season, and then when we went into the Esports World Cup in Riyadh. Porsche Commander have taken over that mantle. They are the team to beat, very much so. They've made that very, very clear. And when they've had Charlie Collins, who's really hitting his peak now in sim racing, and the fact that he's able to potentially outpace. And to be fair, last round or last week at Fuji, Charlie Collins did not have a good round. But he really did not score very well, and yet still, like that he still scored all right. The team still topped the points. The team is still taking the 12 points for winning the round. Like, yeah, it's concerning times for the rest of the grid. That is for sure.
Yeah, 4 in a row to start this season. For example, for Charlie Collins, a really wonderful start. And to be honest, in 2024 as a whole, to be honest, Porsche Commander were a little bit below par compared to what you'd expect from them. Redline was certainly the favourites, but Porsche Commander were nowhere near what you'd expect to see from them. This season, they've come out the blocks absolutely firing in 2025. Let's talk about the teams who are actually here, though. Starting with Falcons, who are at the back end of the field. In Group B for race number 1, Dennis Schoninger alongside, perhaps surprisingly, Vitality share row 5 with Chinchik and Jajowski, with Kamil Pavlovsky and Yuri Kazduk just outside that top half. Yuri Toman and Moritz Lerner are next ahead, or just behind rather, of a Team Falcons second row. Tumas Tatala and Primoslav Lemonek, Thibaut Casabon and Maximilian Beneke starting on the front row here in Group B. As you were saying throughout the qualifying session, a very mixed up grid.
Yeah, certainly so. Now, before we get into a race where I'm going to be starting talking about lovely liveries, that Vitality, I think, is a great livery in the world of sim racing. Do remember you can get your hands on a livery as well if you jump over onto our Twitch. If you are watching on YouTube, twitch.tv/RENNSPORT_GG. 3 hours of watch time on that stream, and you will be able to collect a livery to your RENNSPORT account. It's fantastic. Go back in the broadcast, see it from the Iron Dames, white and pink. Looks absolutely incredible. In my opinion, not quite as good as Vitality livery. Genuinely, I think that is one of the best liveries that I have seen in sim racing for a very, very long time. I absolutely adore that car.
Well, I don't even think it's the best livery on this grid, but never mind.
See, yeah, but sorry, you would like that Manti Porsche for years. Like, you like bright colours. What is it? Well, you think the Porsche's better?
I do think the Porsche's better in this grid. Yeah, actually, I do. I like that lime green.
It's not really lime green though. It's more like there's a little bit more blue in it though, isn't it?
It's a bit more like a sort of. Well, anyway, yeah, it's green, but and I like it more. But yeah, anyway, I'm not saying it's bad, but you know, anyway. Group B about to get underway here at Fuji. Race number 1 of 3 with a very evenly spread grid across the teams so far. Race 1 of Group B about to get underway, and immediately as the green flag waves, Casabon having to go on the defensive here as Lemonek and Tatala, exactly as we expected from row 2, look to dive either side, one to the inside and one to the outside. Lemonek brakes late on the outside, Casabon late on the brakes on the inside line. That's pushed everybody out wide, and it's a big slide and a drop down the field from Yuri Kazduk, it looks like, and Moritz Lerner as well. They're down at the back end for miles, but it's side by side for the lead in towards turn 2. Casabon and Beneke round the outside for Casabon. He's going to get the lead here through the long right-hander.
Yeah, but 2 things here. Number 1, I think Casabon was actually tagged by one of the Falcons cars on the race down into the first corner, and that's where he was sent on the inside. There was a spin in the background from Jakub Maciejewski, and there's a spin in the background as well for another one of the Falcons cars. It's Kamil Pavlovsky, who has gone round as well. That's a disaster for Falcons as they've dropped right the way down to 11th and 12th position on the grid. I'll quickly go over my point. Casabon then tagged a little bit in that, but also I wonder if he might fall the same fate as Jack Keithley, because I'm pretty sure his move around the outside at turn 3 might have breached track limits when he was trying to hold off Max Beneke. And if that is the case, it's a 5-second time penalty. We've got the precedent already set from the previous race.
And we might need to see that again just to get clarification on that, and indeed we'll see, keep you updated on the stewards' decisions, but maybe. What I did certainly see though, down in towards the braking zone of turn 6, was Przemysław Lemonek hit Kamil Pawlowski. That was team-on-team antics there for Team Falcons, and it's dropped one of their drivers right from the back. As they were running at the time, Falcons had the best point score, now they've got the worst.
Yeah, that was, that's a disaster. If there's any evening this season where you literally cannot have your teammates making contact, it's this point, especially in the first race when you need to really start off strong. One thing that we do have though, like we said, the teams are all really spread out. You can kind of see that in the live points in the top right. 43 points for Vitality, 8 points for Mouse, 13 points for Falcons. It's as close as it could be, but Max Benneker ready to try and take a 26th victory in R1. The driver who sits third in the all-time winners list, attacking the rear end of Thibaut Casabon, who at the moment has just one victory to his name.
This would, don't forget, he wasn't the starting driver back all the way in Katowice for this team, as they were called back then. So he is slightly newer to the field than the others, but he has been around for a while now in R1. And somewhat surprising that he's only got that level of wins. He is going to be defending from the front here, though, and that might be the advantage to him. Don't forget, though, as you can see on the live standings on the top right-hand side of the screen, with one pass here, Max Benneker can send Maus to the top of the standings.
Yeah, exactly, and this is where things get really, really interesting. Benneker will know that. I mean, to be fair, if I'm in Benneker's boots, and René team boss and all those people behind the scenes that will be trying to guide Mouse through this, you know Benneker's going to try and win. Like he's not going to sit there in second position. He's not the driver. Even if you told him, oh yeah, the points are pretty good for us, just sitting second at the moment, he'll go, nah, bro, I'm going for the victory here. So realistically speaking, I think Thibaut Casabon is well aware that he is about to have an absolute hounding over the next 8 laps, not only by Benneker but by Timus Tatler, who's quite an aggressive driver himself.
Exactly. I think that's the main reason Benneker is going to try and make the pass on Casabon here, is because he needs to keep Tatler at bay more than anything. Side by side then in towards turn 1 and down the inside for Max Benneker. It's nicely on the brakes and Benneker is through. Whether there's a penalty or not coming for Thibaut Casabon, he's not going to be winning the race as things stand, because Max Benneker hits the front. 2 points now the lead for Maus.
Yeah, indeed. Vitality as well will try and find their way into this. Timus Tatler will try and find his way past Thibaut Casabon, and after a pretty big disaster for the Falcons team, for Kamil Pawlowski and Jakub Masiewski at the moment, for Tatler and for Lemonek, 3rd and 4th. That is honestly good points considering what's happened to them at the start of this race. But they'll dearly love that a little bit more. If they can have a disaster race for 2 of their drivers and still somehow work their way through to top the points of the group, that would be wild.
It would, but any of these 3 teams can very easily take the points lead out of this first race with how close this is. It's just the way it works here in Group B, and exactly as we expected, all 3 teams so evenly matched over the course of their speed anyway, means that we're going to get a very, very close day here as far as who's going to get promoted or not. Same goes for down here, by the way. Chinchik, if he's able to pass Kazdor, would put Vitality back into the lead again. That's how close it is right now in this session. It's really up to Falcons to get a bit closer. Tatler to try and pass Casabon, and I think he's going to try and do that in the very near future. And for Pawlowski and Masiewski to make amends for their problems earlier on as well.
Yeah, indeed. Let's see, because this is a little closer from Tatler than he was in the previous lap. There goes Thibaut Casabon straight to the inside of Max Benneker as the slipstream games begin. Benneker a little bit earlier on in the brakes. He's going to try and release that nicely and stick around the outside. Big kick of oversteer coming in from that Aston Martin belonging to the Vitality team of Thibaut Casabon as they depart the first corner. Back to single file racing as they head their way into turn 3, and Casabon hits the front once more.
Through into the middle sector of another lap number 4 of this race here at Fuji, and Tatler is starting to put that pressure onto Benneker just as we expected. He is just sitting in behind for the moment, with his teammate actually Lemonek catching up just a little bit as well. It also prevented Benneker from getting the switchback line actually through tunnel number 1. I think he wanted to duck back underneath and get the run out the corner, but wasn't able to with Tatler's presence so close.
Well, obviously, you can see here in the bottom right QR code for the RENNSPORT app. You can get it on Google Play or on the App Store. Obviously, if you're going to race on RENNSPORT, very helpful. That's where you're going to get all the liveries and stuff, all the stats and statistics, not only of your racing career, but of course everyone else's. All tracked there. And if you want to go and see any of the results from the R1 competition over the last 2 and a bit years, all on there as well. Every qualifying session, every race, every practice that we have had in R1 since the series' very beginning, all on the RENNSPORT app. Let's see if Thomas Tattler might be able to go for a move now. Half a second off the race lead is Thibaut Casabon. Tattler's going to be closing in.
He's closer to Benneker than Benneker is to the lead, at least, but it doesn't look like that Porsche's quite got the legs on the way towards turn 1 just for the moment here. With Benneker getting a slipstream of his own, it's going to be very hard for Tattler to do anything from back here. He's quite low on the brakes. Oh, and he gets close to Casabon, but not quite close enough. Benneker gets to the inside, and the two are going to race side by side out of turn 1 and 2. And again, whoever's being overtaken here is so fearful of losing further positions after second place that they just immediately give up the fight for the lead and tuck straight back in again.
Top 3 though, class of the field. 1 second between these 3. Back to Przemysław Lamanek as well. And then 1.2 back to Erhan Yovski, who's got Yuri Kastorp all over the rear end of him. Said before about Gregor Schill in the previous race, battling with a load of Williams drivers and them coming from the ACC scene. Well, Erhan Yovski, Yuri Kastorp, Marcel Chinchik, they're all from the R Factor 2 scene. Drivers again that will have battled each other time and time again. And, you know, probably in that time not been too close of friends in the aggressive battling. Of course, we'll probably know like Yuri Kastorp and Erhan Yovski mostly from the endurance scene. Virtual Endurance Championship, they battled time and time again. Le Mans Virtual battled time and time again in that. We'll have to wait and see whether they're going to be doing some heavy battling around the Fuji Speedway, of course. Look at how close those top 3 are heading through this final sector. And also, again, great to see the 3 different teams and the 3 different cars all battling for the victory here, proving how strong Group B is. I think this might be, of all 4 groups, potentially the closest group when it comes to all 3 teams.
Yeah, I would say on paper that is true, and I think we're seeing it in reality right now on the racetrack as well. It is so close, and with this, I think Tattler and Casabon reversing places will actually tie Vitality and Falcon to make it even closer. That's not what's going to happen here, though. It's free wide in towards turn 1 very nearly. Casabon's half defence, half attack has resulted in a lead here in towards turn 1. Oh, he gives just about enough room to Benneker there, but not really very much. Tattler, at the moment, he's hesitant to make this 3 wide, maybe seeing the lap count and thinking, I've got some time in the bank here to wait and be patient here in the 3rd position for Team Falcons.
I kind of get the feeling if you're Thomas Tattler in this, right, you want this group to battle hard. You really want these 3, well, you know, particularly with the top 2, you really want them to battle quite a lot between the 2 of them, so that you can drag back in Lamanek. And then once that happens, then Casabon will want them all to fight harder to bring back in Erhan Yovski. And then guess what? Look, Max Benneker will want to battle harder to bring back in Yuri Kastorp and then the rest of the field. This field could be very close coming down towards a checkered flag. Speaking of those groups behind, Marcel Chinchik dealing with Moritz Lerner with a look to the inside as they head their way down and out into the final sector. Could be a big move here from Lerner, who's left the door open from Marcel Chinchik, and there's going to be contact between the 2.
I think he thought that Lerner was going to be clear there. Lerner thought he was going to be clear from Chinchik, and he certainly wasn't. He's got wide now. Schoninger's going to go through, and that might be the better way round to have the 2 Mouse drivers anyway, but probably not the way they'd drawn it up. Oh, that was close again through the final corner as well. Lerner nearly getting into the back of Chinchik, but now he's got to move over and give his teammate some help here, Schoninger. He's got to give him some help, and there you go. He has moved it over, and the Vitality teammate moves over for him as well. Oh, dear, this is going to be freight train, I'm afraid, for Moritz Lerner. He's going backwards. Oh, and side-to-side contact with Kamil Pawlowski as well.
Yeah, indeed. There's contact a little bit in this group. As once again, there's a little bit more as Pawlowski tries to squeeze Lerner. Here's back up to the race lead with the outside move coming in from Thibaut Casabon. Thomas Tattler staring at all of this, and there could be a switch for second position now as the slipstream's being given from Benneker back to Tattler, who sends one straight in around the outside at turn 3. Full send for the Falcons team as he tries to take over second position. Side by side there, he definitely breached track limits though when trying to do so, and he might clear through here. This is going to be a big benefit though for Max Benneker, who could clear off now courtesy of this battling.
Yeah, if that had carried on any longer, then Beneke would have been gone, and he might still be with 6/10 of a second here. If Tattler attacks Casabon, then the race is going to be over here for the race win here. Down the inside, or outside rather, for Thomas Tattler. He breaks late. If he can keep the inside here, then it's done. And Beneke's going to win this race surely now without a very uncharacteristic mistake. He's not down the inside. Casabon through the second part and can't quite get through. But the gap that's been created there is going to be one the German will absolutely use to win this race. Falcons won't mind that, because if they can get Tata and Lemonek into second and third, then they would take the points lead out of the day.
This has been a cracking race, though. I've very much enjoyed this one. Replay back to the race start. So I kind of want to start the one a little bit earlier. Obviously, we're not going to, it's fine. Just because I wanted to see if there was contact from, I think Casabon was tagged, and that's why he was sent down the inside as aggressively as he was. I don't believe that was so much of Casabon's fault. Let's actually have a look now. Thank you for that. Let's see. So Casabon's there on the right-hand side.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he was tagged a little bit, wasn't he?
Yeah, I think so. It wasn't a direct straight on hit in the rear, but there was a slight bit of side-to-side contact that just gave the Aston Martin a bit of a wiggle. And when you're going sideways, you can't brake quite as quickly in a straight line, obviously. And that sent him straight steaming into the side of the rest of this field, unfortunately. And especially on the outside, Yuri Kazdorp managed, he went right backwards. So did Moritz Lerner. Kazdorp has since recovered to 6th place, but Lerner not really. He's still down towards the back as a result of other battles that have gone on. If Pavlovsky or one of these Falcons can just gain a couple of positions here, then they can very easily switch this around, though, from 3rd place to 1st. This is so close. I'm not sure at the end of race 1 we've seen a closer group than this so far.
My apologies for doubting Iki Miracala, by the way. I believe is still on replay duties for this round. I doubted that he wouldn't go back far enough, but obviously it's fine. He knows what he's talking about. So anyway, top 3 teams, very, very close on those standings. 3 points ahead and then 9 points ahead. This is one that is going to come down to the last race. I am absolutely sure of it. It's going to be really, really tight between this group all afternoon, unless one team gets incredibly lucky. 2 laps left to go. And as we had predicted when that battling was happening between Tattler and Casabon, there is going to be a sizable lead for Max Beneke, who looks to march towards a 26th victory in R1.
An astonishing record that he's continuing to build on here. The 2023 Drivers' Champion down at Gamers 8 in 2 summers ago. He's going to take another race win here, and it's being further cemented now by this battle for second. Thomas Tattler trying to get past Thibaut Casabon, and again breaks a little bit too late on the outside line there. He'd have them up to second in the standings if he can make this move. That's what's riding on this battle right now. Not only second in the race, but second in the standings as well. Inside line, in towards turn 2. Casabon's going to go around the outside there and hold the place again, much in a similar way to what he's done before. This is the penultimate lap, by the way. Just one more lap to go after this.
Yes, indeed. Let's see if Tattler's going to go for a move. Would be important points for the Falcons team to score right now. Again, it's one of those ones of like with them having live points here in the broadcast, and of course with I'm sure the teams having all their spreadsheets. I'm pretty sure that the Falcons team are well aware that they are 3rd in the teams at the moment in this group, but they're so close that the move here against the Vitality team is so important, like way more important than if they were slightly more spread out, because with it all being close, the points that you score in this race, you know it's going to be tight all the way through the evening in this group, so this point is going to be very important. Moritz Lerner getting squeezed out wide there. I think there was a little bit of contact with Lerner and Mashayevsky, and Lerner has gone straight on to hold the position, but I almost think that maybe Mashayevsky backed off of that one a little bit to not force the move.
Maybe. There was certainly a bit of previous to that sent Lerner right off the road and through the tarmac on the outside of the circuit as well. So with one more lap to go, Thomas Tattler's got one more chance to get through on Thibaut Casabon here. He's flying the flag for Vitality, and again defends quite late on the front straight, but that's okay. He'll get to the inside. There'll be side-to-side contact again. Tattler's struggled to make it work, but this time the earlier braking point and the earlier turning, has sent him around. Casabon and Tattler make contact, and Falcon's very good first race has suddenly unravelled here as Thomas Tattler drops his 16 points and swaps it for 0. He drops to 12th.
Absolute drama here, and look at what that's done in the live standings. They were 9 points off. They are now 24 points off of the top. That is catastrophic for the Falcons team. And considering it was Falcons versus Vitality where that contact was, if there is any penalty, if there is anything to be spoken about post-race when it comes to stewards, the team that is going to benefit the most won't be Falcons from a vitality penalty. It will be Mouse. Mouse will take a big push forward if that is the case.
Speaking of penalties, Tumas Tatela's got one for exceeding the incident points limit, so that's a 5-second penalty that in the end is going to pale into insignificance. He will finish last anyway, and no points gained for him on this occasion. They're going to need to pick themselves up in a big way, our Team Falcons going into the next round, but it's going to be Maus who take race victory. Maximilian Benneker wins again here in RENNSPORT R1, as he's done so many times before, but this time it has a deeper meaning for the Maus team, as his teammates help him along to a team standings lead after race 1 in Group B. Max Benneker delivers again, just over 2 seconds in front of Thibaut Casabon to win the first race at Fuji, and Group B is going to be led by Maus in a narrow opening race here in RENNSPORT R1. What a fantastic opening race, but Max Benneker the one who delivers the race victory.
Yeah, indeed. For Laminac, by the way, a first podium in R1 competition. Obviously, he's done 22 races. He's finished in the top 6 and 8 of them, and now has a podium to his name. This driver, though, slightly different when it comes to the stats and statistics. 103 races in R1, of which 26 of those have been victorious, meaning his victory percentage has just gone up to 25.2%. 1/4 of the races Benneker does, he's victorious. Is that not crazy?
Yeah, that's very nearly one every meeting, if you like. If he does all the races, you know, we do roughly 3 races a day here for these drivers, and that is nearly what Benneker is able to win. So he can join us now, and we'll have a chat with him. Congratulations, Max, on that first race victory. How did it feel to fly the flag for Maus, if you like, and take victory in Group B?
Yeah, thanks a lot. I'm very happy with that first result, obviously. It's still going to be tight, but, you know, it's at least gets rid of a bit of the pressure, you know, because you don't want to start with having to collect the more points in the next round. So let's see how race 2 and 3 goes now, but I think that was a good fight, at least for you guys to watch. I was hoping for a more easy race, but let's see. Should be still more to come, so it'll be fine.
Through that race, me and you were talking about how this might be the tightest group of all 4 of the groups that we have. It does seem as though that was the case, at least at the start of this race, having the battle with both Vitality and Falcons as well with yourself. Is that how you feel as well? Do you think this is potentially the tightest group in that sense, maybe even like the toughest because of that tightness?
I wouldn't say so. I think all the groups in the end are very stacked with a lot of premium drivers. So I wouldn't say that. I don't think that our group is super stacked compared to, for example, Group A, or also what we've seen in Group C. I mean, the qualifying times were pretty good there as well, and pretty stacked. So don't want to take any credit off other drivers. I still think all of the races, no matter what group you're in, are going to be tight, just because you have a long straight where you can overtake, even if you're like 4 tenths behind. Starting the start-finish line. So races are always tight. Qualifying is a different story, obviously, with just 1 lap, but I wouldn't say that our group is the tightest of them all.
Well, either way, you are top in the group. So congratulations, Max. A great victory, a 26th one in R1. I'm sure we'll be seeing a few more of you taking victory this evening.
Hopefully, yeah. Thanks, guys.
There we go. Max Benneker on top once again, Ewan. Incredible stuff.
Yeah, he's an incredible driver, Max Benneker, and he's delivered again here in R1. Let's have a look at how he did it here with the highlights from race 1 in Group B. It was a big dive down the inside from Thibaut Casabon, perhaps assisted as he got into the side of Benneker, but they come out absolutely side by side and had a good battle throughout. This was the moment that Falcons are going to want to forget. Premislav Lemonet getting into the back of Pavlovsky, who then accidentally hit into Tatela and spun himself around through turn 6. This went on just in the background of it as well. Jakub Masiewski having not a good start to the day. It was also Vitality on Vitality, which I didn't spot down there as well, as teammates making contact. I think that might have been Chintik into Toman, although I'm not sure. Side by side for the lead was a constant here between Benneker and Casabon. That was Benneker taking the lead. Casabon would take it back a little bit later on. Further back in the pack, Maus versus Vitality would continue. This is the reason they're only a few points apart heading out of the team's standings for the first race, because they were side by side all day. There's Casabon retaking the lead, by the way. A little bit close in terms of giving space on the outside to Benneker, but you can see there Tatela's presence making the battle for the race lead on each occasion fairly short-lived. That's Moritz Lerner getting shoulder barred by, I think, Masiewski. Wiśniewski down towards the back end of the pack as they fought for the singular point down towards the back end of the field. And eventually, as Max Benneker got away, the battle for second and the big moment of this race transpired. Tattler wasn't quite clear as he turned in for turn 1, and Casabon got into the side of him, losing Falcons a whole load of points. That's why they are over 20 points off of the team standing lead after race 1, which Max Benneker has taken the victory in. 2 seconds will be his gap at the line, with Casabon bringing home Lemonek on the podium. Erhan making it 2 Vitalities in the top 4, but it's 3 Mouses in the top 6 as Yuri Kazdorp, Dennis Schoninger get into the top half. Marcel Cintic, 7th place, needed a better qualifying really from him to go forward in the order, and I'm sure he'll provide that later on. Kamil Pawlowski finished in 8th place ahead of Yuri Toman, Moritz Lerner, Jakub Masiewski and Tumas Tattler down towards the back. What was a very evenly spread race has eventually fallen with Falcons, the one going behind, unfortunately, in this first team's race by the looks of things. Other than that, it was very even.
Certainly was. Honestly, actually, I'd say of all of the races from the group stages thus far, I'd say it's probably one of the best.
It's hard to argue with that, and I think that's what I get that Max probably doesn't want to say that this is probably the tightest group, but maybe his opinion is just different on it. But watching afar, not being part of it, it does just look like this is going to provide the best entertainment of any group we've seen for this round.
Yeah, indeed. That was a highly entertaining race. I'm looking forward to seeing more of it. It is going to be a tough one for them to deal with throughout. And to be fair, Vitality, they're in the run for moving up, that's for sure. Obviously, the points gap there is going to be really, really tight. And Falcons, even despite that right there, yes, that was high drama, but do you remember what happened to them earlier on in the race? They lost an awful lot of points, basically on lap 1. And so, realistically speaking, I could see Falcons jumping back into contention to be the top group of Group B if they get maybe a little bit lucky in the next race. Speaking of next race, though, we've got to be focusing back over onto Group C, where things were very interesting, rather it's easy for some to say, in the first race of the evening, and you can see how close the points are here. It was a victory for BS Competition in the hands of Nikodem Wiśniewski, of course, meaning that they top the group by a single point. Atlassian Williams Sim Racing, though, just 16 points to their name. At the moment, looking like they could be potentially dropping down into Group D.
Yes, it's looking like that for the moment, but still 2 races to go. I think what's worth remembering here is that the maximum point score for any of these teams in one race is 74, and the maximum you can gain on another team, because obviously you can't score 0, is 68. So just bear that in mind when you look at these standings. If any team is within 68 of the lead, then they can leave the day with promotion if you get all 4 positions at the top. And we have seen that happen before. It sounds like it would never happen at 1, 2, 3, 4, but we literally saw it happen nearly a year ago. So it's very possible. And if any one team does that, then they're, I think, as good as promoted straight away.
Yeah, indeed. This is going to be very, very interesting. But we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, penalties was the big talking point of the group earlier, especially with that incident coming in for Jack Keithley, making a move outside of track. It was won the race on the road, and I have commentated on Jack. I've raced in the same server as Jack. Obviously, not raced against. Like let's be realistic here. For the last 12 years, right? I know how good Jack Keithley is, and I know the kind of driver he is. Trust me, the issue there and the penalty there, he'll be really annoyed by that. That will do one thing for Jack Keithley. That will fire him up. If there was, he is going to be throwing everything at this qualifying session in this race to bounce back immediately, to take the victory and to show exactly what he's about.
I think that is the key for that whole team now, really. Jack Keithley's firing on all cylinders here in this race. Then they're going to have a very good chance of at least staying in Group C, if not getting up into Group B, which would be absolutely fantastic for TC Racing. But I think the problem for Keithley could be if he lets that overwhelm everything else and gets involved in another incident in this race. Is that going to have a snowball effect for the final race as well? Because as I say, TC Racing absolutely need him desperately to do well here, and so he's got to have a good performance here and stay out of the penalties in race 2.
Tico van der Velde, then the first driver to take us for a little bit of a run around the Fuji Speedway here in qualifying. First sector is all right. Norm, I think they probably should be about a 10th faster. That's a little bit awkward though on the exit of the hairpin, running out a touch wide. And obviously aiming for victory, aiming for a pole position, aiming for some decent points for Williams. They need it now because they've dropped so many points in that first race.
Yeah, they certainly do. As I mentioned, they've won 1, 2, 3 and 4 before. They could very much do it again, although they do have different drivers this time round. Almost all their drivers are different compared to when they managed that. So it is going to be a challenge as Tinko van der Velde now makes his way through the final few corners. And this is the penultimate one. Just getting himself now a little bit wide, set up for that final turn. That late apex that you so often need through this circuit and that final sector. And he now punches his way up towards the line. The ACC driver primarily over here on RENNSPORT, looking to get Williams up into at least second place by the end of this second race of the day for Group C. Over the line for Tinko van der Velde. And it's a 36.6 to get us started. A very solid starting point for us.
Yeah, that 36.6. I mean, it would have been good enough for about 7th position on the grid. Tinko van der Velde qualified 6th in the previous race. We're running about the same kind of pace that we were running in the previous race. Gregor Schill, though, the next one to come across the line, ended up finishing in 7th position. But of course, did start from the rear end of the field after a qualifying ban. This is actually the first qualifying lap that we're seeing from the BS competition driver, who did get really much into the wars in the previous race. It's good enough, though, to move him up onto provisional pole position with a 36.6. I think we're aiming really for a 36.4 for the pole position in this race.
Looks like it's going to be somewhere around there, and maybe Kike Oliveira can deliver it. It's purple so far in sector number 2 as he looks to overhaul his teammate there, Gregor Schill. And based on experience so far in RENNSPORT, you'd expect him to be able to do so as well. Kike Oliveira then fires up towards the line. Not much to do from here as he waits for the time to pop up. 36.5, it is indeed fastest so far.
Well, Nikodem Wisniewski, what a victory it was. Obviously, a little bit earlier on in the evening from the rear end of the field. He wants to go slightly better than that. It was a disconnection that failed him from the previous qualifying session, and so he had to start from the rear of the field. Last to first challenge was activated, and it was completed as well. We've seen his teammates come across the line and go to first and to second at the moment. Can Nikodem Wisniewski go slightly faster, or at least put on a decent time and get around Gregor Schill's time? I think that's where he's going to be slightly ahead of Schill. Oh, just 3,000 a second behind Kike Oliveira.
Very solid from BS competition so far. This is 3 solid times. Very unusual to see all 4 of them going in the first 5, by the way, all 4 in a row, but it is pretty random the way that they set up and go out, so it can happen. Ferris Stanley will look to join them, as I mentioned before, a really ever-improving driver for BS competition, providing more and more points for them as weeks go by. What can he do? Can he get anywhere near his teammates this time round? The answer's no. He's going to be towards the back.
This is just kind of how it goes, by the way. The qualifying, it used to be based on like practice sessions as to which order you would go out in qualifying. Now it's basically a random draw. Look at the TCT. At the moment, we've seen 6 drivers now. We aren't seeing the TCT team until the final 4, and they're going to go as a team in all of those final times. That's crazy. We've already seen all the BS competitions cross the line. Here comes the second of the Williams. Great first sector from Don Blyer, who of course had pole position earlier on in the evening with a 36.4. That isn't a 36.4. In fact, it's about a tenth slower than where he was. He set a 4.34, and that is a 5.43 for Don Blyer.
The fact that van der Velde is the only one who hasn't gone with his teammates is so slightly nearly perfect. It's very annoying, I must say.
Yeah.
But
very frustrating.
That's the kind of thing that would really annoy both of us. But anyway, we're going to have to get over that. So Daniel Pastor makes his way up towards the line here. Purple middle sector. This is a good time for Pastor. Also an improving driver, by the way. For someone who hasn't been with us since the very start, that is a lap time to be happy with for Daniel Pastor.
Yeah, that would have been good enough for the front row in the previous race. Again, that pole time in the previous one was a 36.434. The driver who started in the front row alongside him was Ferris Stanley, who set a 36.541. So Daniel Pastor with a 4.99. Only the second 0.4 of the evening here in Group C. Tobias Pfeffer then, the next one up towards the line. He's just seen his teammate go on to pole position, and can he settle a decent final sector? Only good enough for 5th place at the moment on the row alongside Don Blyer at the moment.
I'd be pretty annoyed if I was only 66 thousandths off pole to be 5th, but that's the way of these sessions sometimes here in RENNSPORT. Out now into the TC racing drivers. Big pressure on these guys, knowing what they have to beat as well. Might be a bit of extra pressure that they could have done without. Maybe it's going to be that motivation that gets them up towards the front where they need to be at the end of this qualifying session. Nicholas Mateo, first of all, will lead the line so far for the Mercedes team. Over the line, 36.9.
Slowest of the session so far. Jack Keithley bitterly disappointed after the previous race. Keithley was where he crossed the line in first position, got dropped back down the order, what he feels is undeservedly so after an overtake off of the racing surface out towards the line. He's going to go. I don't think it's going to be a great time from him. Might be good enough. Well, I was going to say it might be good enough for like the second or third row, but again, considering how tight those times are, I'm not sure it will be. It's going to be around where Tinko van der Velde is as he crosses the line. It's a 6:09, so just ahead, in fact, of Gregor Schill.
110 thousandths off, but 6th place. It's ridiculous at the moment at the front of this field with the amount of 5s and 6s going on in the midfield. Torlassi will do well to get into that region of the field now, I think, with the sector times so far, and probably Coco Lopez is the same. If they can race smart through turn 1 as they did in race 1, they will be in the money, I think, here. TT Racing again as Torlassi now makes his way over the line. 36.7, only 10th place.
Coco Lopez then, the final time to come through. He was a great assistance to the TC team in the previous race where he was desperately trying to hang on and keep the BS Competition and Williams teams at bay earlier on the race before dropping back down the order, struggled to pace late on, but still I think it was basically a champion's effort to try and keep those at bay considering the lack of experience comparatively here on the RENNSPORT platform. These sector times though, they're not looking great. It looks like it's going to be around Augustin Torlassi, even slower than that, drop back onto the final row. So it's TC running in third to last, in second to last, and in last position. But it's this driver here, Daniel Pagelsdorp, on pole position, getting his hairy legs in the middle of our cameras. Get out of it.
Thanks for that. I didn't notice beforehand, so thanks for that. It's exactly what Williams needed. They're at the bottom end of the standings coming into this one, and they need to gain some points, especially on TC Racing and BS Competition, to get into the picture for promotion, or indeed just staying in Group C, which might have to be the goal this afternoon. We'll see what their goal is adjusted to be when we get to race 3, but pole position's a very good start, and as we've seen, it's not a surefire thing that you're going to be sent to the back of the pack every time if you're on pole, as we saw in the last race.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, that's a very important pole position for Williams, and for a team that absolutely desperately needs to have they need to be the winning team, not only the winning team across the line for the race victory, but the one that's outscoring the rest of them, the team that is the lead team coming out of this round. They really need to throw themselves right amongst that group, and that's going to be a tall order considering the gap to that group behind. But yeah, it's not going to be an easy one for Williams. They need 2 perfect races basically to potentially progress through. They need a really good race just to even survive in this group.
I wouldn't say they need 2 perfect races to get promoted. They do need a bit of luck on their side maybe as well, that could carry them there. As I mentioned before, any 1, 2, 3 and 4 would see you promoted, I think, from these 2 groups, and that will just be the end of it. But Williams certainly do need to get... There's no doubt they can't afford a race like what they had earlier, but I think what happened to them in race 1, to be honest, was very unusual. I mean, how many times have we seen all the teammates in one race caught up in the same crash in the way that we saw there? It was very odd. Yeah,
absolutely. It was a picture-worthy moment, not from a positive perspective, but I'm sure it would look great on social media regardless. As yeah, it is what it is. The thing is, you've got to put that behind you now. You've had that moment, but if you're going into the race expecting the same thing, feeling that level of nervous again, it's only going to backfire.
Yeah. Why, by the way, does Torlassi not put both headphones on? Someone do that when he was driving as well.
Maybe that. See, now you've noticed. Cracking point. His headphones are so far forward.
That's what I mean. Why? What's the advantage for that?
No, they're actually just really, really long headphones. They just fit how you get surround sound on headphones. I'm so sorry. We do always say if when the webcams are rolled out, we're gonna judge.
Sorry. I shouldn't really. I know these people are self-conscious anyway. I shouldn't really.
That's true.
I shouldn't be saying things like that, but anyway, it's too late. I thought I didn't think before I spoke as normal, so it's just come out, and that's the end of it. There'll be the team looking to race smart again through turn number 1. It's be those drivers towards the back end of the field for TC Racing, who did a good job in the last race to race to where they were, but they've got to repeat that here, and in some ways they are hoping for turn 1 chaos again, which is certainly not guaranteed.
Well, turn one chaos is not guaranteed. Is that what you just said?
I mean, the last race, I wouldn't call it chaos at all.
Well, you wouldn't call Thibaut Casbon being tapped on the rear end, basically straight into the side of the front row. That wasn't? No,
that's not carnage. That's
it's not carnage. It's a little chaotic.
Yeah, but it's not the same. It wasn't possible for Nikodem Wisniewski or whoever was starting 12th in that race to come through and win in the same way.
Also, didn't some of the Williams get spun off? Oh, sorry, that was in this row. Oh my God, it's all blending into one. No, it was Vitality. That's right, Falcons. I can speak. It was Falcons that were spun around with a hairpin with themselves. Yeah, fair enough. Look, I think it is a guarantee. I think drama in this is a guarantee. I will say it right now. Someone is facing backwards out turn one.
Okay.
It might be me.
So someone's going to fall off their chair as we watch this start of the race. Let's see.
Yeah, indeed. So the starting grid for the second race of Group C at the moment, with 1 point separating the top two teams, and Williams very far off of it. They need a good result here. At the moment, they're in a good position to do so. Coco Lopez, Nicolas Matteo, and Augustin Tolashi will be starting 12th, 11th, and 10th for the TC team before we get the BS competition of Ferris Stanley in 9th. Tinko van der Elden first. The Williams will be starting from 8th position, with Gregor Schill starting from 7th. Then the top 6 on the grid. Jack Keithley crossed the line as victor earlier on in the day before having that victory stripped from him, with Tobias Pfeffer in 5th position. Don Blyer in 4th position, with Nikodem Wisniewski the winner earlier on for BS competition. Kaiki Oliveira starting from 2nd place, and the pole position is Daniel Pastor. Watch Don Blyer to go from 4th position to get very aggressive down into that first corner. We do see 4th position. It's the inside line, and it's that second row, and that has been quite handy for trying to make a move for the race lead from what we've seen so far.
Yeah, it has been. I think being in that top 4 anywhere has been sort of the benchmark. If you think, I've had a good qualifying, I think you'd say that yes, for anyone inside the top 4, certainly 1st, 2nd and 4th, for the reasons that you described. Being on the inside line there for John Blyer is going to be a big advantage, and Williams are well placed in the way that their cars are positioned. They are well placed to have a good points haul here, but so are BS competition after all. It's TC Racing who are the ones needing to make up places in towards turn 1. Maybe that is where the carnage is going to come from.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. 10 laps will go back onto the board, and I don't know. This is going to be a really tough one for anyone. This is probably going to be a tough one to watch. Who knows? Might be a very exciting one. We'll have to wait and see. Let's see if Don Blyer will go on the attack down into that first corner, whether he'll be assisted from the 3rd row of the grid. Tobias Pfeffer potentially throwing himself. Maybe the Williams leader will be able to come through and hold on to the race lead at the front. What I do know is there's going to be some form of drama into that first corner. Nikodem Wisniewski with a good start from the 2nd row of the grid, instantly getting over to his teammate to assist Kaiki Oliveira on the race down into the first corner, giving a little bit of a bump draft, giving a little bit of slipstream as they head their way down. Kaiki Oliveira with the inside line. There goes Nikodem Wisniewski to make it a BS competition 1 and 2. Big slide for an exit of the corner coming in from Daniel Pastor to allow Don Blyer to go through. And yes, Ewan O'Leary, I was completely wrong. Well, never mind.
Well, let's see if we get through lap 1 first of all before we get too excited, because it's 3 wide in the midfield. Van der Velde holds off Matteo and Schill. Matteo's very wide through there. That's not good news for him. He's going to have Ferris Stanley down his inside now, although that will turn to the outside, ready for turn number 6. This has been a very calm start, but a great start for BS competition, who lead 1 and 2.
Yeah, it really has been a good start. I mean, look, for Williams, they need to be making sure that BS competition are not scoring well. TC, fair enough, they aren't scoring well at the moment, but look at that points gap for BS competition. 35 points clear of Williams, who will be jumping ahead of TC at the moment, courtesy of the poor points haul they're grabbing at the moment. Ferris Stanley losing out of position here to Nicolas Matteo, who's going right on the attack of BS competition. Picked off 1, picked off 2. Squeezes out, though, on the exit of the corner. Gregor Schill as Nicolas Matteo, who then fires one straight back to the inside.
Yeah, this is Schill again on the defensive, and we saw in race 1 that he's quite hard to pass. It's going to be the same again for Matteo, and even more complicated is that Ferris Stanley is going to be involved in here as well, trying to get past them. So this could very soon be a battle for 8th place behind the battle for the top 7 places that go off up into the distance. Williams won't mind that because they've got all 4 of their cars inside the top 7 right now, but at the moment they're going to need to see where the places are going to come from. Right here you can see where TC Racing and BS competition are going to get their places from. It's Matteo, who looks to the outside of Schill, and Stanley, who was trying to get past Matteo as well, in towards turn 1 at the start of lap 2.
Yeah, indeed. That's a straight around the. That's a brilliant move from Nicholas Matteo, trying to drag his way up the order for the TC team, trying to score them some decent points. And that was a quality move of. Well, high order. I mean, that was honestly very impressive. Straight around the outside of Gregor Schill, and the battle that he had with Ferris Stanley earlier on was pretty handy as well. At the moment, though, it's still a 1-2 for BS competition. I think Nikodem Wisniewski is going to try and do all the work for the team to build a bit of a gap between Kaiki Oliveira and Dom Blyer to maybe allow Kaiki Oliveira to clear away into the distance, because basically at the moment, BS competition, if the race finishes as it is, it's not going to, but if it were to finish as it is, BS competition have basically one hand on moving up.
You'd say so. We'll have to try and figure out how many points they require as well, but that could get complicated. I might not do that, just for my sanity. But it's a great start for Kaiki Oliveira and for Nikodem Wisniewski as well. Don't forget, Wisniewski was the winner in the opening race of the day here in Group C, taking his first victory of the season, and at the time becoming the 14th different winner in 2025. Since then, we've had Max Benneker adding his name to that growing list of drivers now as well. But Kaiki Oliveira will look to do the same, and at the moment, he's looking comfortable. When you've got two leaders of the same team running 1 and 2, it's very difficult with Dom Blyer here in third place to see a way past for the moment.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, look, with BS competition, I say, running in that first set, they'll be controlling it. Here comes a look to the inside. Tobias Pfeffer trying to make a move on Jack Keithley. That was for 5th position as he was trying to work his way to the inside. Keithley, though, holds firm around the outside. Now with the inside line being taken from Tobias Pfeffer, he's got the outside line as they work their way into turn 3. A little bit of a brush between the pair of them, a little bit of contact, and a big slide coming in from Keithley, who's just about able to squeeze his way across and holds on to the top 5 at the moment. But he's got a duo of Williams in Tobias Pfeffer and Tinko van der Velde all over the rear end. Just 3 points separate these two teams at the moment, and that's the 3 points that will decide at present staying in this group or relegation back to Group D.
And this at the moment would change things here for Pfeffer, putting things in an even more comfortable position for Williams as TC Racing start to struggle. Inside line for Keithley, the best placed of those team drivers. He is defending well so far. Oh, and it's close. Contact. Now the teammates are side by side, but look at who's catching up in behind. All 3 of Keithley's teammates in effect benefiting from this, because now Nicholas Matteo's onto the back of Van der Velde. This battle all of a sudden got a whole lot more interesting as 2/3 of this field work through the final sector all together. They are absolutely crawling over on top of each other, and TC Racing are looking to make the moves down the inside for Matteo. This would give him the place, and it would put TC Racing ahead of Williams if Matteo can make this pass stick.
Nicholas Matteo is not shy of trying to make some moves here around the Fuji Speedway. Could not complete the move there on Tinko van der Velde, but I think the big thing for TC at the moment is they've got a little bit of a problem coming in for Jack Keithley. As the outside Tobias Pfeffer is going to go down in the first corner. Meanwhile, Nicholas Matteo is trying to get to the outside of Tinko van der Velde. The battle for 5th position out wide. There goes Jack Keithley, and with a beautiful move straight back onto the inside comes Tobias Pfeffer, who moves his way into the top 5 to grow that points gap between Williams and TC.
Well done, Tobias Pfeffer. That was a fantastic move through turn 1. Nice switch back line, and he's comfortably into the top 5, although Keithley is going to continue to keep the pressure on there. Still side by side for 7th here, by the way, between Van der Velde and Matteo as well, on the tight line on the way towards turn 6. That's quite a lot of room given by Van der Velde, but not the worst thing in the world through this corner. He's just going to be tucked in behind, though, as Gregor Schill now will try and maybe take both of them. He's on the outside now, across these flat-out right-handed kinks in the straight, down in towards turn 10. Will Van der Velde dive on the brakes again here on Matteo? He certainly will into this awkward chicane. Oh, and Schill forgot almost where the corner was there. Jumped straight over the inside curb, and now he's on the outside of Tinko van der Velde.
Yeah, that was Schill just trying to basically set things up a few corners in advance to maybe sneak his way past Tinko van der Velde. He wasn't trying to make it 3 wide off of that little hairpin into the chicane. But still, he will have to remain in 9th position. So whilst 2 BS competition cars are scoring very healthily, the other 2 not so much. Gregor Schill, Ferris Stanley at the moment running in 9th and 10th position. If they can find their way into this battle up the order, then BS competition will be looking almost unpassable in race number 3 for the group, which will be coming up in about an hour or so's time. As there comes a look to the inside, the defensive line coming in from Nicholas Matteo, Tinko van der Velde straight around there, and almost, yeah, he's basically clear by the time they get into T1, but obviously straight back to the inside comes Nicholas Matteo.
He's not going to have the run on the exit though. Van der Velde is very much going to hold on to that, and he'll have the inside at 2 as well. If he can shut the door, or 3 rather, if he can shut the door at the exit of this, then he'll have the plays pretty easily, because the long right-hander's coming up afterwards as well. He's got to be careful though. Shutting the door's risky there on Matteo, who did keep his nose alongside, and now he's through. Here comes Gregor Schill as well. He's not going to let this one go easily. As now in towards turn 6, he'll have a go. Not quite. There's contact. That's going to be Matteo wide. It's all going to kick off now in towards turn 10.
That was Tinko van der Velde straight into the rear end of Nicolas Matteo. Thankfully, they was able to basically stop the charge of Gregor Schill, allow Nicolas Matteo to come back onto the road without any other drama. So they remain in their positions without anything more wild happening. Defensive line coming in from Tinko van der Velde. Gregor Schill can't do anything about it. It's going to be single file up and into the Snaky S's section as they prepare to finish the halfway point of this race. 5 laps down, 5 laps to go when they hit the line this time by.
And you can see here that Matteo's strength certainly is in terms of race pace and in terms of side-by-side racing. He is very strong at making up positions once he's in the race, but I'm afraid for qualifying, TC Racing are only really relying on Jack Keithley. I'm afraid 6th place isn't quite good enough for the moment for them. They are dropping down to the back as things stand, as they work their way onto the front straight. This might be the first time where there is no side-by-side in this group, although we're only halfway down. Suppose it could happen later on. This is in towards turn 1 for the leaders, and Dominic Blyer, who has got periodically closer to the 2 leaders.
Yeah, bit by bit he's dragged his way back in after pulling clear of Daniel Pajtor. Tobias Pfeffer having to deal with Jack Keithley in the background as well. Daniel Pajtor's in for a pretty boring final 5 laps of this race as he stares at the top 3 who are getting ready to do battle. Obviously Nikodem Wisniewski will do everything he possibly can to keep this point score the way it is. We were saying about like streaks and stuff beginning. Because at this point of the competition, the only thing that matters is team points. Drivers' points mean nothing right now. It's only team points that they care about and pride. So for Nikodem Wisniewski, for example, there is no benefit to the team whatsoever to have Nikodem Wisniewski ahead of Kaiki Oliveira at the moment. There is no reason for them to switch. And there is like, it put your egos to one side, and I'm sure they will. And this is why like race win streaks are probably quite unlikely at this point from a consistent basis. Because if you're in this kind of scenario and you're this way round, Nikodem Wisniewski's only target is to stay behind Kaiki Oliveira and to make sure that Dominic Blyer does not get a chance to go for the race victory for Williams.
Yeah, and 2 things on that as well. First of all, it'd be quite risky to change them over, even if they wanted to anyway. I think that could really allow Blyer into the fight if they actually tried to do that. But second of all, just from knowing Nikodem for a couple of years, he's very likely to set his ego aside. You know, for a driver of his quality, he is very much lacking on the ego side of things, and he's very willing to help his teammates out right now. That's exactly what's happening here. He pushes Kaiki Oliveira, but that doesn't alleviate pressure. It still allows Dominic Blyer to the inside.
Yeah, there goes Wisniewski then trying to fend off Blyer as they head their way down into turn 3. It looks like this might work out in favour of Wisniewski as he commits onto the brakes. A little bit of contact between the 2 of them. Blyer's gone straight off the road. Wisniewski gives him the room to rejoin. More hip checks between the 2 of them. It's the ex-Williams driver versus the current one, as Dom Blyer might be able to come through here. He did have to exceed track limits there, but I think he was decision. Oh, there's a big spin! There was contact between the 2 of them, and Nikodem Wisniewski has gone round. He's collected Dom Blyer as well, and this could open up things for Williams.
Group C just got a whole lot more interesting as BS Competition plummet in the points. Look at that, 8 points now the gap between BS Competition and Williams. TC Racing only 13 points behind as well. Kaiki Oliveira is going to be left there to fend for himself. That's going to be fine because he's got 2.5 seconds, but the other teams are going to be scrambling now, especially BS Competition. 3 drivers in the bottom 5.
That was wild. Yeah, maybe a little bit ambitious there for Wisniewski to try and leave it down the inside of Dom Blyer, but all that has done is it has blown this group wide open. Williams now scoring excellently, and they were very comfortably the 3rd team of this group in the point standings coming into it. Now 13 points separates the top 3, and that is how quickly this group phase can change when it comes to those points in the dynamic groups. This is wild, as here comes Nicolas Matteo to try and outscore Dom Blyer, and we'll see if he can make a move. Blyer obviously trying to recover and try and get himself back sorted in his eye on the prize. Meanwhile, here comes Matteo straight to the outside.
So this would move TC Racing just 1 point behind Williams, by the way, if he's able to get this pass done, but he's not this time round. And he's got Van der Velde right behind him as well, which could be a problem. He will just tuck back into line, though, here by the looks of things. Oh, hello. just about clearing time. And so that will be 6th place for Matteo. That, as you say, that is exactly how quickly things can change. That is why it is still so exciting. Even if it doesn't look so close, it is still absolutely nerve-wracking for all of these teams. And now Wisniewski is trying to regain some of those places. He puts the pressure onto Van der Velde in towards turn 6.
Well, that's what Fuji's like. Wait until Jeddah next week. Things are going to be crazy. I am expecting to see, honestly, overwhelming chaos and then probably 5 to 10 laps of unreal boredom because everyone's already crashed and separated them. Who knows? I mean, all I know is it's going to be very exciting when it comes to the points and who's scoring well when it comes to Jeddah. It'll be interesting. Let's take a look then at this instance. So Wisniewski will be on the inside of the hairpin.
Who is at fault for this one is really going to be the one. I can't decide personally. It's a bit of side-to-side contact right at the sort of most vulnerable moment, really, in towards turn 6. They're right unloaded there, just as you turn in. I can't decide, really, what to make of that.
So, so basically what was there, obviously they were still side by side in the braking zone. Blyer moves over to the right-hand side following the racing line. And this is the problem with that corner. If you've ever raced this circuit, ever raced a circuit like Druids, Brands Hatch rather, the corner Druids, Brands Hatch, the braking zone for some of these corners is diagonal across the circuit. And that's kind of what Blyer did. As soon as he got on the brakes, the wheel was turning left following what would be the normal racing line to take the apex into the hairpin. And as he'd done so, obviously, Wisniewski was braking in effectively a straight line, and the two have met. It's a really difficult one. Like you say, it's not easy. I'd almost say it leans a little bit more towards Blyer, but I'm really not sure.
And also, I think when you're on that tight inside line there, you're sort of almost discoordinated a little bit with where you normally are, and the braking zone's a little bit less easy to find. Your turning point is a little bit less easy to find. I know these are still great drivers, but even so, you can be very, very disorientated by being all the way over on that side of the road, side by side with somebody in a battle for second place. That's a very tough one to call. I wouldn't be surprised to see the stewards leave that one alone and let the drivers fight it out for themselves out there on the circuit. We'll see what happens, if anything, there. But it's a very, very difficult one to call. I would say that, you know, neither of them have a real big case to answer for there anyway.
No, indeed. I have actually raced Nikodem Wisniewski around this circuit. It was in the Virtual Tour.
Yes.
I don't know if you remember. Yeah, back in a long time ago. That was 10 years ago now, just to make me feel really, really old. I both raced him. I mean, we finished second and they finished a lap ahead of us, miles away in the pouring wet. It was the first time I saw Nikodem Wisniewski on the road, and yeah, he's been winning ever since. Straight to the inside comes Nicolas Matteo, as he'll try and get past Don Blyer at the first corner as we start the final lap of the race. Drifts out wide from the apex, makes contact with the Williams driver, pushes him out wide and works his way through into 5th position. I'll have to stick it around the outside at turn 2 though. That might have been a little bit over the line of the rules at turn 1, but still, they're still side by side.
Oh, they are, and well, this could get difficult now. This is exactly how the battle between Blyer and Wisniewski started. Let's hope it doesn't end the same way as they go side by side in towards turn 6. This could be a chance for Van der Velde, but it's nice braking on the outside from Matteo. He's held his own very well there on the outside. Oh, and he's still alongside, is he? Just about on the way towards turn 10. This is a great chance for him to get into the top 5.
It could drag in, though, Tinko van der Velde, who could get assisted by his teammate to work his way up the order. Still down the inside, though, of Dominic Blyer is Nicolas Matteo, as they send it now into the hairpin, through the chicane, and out into the final sector. Finally, Don Blyer confirmed himself in 5th position, but not before a look to the inside coming in from the TC driver. Look at Nikodem Wisniewski with a move on Tinko van der Velde to secure some more points, potentially, for BS competition here at the top of the point scores. Still side by side, Tinko van der Velde having a bit of a move on the braking as the car was dancing around. Is there any opportunity for Nicolas Matteo to potentially work his way back into the top 5 as Nikodem Wisniewski is able to hang on? It's going to be a 3rd victory, though, in R1 competition for Kaiki Oliveira. His 85th race, or 86th race, rather, is that his victory in dominant fashion, but not without its drama. It's one of those ones, the result of the race and what looks to be on that leaderboard does not do this race any justice. That was crazy scenes, but Kaiki Oliveira is your winner.
How is he going to be feeling at the moment, knowing that he's done the business himself, taking race victory and getting a new winner onto our list for 2025, but his teammates not able to back him up there, if you like, with that second race. Very, very interesting indeed. That final race is going to be an absolute barnstormer now in Group C. We said it was the less evenly matched of the two groups. It might actually be closer than what Group B is heading into the final race. What a bizarre set of circumstances.
So what we're saying is Max Benneker was probably right. He did say that, maybe Group B wasn't the closest. All of the groups have their own difficulties. They're all insanely close, and he's probably right. Look, honestly, the fact that race, and this is the thing with the dynamic group phase and how this group section works with all 4 cars out on the circuit. It looked so comfortable, so controlled for BS competition until very quickly it wasn't.
Yeah, it can change so quickly. And it's not only about BS competition losing the points, but actually all the points that were gained by Williams and TC Racing as they all came through. So, just amazing race and a great setup now for that final race, what we're going to see in Group C in a few moments' time. I wouldn't be surprised if one team goes from first place in promotion place to last place and out by the end of the evening in the same race in race 3. That's what I'm kind of expecting from that last race.
Yeah, indeed. I'm sure it's going to be hugely dramatic. Someone who was able to come through the drama unscathed is Kaiki Oliveira. Obviously, a victory there, Kaiki. That's obviously great for you, great for the team. But it wasn't without its drama behind. Obviously, you were running 1 and 2, Nikodem Wisniewski up there. Did your heart sink when you saw Wisniewski spin round, considering the important position it is for the team?
Yeah, first of all, good evening. Hi to everyone. Hi, Iwan and Lewis. Yeah, of course, it is great to win, but it's bittersweet, because we were just like working together so nicely, and we were getting a very nice tally of points that would position us in a more comfortable scenario. Of course, we need to see the final results, but in the last race. But yeah, just glad to capitalize and win again, and just happy to bring the most points now. Yeah.
How much communication goes on between the teammates, your teammates, across the different races? If the unofficial result to be believed, you're only 13 points above third place, which is extremely close going into the final race. How much do you talk to each other about that between the races?
Yeah, we really strategize, especially after quali. We have like quick thinking on what we need to work on how aggressive we start if you're at the back, evaluate where we are in the track to really tactically attack and capitalize on everywhere. So we are very communicative on that part, but again, it's like we say inside, it's a war, so I was fortunate enough to win this race, but the first race I got spun and Gregor saved me, and the first lap was chaos. So it is what it is. It's like everybody says, it's the jungle, but I'm just thankful enough to be in the win, and just thanks to BS Plus Competition, BMW, thanks to you guys, RENNSPORT, and just looking forward to reset and drive as fast as we can for the last race.
Kaiki, it's great to see you winning again. I'm hopeful that we'll see it again in the near future as well.
Yeah. Looking forward to it. Thanks, guys.
Kaiki Oliveira, one of the happiest chappies out on the grid. He's a great lad, isn't he? Great laugh. And this is how he won. Let's take a look at the highlights, of course, from the race. Inside, as they head their way down into turn 1, it was Wisniewski who was able to work his way through from the second row up into second position and was able to help Oliveira secure that victory. But of course, it wasn't without drama behind, as they would do battle throughout the entirety of the race. The two BS competition teammates, though, Gregor Schill, Ferris Stanley, both of those a little bit further down the order, doing battle with the TC drivers who'd started on the final 3 positions of the grid. Nicholas Matteo doing a great job to work his way forward and up the order. Contact between Jack Keithley and the Williams believer Dom Blyer as they would head their way through turn 3, and a bit of a slide between them as TC cars being Jack Keithley and Nicholas Matteo doing battle with those towards the rear end of the Williams contingent in the race. And this battle would basically take them all the way up to the checkered flag, allowing BS competition as well to rejoin this fight in the form of Gregor Schill, all battling in the final 8 positions effectively of the race. The top 4 had checked out, and this was the battle from 5th on back. Plenty of great racing there, and plenty of great racing up towards the front. A look to the inside as they would fight over the race lead. Don Blyer trying to fend off Nikodem Wisniewski. Contact between the pair of them, brushing between the pair of them, and then this huge moment in the race. Wisniewski would have the inside run. They would both make a little bit of contact, and they would both go for a bit of a spin right in front of their teammates. And yeah, it was a little bit dramatic there. Nikodem Wisniewski coming out in 8th position, Don Blyer coming out in 5th after all that. Provisional race results then sees Kaiki Oliveira, the BS competition driver, in 1st position, secure 25 points for the Zebras. And then, of course, it's Daniel Pajtor and Tobias Pfeffer for the Atlassian Williams Esports sim racing team, 2nd and 3rd position. Jack Keithley in 4th with Don Blyer, and then Nicholas Mateo for TC in 6th position, before we get Atlassian Williams of Tinko van der Velde in 7th position. Then a trio of BS competitions, the herd coming across the line in 8th, 9th and 10th. Wisniewski, Schill, Stanley, with Augustin Tolashi and Keiko Lopez down in 11th and 12th, bringing the entire group incredibly close together when it comes to the points.
Certainly does. What a final race we're going to have in Group C, but I suspect it's going to be very, very similar in Group B as we look ahead to race number 2 of that competition as well. What a night we're having here so far. I feel like it has been closer than what we saw last week, to be honest, and the drama in the final race already is going to be absolutely fantastic, but still so much to look forward to, so much to appreciate from this circuit as well. I think this Fuji race at Speedway has really played a big part in what we've seen tonight.
Yeah, indeed. By the way, drama already, as they've already crossed the line in that group, receiving the note of a 5-second time penalty for Don Blyer after that incident with Nikodem Wisniewski. And thanks to Philip Van Duffel, who's sent me some updated points already. He's quite good, isn't he? Being a bit of a race engineer. BS
his
competition. Is that his maths?
Yeah.
Yeah, no way. I'm looking at his maths. I'm looking at his spreadsheet. The columns, some of them are a little too wide. I'm not going to lie. He needs to sort out most of that. That's fine. But it would be 83 points for BS competition, 69 points for TC, and 64 points at the moment for Williams. Whether you trust his maths or not is entirely up to you.
I just feel like BS competition are a bit further ahead than I remember, if I'm honest with you. But
that's because of the penalty, yeah.
But because of the penalties, we're fine. Yeah. No, I'll trust his maths. You know, he's smarter than me, so I'm not going to argue with him about that. It's a good place for BS competition to be in, and it makes you wonder a little bit. Actually, I get that, you know, Bly wouldn't have had that penalty if there hadn't been that incident, but nevertheless, I think they would have taken BS competition if you give them the option. The situation they've got now, or the situation they had before Nikodem's spin, I think they would take the one before. But obviously, you don't get to choose quite like that.
God, he did not like me judging his spacing on that. Well, I won't read the next message, but you know, well,
I can imagine.
We'll just yeah, it's fine. Either way, let's focus our attention here on Group B once again. It was Max Benneker here who looking at that was victorious earlier on in the day. 50 points for the Mouse team, with 31 and 27 for Vitality and Falcons, respectively. Very close to that final position inside this group, and the one that we're moving down into Group C. But do remember, of course, top from this team moves up, top from this group moves up into Group A, of course. But the important bit here, Ewan, is we've just seen how quickly the points can change around, and we've not even had qualifying yet. So trust me, that 19-point margin for Mouse, that 50 points that they have, it can chop and change very quickly.
Exactly. They can score a minimum of 6 in this race and be at the back very quickly. So they'll absolutely look to avoid that. The chances of that happening, very, very unlikely. And indeed, in the format in which all the drivers are driving at the same time that we've had in RENNSPORT, we haven't seen that happen. Although we've seen a 1, 2, 3, 4. We haven't seen a 9, 10, 11, 12, which is to be avoided by all of these teams. I think Falcons are the one who are going to be looking to bounce back most, because their star drivers, if you like, Jakub Bastiewski and Tumas Tatler, both of whom have taken a victory so far this season, in 2025, that is, in R1. They didn't do so well in the first race in Group B. If they can bounce back, Falcons will be in with a chance of at least staying in the group for next week.
Indeed. Honestly, this is going to be a very fascinating battle, as it will be in Group C in that final race, which will be coming up in around half hour, 40 minutes time. But of course, we do need to keep our eyes focused on this. Qualifying is going to be very, very critical, especially because in this, at least in this group, in the race earlier on the day, qualifying, I would say it didn't decide anything. It didn't decide the order, but it was quite important. It wasn't as chaotic in the opening salvo of the race. It was, of course, that victory from Bennica, which he did do, I believe, was from pole position. It wasn't from pole, with a 36.5, by the way, which is slower than the pole for Group C. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, for race 2, though. Pastoral went quicker than Bennica? Yeah?
It was 0.4s for both pole positions in Group C.
Oh, wow. Okay. I thought Group C was slower than Group B first time around, but I was remembering wrong, clearly. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, you'd imagine it would take 0.4 in this session to get pole, but as you've just said, I mean, and we've seen, maybe it doesn't. Maybe we're not going to see quite that fast of a time from one of these drivers in Group B, but it is weird. And again, it goes back to how close this field is. Even when we had one driver from each team in the 12 spots in one of these races, it's really close across the board. And the same especially happen in these groups, and even across groups, it will start to happen as well. So not particularly surprised to learn that, really. And it shows you that when someone gets promoted into Group B next time out, even going up against Virtus Pro, as they will be, who got demoted from Group A last week, they will still absolutely go toe-to-toe with them. There's no doubt about that.
Certainly so. Well, the first time of this session ready to come in from Lamanek, the first sector, who's already been beaten by Yuri Toman of the Vitality team. Out towards the line, though, for Falcons. Lamanek will be the one to cross the line. Ended up qualifying in third position in the previous session. His second sector has already been taken off by Yuri Toman. A 36.761 in the previous attempt of this qualifying, obviously, back in race number 1. That would have been good enough only for 8th.
I think it might be that or worse here this time round for Lemon M, unfortunately, who is the first onto the board this time round. It's Falcons, Vitality, then Mouse to begin with. A nice split across the teams, and it's Yuri Toman who will look towards the line here first of all. Not, I'm afraid, a good race first time round for him, particularly as Vitality look to go through the field. Again, not a brilliant qualifying for him. 0.7 there. Dennis Schoeninger, you'd imagine, will go quicker.
I will say with the Vitality, obviously we saw Hanyovsky with a blurry camera as well. Yuri Toman's got a blurry camera. Clearly for their 5-year anniversary, they have been sponsored by Vaseline. That's fine. Dennis Schoeninger up towards the line. He set a fastest second sector of the session. This will surely be a 0.6, but really we need to see 0.5s out onto the board. That said, in the previous qualifying, there was only 1.5, and that was in the hands of Max Bennica, and it is a 0.5 for Dennis Schoeninger.
That is exactly what you'd expect from Schoeninger. Unfortunately, race 1 for him was really not what you'd expect to see from him, and indeed he's been a lot higher this season. So this is going to be around the pole time. Yoyoski not so bad so far either, as he makes his way towards the line now. Purple in that first sector, and it stood the test of time through Masiewski and Kasdorp as well, which is very positive indeed for Hanyovsky. Over the line now for the Vitality driver. He'd be the best of the team so far, will he? Oh no. Wow, I thought it was going to be better, but no. He is down in last. Wow.
Yeah, they are struggling in that final sector as Masiewski runs out wide and now into the final corner. Yeah, they aren't hooking up that final sector very well. It's obviously very tight, second, third and fourth, all on 0.7s, and an enormous chasm up towards Dennis Schoeninger's time at the top of the session. Here comes Masiewski then out towards the line, tracking about a 10th or so off of... I think this is going to be another 0.7, you know. It might be a low 0.7, but I think it's going to be another one. There it is.
What is happening here? In Group B, very bizarre. Masiewski will be pleased to at least not get a slowdown this time round, I suppose, and be on the board. But this is opening a huge gap for Mouse, because so far 2 Falcons and 2 Vitalities have not been able to go any quicker than a 36.7. And Yuri Kasdorp here could very much help his team by getting himself onto the provisional front row, at least, with even just a 0.6 would be good enough for the moment for Yuri Kasdorp as he brings this session to its halfway point. Oh, it's a 7 as well. He goes to the back.
Any more 7s out there? Well, this one probably isn't going to be one. This is looking slightly better for Max Bennica, who's going faster than his teammate in both the first and in the second sector. This could be a low 5, maybe even a 4 from Bennica, who was victorious earlier on in the day as he looks to potentially secure pole position and maybe another race victory at the end of the race. Who knows? I don't know what Bennica's target is going to be, but the sectors are tracking very nicely for the German driver. Across the line, though, it's not good enough for pole position. It was only a 0.62, so he's lost out time in that final sector. Dennis Schullinger's final sector must be quite good.
Well, it can't be that everyone's having a bad final sector, unless it is. But that seems like the less likely scenario out of the two possibilities there. Schullinger's lap time is standing a very strong test of time here as Kamil Pawlowski now works his way up towards the line. You have to say he's got to get at least towards Lemonek here and into the 0.7s. Otherwise, this is going to be bad news for Falcons. It is a 0.7 and a pretty low 0.7 as well. He's right in behind Jakub Masiewski.
Are we going to get a 7th 0.7 here? Moritz Lerner is the next one to come across the line to try and set it. Again, first and second comfortably clear. The 0.7s, it's insanely close with that group. And I wonder if we're going to get... Well, to be fair, I wouldn't be shocked if we get 4 more from the final row, final few drivers that come through. Lerner will be the next one across the line, and you know he is tracking towards a 0.7. Actually, genuinely on those sector times, it is. But he ends up setting a good final sector himself, and it is a mouse. 1, 2, and 3. The points leaders in this group are looking to take control.
For the first time here we've seen in this format, are we going to see a team confirmed as promoted before the final race? That is not out of the realms of possibility if they stay 1, 2 and 3. Tuomas Tattila has got to get up there and break that up if they want to get promoted here. Team Falcons up towards the line for Tattila. Race winner already this season in a quarterfinal. It's a good time.
Whoa.
Tuomas Tattila with a brilliant final sector. Puts it on pole for the moment.
We were chatting about how Dennis Schullinger's final sector was good. That one has blown it out of the water. That is so impressive from Tuomas Tattila. Again, when we were coming into the session, we were talking about the drivers that were favoured for pole position. We were talking about Beneke, we were talking about Tattila, and that is exactly why. When he has that need, he will pull the lap out for Falcons. That could be a critical lap for their evening's running. Let's see what Thibaut Kazmon could do across the line. He chucks Vitality into the mix.
And can Marcel Chinchik do the same? Not looking brilliant for him to do so at the moment. Has he had a slowdown there in that sector time? He certainly has. And Marcel Chinchik is going to be last. What is happening so far to Marcel Chinchik this season? He is not showing the form he showed 2 springs ago when he won the major in Munich on that great form that he was showing at the time in pretty difficult circumstances throughout Sunday afternoon as well. He is, I'm afraid, not having a good day so far today, but it's his rival, Tuomas Tattila, who has taken the pole position. Maus will still be the happiest, I think, but it's Tattila who takes the pole.
But Falcons are going to be scoring well if they finish in their current position. So obviously it's kind of a bit up in the air between Maus and Falcons. It's Vitality who are struggling. And again, I've got fond memories of that spring season final in Munich. I actually bumped into James Baldwin a few weeks ago, who's now the British GT commentator, because why not? And we were talking about that final and how not only how enjoyable it was as an atmosphere and how crazy it was for all the drivers, but how good Marcel Chinchik was in that event. And even since then, we've had a couple of flashes of Chinchik being that strong, but they're flashes. They're not that spring season. He, especially towards the end of it, and then in the final, he was so strong. I don't know where that is at the moment.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's just sort of a there or thereabouts. I will say, though, throughout the online season, he didn't show that sort of searingly hot form either. It was really that weekend in Munich where he was absolutely excellent in what I thought actually was, maybe a slightly underpowered car compared to the Mercedes that weekend. It, won most of the races.
Like that. Holy wow!
Yeah.
That's right.
It's true. It's statistically. But Chinchik was very, very good, and maybe that it is why maybe it was just that weekend, and maybe that's why it's so sort of fresh in our mind almost. But yeah, it was a thoroughly enjoyable week. If we can replicate that kind of finalist mode business or whatever by the end of the World Cup, we'll be having a very enjoyable summer indeed.
We certainly will. Honestly, I think the big thing for the Esports World Cup is how strong Porsche are. But I think when we go into it, I think we'll be seeing a lot of teams getting strong. Virtus Pro will be getting stronger as they go on. Team Redline will be getting strong and start challenging them. I think this could be the closest LAN event that we'll have. And maybe it means that Sunday will take more than 5 races, which is all it took last year. Which, to be fair, we were sort of grateful of. But that was just so we can get out of the event, because it was getting a little bit chaotic in there. But we had a lot of fun. fun out in Saudi Arabia last year. Of course, we'll jump into the practice session as everyone just gets themselves ready for what will be, I'm sure, a tricky 10-lap test at Fuji.
It absolutely will be. Coming up in just a couple of minutes' time. And a very, very important one for Falcons and Vitality. Both of those teams will come into here today hoping and sort of with the conviction that they will get promoted from this division and get into Group A for round 2 of this phase. And two of them aren't going to be able to. One of them, in fact, is going to be going down to Group C, and that, I think, is going to be the big thing to avoid. That's the one that is definitely going to be very close going into this final race. But this one, to set it up, is very important. If Mouse can get those 3 in the top 5 by the end of the day, then they'll be in a comfortable place in the final part of the evening.
Nice one. That's easy to say. Before we get into the race, though, just going to talk about something very quickly. Of course, if you have joined us before we broadcast, I've already brought this up. But if you are joining us on YouTube, etc., do remember that there is a livery drop, which will be until the 21st of May. So for the next few rounds, if you go over to the twitch.tv/RENNSPORT_GG Twitch channel, that is where the delivery drop is happening. You need to have 3 hours of watch time to collect the Iron Dames livery here for on RENNSPORT, and an Iron Dames special livery, and it's like I say, it's a very cool one, so to go and check that one out. There is also the RENNSPORT radio check, which will be going live tomorrow on Saturday, which we'll be releasing some teaser clips and stuff like that on social media, but obviously go out and check out social media. It will give a little bit of a roadmap and a little bit of an idea as to where RENNSPORT is heading over the coming months. So be sure to check that out on social media. So obviously X and Instagram, RENNSPORT, and of course on Twitch.
This is the starting grid for the second race of Group B, as Marcel Cinčić, with that only slowdown of the session, will start from the back. He'll be directly behind his teammates Jajoski and Toman on that side of the grid. On the other side, Yuri Kazduk, Primosev Lemonek and Kamil Pavlovsky to round out the bottom half of the field. He's just been behind his Team Falcons teammate Jakub Masiewski, with Moritz Lerner in 5th place to start the first of 3 Maus drivers inside that top 5. Thibaut Casabon's in between he and Max Benneker, with Dennis Schoninger on the front row alongside Thomas Tattler. A searing final sector gets him the pole position for this race at Fuji. Second of the day here in Group B, as Falcons look to try and close the gap on Maus at the end of race number 2. What an important race it's going to be. What an important run down in towards turn 1 it is going to be as well. Worth noting that even with Maus having 3 in the top 5, 2 of them are on the outside, which is certainly not where you want to be.
I was going to say that, though, but look at where all the Vitalities are. Every single one of the Vitality drivers will be on the inside for the first corner, even obviously down towards the back end of the field. Wonder how much that will play. Not an advantage for the teams, obviously they're not qualified that well, but you know, it could assist them on working their way up the order and keeping out of trouble. Those on the outside, they're in the danger zone on the exit of turn 1, remember.
I'll make a prediction here. All the Vitality drivers are going to make at least 1 place in this start. Maybe that's not too outlandish to say, but they are all on the inside, and I think as a result they will start to move through the field. Let's see. They certainly need to, as Group B comes to its halfway point here tonight. Race number 2 about to get underway from Fuji, as they look to see who's going to get promoted into Group A to go alongside Redline and Coanda in the next round of this championship. The green flag waves, and Schoninger, on the front row immediately pulls over to defend almost from that inside line through the middle. Tattler tries to hold on to his lead, but he's got Maus either side of him, and Maus all around him right now as well, with Benneker right in the mid-pack. That's a little bit wide for Moritz Lerner, and he's going to go backwards. They've got Thibaut Casabon on their outside line in towards turn 2, or turn 3 rather. 3 wide they go, and they all get through quite nicely. They're almost all off the road through the corner as they go now through the long right-hander. It's Maus leads, Falcons leads Vitality, as the side-by-side battle for third continues.
The only thing that was going through my mind when they were 3 wide down into turn 2 was disaster. Oh, turn 3 rather, and it didn't happen. They all managed to keep themselves on. So it is Maus, then Vitality. Maus, then Falcons, then Vitality. Basically as it was in the previous race, but quite a lot of it. As the defensive line comes in, Benneker trying to keep Kamil Pavlovsky at bay. Contact, and Benneker's going to go out wide. He's going to skip over the chicane.
He was hit there, and that's why he's had to go through. He's going to come up pretty much where he was. Oh, but he couldn't see him. Oh, dear. Pavlovsky couldn't see him as he came back onto the circuit here. And it's all going to kick off now into the final sector. Here goes Beneke back to the inside. He'll be fired up now. And you don't want that on your inside line towards the final chicane here. And the final sector, rather. Inside line now from Marcel Chinchik. Look at the places he's made. It's a big slide from Pavlovsky. And Chinchik's up 6 on the opening lap.
Whoa, and a bit of a hip check as well as Beneke was getting squeezed a touch. He had a Falcons car either side of him. Now picks up the slipstream of Marcel Chinchik, who you quite rightly point out has made such great progress as Chinchik will try and force the side-by-side between the group and behind. Here comes the assistance from Yuri Kazdorf to push Max Beneke as well and try and force his way back up the order. He's getting squeezed. He's trying to move his way back over his Beneke. He might make contact here with Marcel Chinchik. Just brushes the rear end of that car, which actually assists his rotation through the corner. Look at the 4 wide in the background.
Dear, oh dear, Kazdorp there didn't realise or didn't mind that they were 3 wide and edged the others off the road there. 4 wide between Kazdorp, Toman, Yoyoski, Lemonek down in the background. Still side by side for ninth place as Kazdorp and Toman go into battle this time round the long right-hander. Here they go in towards turn 6. Kazdorp will have the inside line this time. He's still there, just about clinging on to these lower end points for Maus. At the moment, if things stay as they are, they'd gain points again and go into the final race with a decent advantage over the rest.
Kazdorp is pinching Yuri Toman as much as he can, heading through the fast right hands on the way down into the hairpin, and now straight to the outside of Yuri Toman. He's saying, absolutely not, mate. You squeeze me, I'll squeeze you, as they head their way through the chicane, still side by side. Big snap of oversteer coming in from Yuri Toman as he was sliding around there, trying to leave the corner now. Back up the hill they go into the double left-hander, and it will be Yuri Kazdorp on top in 9th position. Look at the live standings. Really tight between Falcons and Vitality, really distant. Maus once again.
Out of the final corner, this is absolutely not over for 9th place down at the back end of the field. Only scraps being fought over down here, by the way, for Vitality, which is the worst part. Kazbon needs to start making up some places and getting into maybe even the top 2 here. If Vitality are really going to start to be seriously gaining points, same for Chinchik as well, who's looking at the top 5, and he might be able to because Masiewski and Lerner are going side by side as well. But it's 3 wide back here. Kazdorp in a Vitality sandwich, and he hits Pavlovsky in towards turn 1. The Falcons driver goes around, and Lemonek will gain. He will move up into 8th place as Yoyoski and Toman go either side of Kazdorp and get through. It's messy in towards turn 1, and Pavlovsky pays the price.
Yeah, I need to see that once again. I think Yuri Kazdorp missed his braking point, and then it's kind of one of those things that's slightly counterintuitive, where you're trying to turn right to almost avoid making contact with the car ahead, to try and basically cut across on the inside or whatever, lengthen the braking zone, whatever. And it was a critical error. He is going to, I am pretty sure that is going to be a slammity-dammity dunk penalty coming in for the Maus driver.
Is that 10 seconds then, opposed to a slam dunk, which is just 5?
Yeah, exactly. Damn right.
We'll see what he gets a little bit later on. He's currently just got 1 point next to his name, and that has lost them a couple of points here, Maus. Let's not forget that when they lose points, not only for their own tally, the others get closer, but also they also gain, which gets them even closer again. So it's a bit of a double whammy, and that's unfortunately what's happened to Maus here in the last couple of moments, especially as Lerner was on the wrong side of Jakub Masiewski, the battle with Masiewski there for 4th place, and that will only allow Marcel Chinchik to close in as well in the Aston Martin. Kazdorp's going to be fired up now though, and he's going to be into the slipstream again of Yuri Toman. Down the front straight they go. The Aston Martin punching a big hole in the air for the even larger BMW as it heads to the inside line. He was really given that by Yuri Toman this time round. Let's hope they both hit the brakes on the braking point this time round. They certainly do. It's a rather cleaner side by side 2-on-2 or 1-on-1 rather battle here in towards turn 1, and Kazdorp does get the place.
Yeah, indeed. This is, again, fascinating. It's just such a tough battle in this group. And when you've got Yuri Kazdorp, who could potentially be seeing a penalty being dropped down onto his shoulders, and he'll be well aware of that, right? If he feels he's at fault, yeah, he'll be well aware of a potential penalty coming his way. I do say that 9 times out of 10 drivers never believe they're the one at fault, but that is true. But I think Yuri Kazdorp's racing sim racing for long enough. Let's see some of the battling a little bit earlier on in the race, though.
This is down in towards turn 10. Yeah, that was Benneker. I'm trying to figure out why there was, and that's Pavlovsky, by the way, not seeing Benneker on the side. That why was it was a vitality into the side of a Falcons. Who was it eventually that caused that? Because they were the ones that rear-ended Benneker, who went straight over the chicane.
Yeah, indeed. One thing is for sure, Benneker wasn't at fault for that. The rejoin was somewhat questionable, but I'm not in race control, so I ain't judging nothing. But that was a little questionable, but that's fine. Right now, we're looking at the battle, though, a little bit further down the order. Yuri Toman's trying to get past Yuri Kasdorp. Dennis Schoeniger, very close, though, under pressure. Thomas Tattler is trying to find his way past.
Yeah. There's a couple of battles going on out there on the circuit at the moment for these important positions. This is the one actually side by side for the moment. We'll get to that leading one when it arises, because I'm sure it will do. Side by side with Toman, a little bit wide there through turn one. He gets nowhere alongside Yuri Kasdorp that time. It looks like that's all these guys are going to be fighting for here. They're not going to catch anybody else unless there's a big scrap up in front. It is, though, going to allow Pavlovsky to scrap over those final 2 points as well.
We'll say Dennis Schoeniger is yet to take a victory in R1, which, fair enough, it is what it is. He would become the 39th victor if he's able to cross the line and take the win. Let's see all this behind. Yeah, you're absolutely right there. I don't know which vitality that is that makes the contact, but they're the one that instigate it.
Yeah, because they definitely came across on the Falcons. They're exactly the same. They're literally the same, the vitalities. They don't even have the different end plates. Is it... it's Guild, isn't it, who have the different end plates last week, and we're able to figure out who's got the... who was... You were able to absolve Matt Emery from your wrath.
Yeah, exactly. I really was going for it. I was like, oh, it's not even Matt, it's Henry. Right, anyway. You're absolutely right. We need to have better indicators as to what cars, because I know a lot of drivers will be like, well, we've got we've got car numbers, so you can see it. Trust me, on our feed, you ain't seeing nothing like that.
Also, when there's two people either side of you like that, the bits are shielded anyway. Even if we, so it doesn't matter. Anyway, Tattler giving it his first go as the halfway distance is now crossed, and we're now halfway in Group B for the evening as well. The 15 of the 30 laps race tonight in this group are now completed. Tattler gives it his first go, but doesn't get through this time round. I'm wondering how hard they're going to end up fighting for that one. Maybe as hard as these guys. Kasdorp again holds on to 10th.
Yeah, indeed. Yes, before anyone says, I do know that all the wing mirrors are different colours, but the end plates were not only easier to spot, they were also much brighter in colour. White, dark blue, yellow or black. But I can't see that from this distance. So, yeah, we basically, first of all, everyone should do what BS competition do. Just have 4 different things. It's fine. Much easier.
As far as a team livery goes across the board, they've got the best livery in this field.
I reckon.
What they do with their liveries to both keep a team identity and let us decide very easily, or see, very easily who they are is absolutely top of the range.
But Redline used to do that. Redline used to be...
Why not anymore?
Yeah, it was
great.
Branding. It's branding in it. But boring. Boo. No, I think where they used to do it, where they used to have, obviously, one car was red, and then one car was ice blue, and then the other car was orange, and then was green.
Great.
It was so easy to work out who was who. Now they're just boring, dark blue and red. What's not boring, though, is the battle for the race lead. Here comes Thomas Tattler on Dennis Schoeniger.
Very nearly ran Schoeniger straight over there in towards turn 1. Broke a bit too late in towards turn 1 last time round, but this time he's got a much better one. Schoeniger a little bit too tight to the inside there, and that's going to give Tattler the run out of the corner as well, making sure he doesn't spin himself round in towards turn 1 like he did last race, don't forget, when he was in a good position beforehand. Still side by side, this time in towards turn 3. As Schoeniger goes a bit wide, Tattler will lose the place, and so we'll have to give it another go in a few moments' time, but this is all going to allow Kazamon and Masiewski to close in, which could be a problem for Schoeniger.
Yeah, but this is where it's risky, right? Let's take a look back at the previous race with in Group C, where we had Nikodem Wisniewski in a really good position. He was battling with Dominic Blyer and then spun around whilst battling. The same fate could happen here to Dennis Schoeniger. Now, if that is the case, if he gets punted by Tattler, if he overdoes a corner whilst battling, if there is a mistake here, that 29-point gap back to vitality will be blown over. Now, I'm not saying that he should then let Thomas Tattler go through, because then there'll be a 10-point switch. Obviously, Mouse will lose 5 points, Falcons will gain 5 points, so it'll be a 10-point switch between the two teams. That gap comes down anyway. But this has to be measured risk for Dennis Schoeniger, because him dropping back down the order will put them right amongst them going into what I'm sure then would be a very, 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 very tense third and final race for this group.
Yeah, that is definitely true for Schoeniger, but I think you could argue the same for Falcons and Tattler here. If he drops all the way down to the back end of the field, they're almost confirmed relegation already. Not quite, of course, but they would be really in that danger place. So this is really high pressure stuff for the both of them. And for the second lap in a row, they go absolutely door to door through turn number 1. Further back, Toman and Kasdorp are at it again. In towards turn number 1, and we've seen that before. It's in the main part of your screen. Tattler on the inside, again has to back out of it. And as Kazamon gets closer, he's going to be less willing to go around the outside of this long right-hander to fire down the inside at turn 6. With every lap here, Tattler, he's quite close this time. He doesn't go for the move. Now he's got less freedom to use different lines with that Vitality Aston Martin right in the background.
Yeah, indeed. Again, brilliant racing between the top two. But like you say, now knocking at the door comes Thibaut Kazamon, comes Jakub Masiewski. Thomas Tattler looks down the inside, tries to fire one on Dennis Schoeniger as he sends it into the hairpin. This is a great move potentially coming in from Tattler as he's literally trying to fill every single gap that Dennis Schoeniger's leaving open. There'll be just 2 laps left to go at the line as he nearly brushes the rear end of the Mouse BMW, heading their way into the final sector. And this is going to be 4 cars battling for the race lead. Cam Morris Lerner maybe close his way up. This group is getting closer and closer. It's getting tighter and tighter, and things are about to be blown wide open here in Group B.
Yeah, the problem is it's the same for Tattler, though. He's still got Kazamon right beside him, or behind him, rather. If Masiewski can change that, then this race changes all of a sudden dramatically. And Dennis Schoeniger is going to feel very surrounded by the other teams very quickly here. We go on board with Masiewski now, who's about to have the best view of the leading battle in a few moments' time. Kazamon feels the need to defend here as he chases the slipstream from Schoeniger and Tattler as well. Outside line for both Falcons Porsches in towards turn 1 at the start of the penultimate lap of this race. Same old story out front. Is it going to be Masiewski, though, into third? He's going to get the slipstream of his teammate here. Even though there's no overlap out front, Tattler's going to stay to the inside a bit longer, and he gets Masiewski in front. That could be massive for this race.
Massive send there from Jakub Masiewski to put 2 Falcons cars onto the podium and closing up that gap now, just 23 points separating the top 2, going down from 29. That was a big moment for Masiewski. Of course, it's not done yet, and he could be a sitting duck in the slipstream from Thibaut Kazamon. The thing is, he's definitely going to be able to just follow his teammate, keep in that slipstream on the start-finish straight to start that final lap of the race, who now sits behind Dennis Schoeniger. I would not be surprised. I'm not saying this is going to happen, but I would not be surprised if this ends up being a Falcon 1-2, you know?
No, I wouldn't be surprised either. And if they can do that, they would reduce the gap to 7 if, as it would stand. They would gain 18, and that's if Schoeniger, by the way, would finish third. But you'd imagine if he gets shuffled back by 2, then the chance he gets shuffled back further is even bigger as well. Yuri Kasdorp, by the way, has got a 5-second time penalty for causing a collision. That came in 2 minutes ago, so he will drop to last in this race from those couple of points. That will be -2 on whatever Mouse's score is at the moment, and +1 for both Vitality and for Falcons at the moment. The battle behind there is really between Toman and Pavlovsky. Out front, it's still Schoeniger versus Tattler as they go on to the last lap of this race. It's last chance in towards turn 1. Otherwise, he's going to have to do it somewhere else. This happened last race, don't forget. Tattler on the outside of turn 1 spun around from a top position and dropped loads of points for Team Falcons. This time round, he's not spun round, but he's no closer to making this move in towards turn 3. Inside line, again, Schoeniger will be able to fight back, but Tattler's got his nose in front. Can he go around the outside through here to get that lead away from Dennis Schoeniger?
This is fantastic battling. I almost thought that Dennis Schoeniger was too late on the defence on the start-finish straight, but it's allowed Thomas Tattler to find his way through now into the race lead. Bit of contact as Jakub Masiewski muscles his way through as well. It could be that 1-2 that we were both alluding to a little bit earlier on. The slipstream will be gifted from Thomas Tattler back to Jakub Masiewski as Thibaut Kazamon will actually try and assist Dennis Schoeniger here as they send their way down into the second hairpin. Bit of contact there from Dennis Schoeniger to the back of Thomas Tattler as they head their way through the chicane into the third sector. There's the brush, and there's Thibaut Kazamon straight down the inside as he tries to find his way back past Jakub Masiewski. This is going to be a barnstorming finish for the final few corners.
Inside line for the penultimate corner, gets the outside of the final one, but Masieski might be clear here. Can he get clear? Oh, he tried to, but he went across the nose of the Aston Martin there, and Kazamon's going to go straight back down the inside here. Big points for Vitality, and Masieski goes wide. Oh my goodness, this is going to be close into the final race of the day, as the draft up towards the line is going to be won by Kazamon, I think, as Tumas Tatala wins for the second time in 2025. Is he going to be joined on the podium by his teammate here? Oh, not quite. Kazamon gets there. Masieski's not impressed, and Lerner is just there a bit too late, but it's Tumas Tatala who wins by about half a second and puts Falcons right in the picture for not only promotion, but at least staying in Group B at the end of round one.
What a cracking race. What a fantastic move as well. You saw Tatler try it again and again and again and again and again. Final lap, tries it one more time and goes, right, let's increase the send factor by 5%. And bam, the race lead is his. That was incredible stuff.
Absolutely fantastic. Tumas Tatala showing all the emotion that he so often does, winning that race here at Fuji in race number 2. But what an important one that was for Falcons. What a final couple of races we're going to have as well. These last 2 races, by the way, for both groups are going to be so exciting. I honestly can't call any of them.
No, me neither. They're both wide open, and we've seen how quick drama can unfold. And it's kind of one of those ones, looking at both of those races at various points in race 2, for example, at various points in that, BS competition looked like the dominant force tonight. They were basically going to go through almost at the end of race 2. That's how good they looked. Suddenly it was blown wide open. Mouse in that as well. They looked so convincing for so long, and then suddenly as the race, it didn't explode in the same way as it did for BS competition, but they just slowly lost points here and there. You know, a few points because of the penalty for Yuri Kazdorp, a few points from losing the race lead for Dennis Schrödinger. They just bled a little bit late on, allowing Falcons to close their way back in. And yeah, that was wild. That was exciting. It's going to be exciting in their final race. And yeah, I don't know which way it's going to go.
Yeah, I almost feel that slow bleeding of points is almost more worrying for them, actually, than that one big moment for BS competition, because that's sort of a slow evolution of almost speed and ability in the battles, actually, from Owls to hold on to those places, which wasn't apparent, really, in the first race that they would struggle with that. But in race number 2, they certainly did, and they provided us with a very, very exciting race 3 indeed. Just to remind you, by the way, in case you're just joining us tonight, the first placed in each of our groups tonight go promoted to a better group for next week, gives them a better point score at the end of each round and a better chance of making it to the Esports World Cup. If you're third place, then you're relegated to the lower group and a lesser of a chance at lower point scores and lesser of a chance of making it through to the World Cup. And you get to stay where you are if you finish in second place. So every single position matters here in the in each of our groups here tonight. Let's see how it happens. Goodness knows how long this highlights package is going to be, because there was a lot going on in race 2 of Group B. Side by side in towards turn 1 between the 2 of the Mouses and 1 of the Falcons through the inside. It was Schrödinger, though, who got the lead. Lerner went very wide, actually, through that first time round. Allowed Beneket to get involved in the midfield, but unfortunately he was tapped by a combination of a Vitality and a Falcon in towards the hairpin and the chicane. That sent him off the road, and then he went off again as he rejoined alongside Pavlovsky. This is in towards turn 1 all over again as Yuri Kazdorp came steaming in. That's also into the back of Kamil Pavlovsky, who spun around and eventually would only pick up peanuts in that race, unfortunately for him. The battle for the lead was the most exciting throughout the day. That was one of Tumas Tatala's attempts at making it through on Dennis Schrödinger. Further back, Yuri Kazdorp and Yuri Toman were providing the action as well for 10th and 11th and 12th. Kazdorp would finish 12th in the end as a result of a 5-second penalty for causing a collision. That wouldn't stop Toman giving it a go. After all, he didn't know he'd have that penalty at this stage as we were watching it there. Side by side for third place was pretty important in the end. Jakub Masieski getting through ahead of Tibor Kazamon, giving Tumas Tatala the freedom to go side by side with Schrödinger for just that little bit longer in towards turn number 6. He would take that place on the very last lap. That wouldn't end there, though. Kazamon would try and regain that place from Jakub Masieski. In the end, he would be successful, but it wasn't without the shoulder barging, the bumping and banging here through this final chicane and this final sector, again. It was Maciejewski trying to get clear, going across the nose of the Aston Martin. That led to Kazimon going back down the inside again, and he would win the race to the line. So Tattler wins ahead of Schoninger and Kazimon, the three teams inside the top three. And in fact, the three teams evenly spread across all of the field. But in the end, Falcons gaining the points with first and fourth. Tattler, Schoninger and Kazimon on the podium ahead of Maciejewski, as we just saw. Moritz Lerner finishing in fifth place, just ahead of Marcel Cintic, who gained all of his 6 places on the first lap and then just stayed there. Maximilian Beneke finished in 7th place at a Primoslav Lemonek, with Erhan Joski having a pretty quiet race, finishing in 9th. Pavlovsky, Toman and Kazdorp round out the field. Kazdorp getting that penalty towards the end, of course. And that puts Maus in a slightly more difficult situation going into the final race of the day, which is coming up after the final Group C race of tonight.
Do you know what's really satisfying about those that finish order? There's no position where there's 2 consecutive drivers from a team.
I know. Fantastic.
That's super satisfying. It's Falcons, then Maus, then Vitality, the same thing again. It's nice and spread out. Again, I think it shows how brutally close Group B is, as we've been saying about how tight it is. Max Beneke, who was victorious last in the last race, ended up finishing in 7th place in this one. That's how this is. It is a really, really, really tight group.
Although I think he's going to be pretty unimpressed with the incident down in towards the hairpin at turn 10. He was obviously hit in the rear there, and we couldn't quite decipher, even watching the highlights there again, and I knew what I was looking for that time, and I still couldn't really decipher who was at fault, to be honest. It's really hard to figure out that one. That may be left as a no further action, we'll see, but I think Beneke is going to be unhappy with that, and maybe if he gets a bit of maybe that will motivate him, to get a bit of a better qualifying next time round, because it's worth remembering that he did qualify quite a few places lower this time. He was involved in incidents this time, whereas he wasn't last time, showing the advantage of being further towards the front.
Well, let's refocus our attention. Oh, actually, I was going to say we're going to refocus our attention back on the other group, but we've got Thomas Tattler here for us to have a little interview with you.
Yeah, Thomas, welcome in. Good to have you with us. Congratulations on the race win. You gave it a go a couple of times at passing Dennis Schoninger and eventually managed it on the last lap. Tell us about how you made the move stick and how it feels to take the race win in race 2 tonight.
It was tough. He was defending it correctly, and it's so sensitive to just be exactly where you have to be on the braking point. You have to calculate the draft and everything. So on the last lap, I think I nailed it pretty much and managed to keep it on the outside. I think at that point, probably the Porsche traction is starting to help a bit more. So I was able to be side by side. Nice to get it in the end. Obviously, would have been nice to just drive in front, but it is what it is.
It was an incredible qualifying lap there for you to grab pole position as well. And we're talking about this as basically being one of the tightest groups that we've got out in action. Very quickly, what was your thought on how tight this group is and your possibilities of working your way through? Maus are a little bit clear.
I feel like we are the fastest in the group, but we are not showing it. Even that lap I did in qualifying is probably the worst pole lap I've ever had. If we don't screw up the laps, then we are going to be high up on the grid, but let's see. I think there's still a chance, so we'll try.
Well, thank you, Thomas. Again, great victory from you.
Thank you.
Wow. Well, one of the how's that for a quote, by the way? One of the worst pole laps I've ever done. It's a worrying signs for the rest of the field, certainly, as they go into the final race. But anyway, let's put that to aside for a moment as we get on with Group C qualifying. And how's the stakes high in this one? Look at this. Jack Tiefley out first for TC Racing.
Yeah, where TC were last to go out in the previous session. They're now first of the two drivers. They're the ones setting the benchmark time, with Jack Keithley setting the benchmark time first off. 26.4 in the first sector, about 10th off where we want to be. At the moment, we'll be leaning towards that sort of 0.6, 0.7 kind of margin, but it depends how he fires his way through this middle sector. And in that final one, things aren't looking bad for Keithley. Obviously, he started out the evening with that victory, but then he had that stripped off of him. But yeah, he's probably had a few victories stripped off of his sim racing career.
Yeah,
he's been a bit elbows out, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. No, that's the way he races, and that's the way we've seen tonight so far as well. The way he's raced as well, which is absolutely fine as long as he stays out of the penalties. Unlike what happened in race 1, I do feel like there's a lot of pressure on him in these sessions sometimes for TC Racing as they try and avoid relegation to Group D here tonight. And the big pressure will be on him to deliver. First of all, what's his benchmark like? 36.6. He's not happy, but really not happy. But based on the previous sessions, that might be okay.
He looked about as happy as you're going to be at 4:30 on Sunday, mate. Whee! Football.
6:30.
So yeah, it'll be 6:30 by the end of the match. No, I mean honestly, you're going to goal down in the first minute, mate. That's how it's going to happen. Man City are going to, you're not going to have a good time. Up the sit. No, actually, I can't say that. I'd rather.
Oh wow.
I'd rather Forest win. It's fine. Lopez then up towards the line. 36.6 to beat from Jack Keithley, who was not pleased about his lap time. So 36.8 from Coco Lopez, who seems a lot more happy. And by happy, I mean less annoyed by his 36.8 than Jack Keithley was at his 36.6.
In comparison, I think you can get away with calling that happy. Tinko van der Velde through the final corner now. First of the Williams drivers to make his way over. Nobody's ever happy, are they, coming out the final corner? But even when they've got pole, Tinko van der Velde the same there as he makes his way up towards the line. Now, to be somewhere in the mid to high 36s as always. It's in fact slotted right in the middle of Keithley and Lopez.
Do you know why no one's happy coming out of the final sector?
Because it's terrible.
Because it is awful. Absolutely cannot stand either of the final, four corners you can classify as, really the two, but that long left-hander, that long right-hander, both of them, no matter what car you drive an F1 car, you're driving a touring car, you're driving a truck, everything feels understeery and lethargic. So no matter what, it always feels terrible. Nicholas Matteo then up towards the line, goes up to second position along the same row as his teammate Jack Keithley.
I'm surprised you to know I quite like Fuji. I
do like Fuji, but the final 30 seconds of it are terrible.
Yeah, well, I like the. Well, maybe it's because I watch races more than I drive on circuits. But for racing, those late apexes are fantastic news because you can just fire down the inside with no thought about the consequences at all. And it's great. Tuolassi over the line. Meanwhile, that's it in the high 36s. Again, TC Racing need to race well through the first lap and indeed the rest of the race after that as well if they're going to stay in Group C at the end of tonight.
Yeah, Tuolashi's headset might be very far forward, but unfortunately his position on the grid will not be. Nikodem Wisniewski out through the final corner after setting a purple second set to won the first race of the evening. Another one, not pleased about it. Classic, why not? As he comes up towards the line to set himself pole position, because of course it would be. It's a 36.5. What was it? Was it Orchard Road when we were doing ES? Because it was when it was ESL R1, or was it last season? And everyone came through the final corner shaking their head, and they all set good lap times. I distinctly remember that.
All got pole. Maybe it was. I can't remember what track it was, but yeah, maybe.
It was Orchard Road.
Yeah. Well, it's such a common thing. I mean, even after he went over the line and knew he was on pole at the time, Nikodem slammed the wheel again. So I don't know. I guess it's the time that he's upset with. Over the line for Tobias Pfeffer. That's a bit better. And look at the difference in reaction. No reaction that time round. It's a low 5. That might be enough.
That might be enough. Again, we are seeing some quality lap times here from the top of Group C. Remember, Group B, they've been setting 0.7s for most of the group, and then the odd 0.4 or 0.5. And this group does at points seem a little bit faster. We'll have to wait and see. Gregor Schill, these sector times are not adding up to anything super great. It's more around where Tinko van der Velde is in 5th position, might be slightly behind him, could be in 6th, ends up being in 4th position with a decent final run.
That is absolutely fine for BS Competition. 2nd and 4th so far is exactly where they need to be if they're going to hold off the others and get promoted here at the end of tonight. Through the final corner for Ferris Stanley, who's not been so brilliant tonight as he has been previously in the seeding rounds for BS Competition. If he can get himself together for a nice top 5 position, then BS Competition are going to be on their way to Group B when we get round to the next round of this championship. Over the line for Ferris Stanley. It's a 36.5. That is exactly what they needed as well.
Daniel Pagelo, fastest in the first sector, losing a little bit of time in the middle one though, and the driver who grabbed what was a pretty impressive pole position in the previous qualifying session. Looks like pole position is not going to go his way in this one. Out through the final corner, nearly running out wide, shakes of the head. That could mean it's a good lap time, could mean it's terrible. We will only find out when he crosses the line, but I think it's going to be around the low 0.6, maybe even higher 0.6. He comes up towards the line. Yeah, 0.5, why not? Nearly pole position by 1,000th.
Wow.
How did he gain that time in that? Where? Like, he lost so much time in the middle sector.
Not sure, to be honest, but Williams won't care. They're 1 and 2. And does that put them in the situation here that they could steal this away from BS Competition? Dominic Bleyer's lap time coming up here in a few moments' time is going to be absolutely huge, especially if Oliveira can deliver one here. The race winner from race 2 at Fuji tonight is going to set a 36.5. Oh, Oliveira! No purple sectors anywhere, but the consistency across the board is enough for Kaiki Oliveira.
This is falling apart for TC and their chances to stay or even move through. It looks like it's going to be BS Competition versus Williams, because at the front, that is what it says. You've got 3 BS Competitions up there. It could be 3 Williams up there, depending on this time from Dominic Blyer as he heads his way up towards the line. There was no purple sectors from Kaiki Oliveira to grab pole position. There's no purples from Dom Blyer at the moment, and it is good enough for pole position. Still with no purples, but that was absolutely fantastic, and Dom Blyer started the evening with pole position. He's ended the evening with pole position.
Wow, Tom Blyer with a fantastic lap, and it is pole with a 0.4. This is fantastic stuff for Williams as they try and overhaul BS Competition heading into this final round of the day. If they are first in this group at the end, they will be promoted to Group B at the end of the day, and BS Competition will stay where they are. They are the 2 teams we expected to be fighting it out at the front, and they absolutely are at the moment.
Yeah, indeed so. Of course, BS Competition do have a little bit of a points lead over Williams coming into this. But honestly, that was fantastic. Great qualifying session there. Really, really exciting. Obviously, we love the qualifying format that we have. I did see a few people in the seeding phase. They were saying, like, why do they only get 1 lap? This is crazy. This is stupid, blah, blah, blah. It is the hill that I will die on is the qualifying format for R1 is perfect. It's been unchanged since the first round, and it should stay that way, because I think going out there and doing 1 lap, it's so good.
Yeah, it does put an awful lot of emphasis on qualifying, I think, but that's fine. I think it is a good addition to this championship, and as you say, it is something that has been with us since the very start of this championship season, these championship seasons rather, as well. It's a great thing to have. Especially in this format, I feel like it almost matters more as well. Maybe having it for semi-finals and finals qualifying as well is, a little bit strange. But that's all fine as well, all part of the excitement. And again, it has provided us with a very exciting prospect here. Williams certainly with the better of things in that first session.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, look, I think this is going to be an exciting race. But if you thought the races earlier on in the day were chaotic, I get the feeling that this one's going to be turned up to 11. Because let's say, for example, BS Competition are a couple of points down on Williams. You know, the race start goes really well for Williams. They're a couple of points down. What do you think BS Competition are going to do? They're going to go into full sender clock. And, we're going to have a very interesting race. A very, very interesting race. I do think that based on where we are, it does look as though TC are going to be dropping down into Group D. That's just where we're at the moment, and that is what it is. I think they've shown really well. They've made the best of the situation they're in, and maybe they can work their way up for Group C for round number 5. Who knows? But it really is between BS Competition and Williams as to who's going through in this.
Yeah, as we expected really at the start of the day. Certainly plenty of drama between now and then in the sessions, and that's exactly what we're all here for, but it does look like it's going to go on to form. And again, I think it's really important for the stage of the season. So here's a reminder of the points, by the way. BS Competition 13 ahead of Williams, ahead of TC, who are 20 ahead of Williams as well. So 83 to 70 to 63 so far, but Williams did top that second race, of course. If they do that again, they will be right in the game.
Yeah, I know, like, obviously, again, it's 20 points. That is an awful lot. But obviously, the way it is, with it being 25 points of victory, 20 for second, then 16, 13, etc., it's so heavily stacked towards the front of the field that, yes, it's a 20-point margin. It's going to be very hard for Atlassian Williams to overhaul. But I can see them. I see them doing that not with relative ease, but you know what I mean. It's very much on the cards, is what I'm saying. That is very possible for them to overhaul. By the way, that means that Felix's points that he sent me are out by a point, but that's fine. Or some other excuse.
Classic.
Fine. I'm sure there's an excuse. There's an excuse out there. I'm going to get sent in a second.
It's because his cells are too wide. Clearly,
exactly. It's calculating something else.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Bonus points.
Disgusting.
But
I won't tell you what he's just told me, but yeah, he says we're bringing positive vibes to R1. That's exactly what he said.
oh yeah, I'm sure he did. Yeah, as if he's ever used those two words together. Well, I mean, what are we? That would be bizarre. But
Felix Van Delft, by the way, is the guy doing the race engineering and stuff behind
Yes.
BS competition. We're not talking about some random dude. All of these teams have someone behind the scenes, basically running the stats, running the figures, talking to the drivers, probably annoying them a little bit. And Felix is your guy for that,
yeah,
especially the last bit.
it's not. It's not. It's not. It's not unlike us to talk about random people, but we're not on this occasion. So there we go. But yeah, it's going to be about them defending their position rather through this race. They are certainly behind as things stand in the qualified session, but a good start and they can suddenly be back in the game. We've seen how quickly things can change. We'll repeat it again and again and again. We've seen how quickly things can change in this series, in this group phase, and so as I was about to say. I think this is going to be very, very important for the course of the whole series as well. If you get stuck here in Group C, there's a very good team about to get relegated from Group B into this group for the next round, and that's going to be equally hard to get out of again. So whoever wins this battle out, the two teams, I think, are going to be a long way ahead of the other at the end of the season as a result of this, setting the tone right from the very start.
Well, here we go. If your heart's not racing, I can tell you there's 12 drivers out on the grid whose heart is racing. All three teams with the potential to move through. And do remember, as much as I was kind of counting out TC there, let's remind ourselves back to the first race of the evening where they'd qualified back at the rear end of the field. Things had opened up for them at the first corner and they were able to come through and basically be the highest point scoring team of the race. Is that going to happen once again? Who is your team to move through from this group? You and O'Leary.
I'm going to go for Williams.
Williams, the team that's currently third in the group, and I kind of get that, but I'm going to go BS competition because I can't agree with you. It's fine. It's fine. 10 laps are ahead of us and 10 laps to decide who's going up to Group B, who's going down to Group D, and who's staying here in Group C. All teams will be really eyeing up all three positions because there is the potential for it to go any way. Of course, Don Blyer on pole position, Kaiki Oliveira alongside. The final race of the evening for Group C is underway. Look at Nikodem Wisniewski coming straight for the middle. Had to dab onto the brakes to not drive straight into the rear end of the Williams car at the front. Straight in deep comes Tobias Pfeffer. Don Blyer around the outside as well. Kaiki Oliveira with the inside line. A little bit of a hip check there between first and second position as it could be Kaiki Oliveira up to the race lead. He's got to send it around the outside at turn 3. And I think he might have the advantage here as BS competition take the race lead.
Forrest Stanley and Nikodem Wisniewski have done a very good job in the background there as well. 5th and 6th for them. So it's Williams 2, 3 and 4 as things stand. And they've got a lot of points to make up here. Oliveira being in the lead's a big thing. But oh no! Wisniewski and Stanley have hit each other and they're suddenly tumbling down the field.
That is a catastrophic mistake, and look at what it's done to the live standings. 0 points between first and second. You might be right there with Williams as they're stuck right in the middle. And imagine the weight on the shoulders now of Kaiki Oliveira, who has everything to lose for the team. He is the one scoring the points. And it's gone worse. It's gone even worse for them. As Gregor Schill's been sent off wide, and this has gone wild for BS competition.
It's gone terribly, terribly wrong. And now Tinko van der Velde has got the chance of finishing 7th. Oh no, but he's not going to. That's going to be very wide from him. Wisniewski makes up 1 place at least. That's the road to recovery for him. But van der Velde knows the situation. He fires immediately straight back down the inside here and gets the gap back to 4. Now who's the TC Racing driver is going to give the slipstream to here? I wonder. I'm not entirely sure. They're only 16 points off the lead right now as well. Surely they're not going to get promoted by the end of this race.
Yeah, indeed. This is going to be very interesting. The points are close. At the moment, Williams are the one top in the group. They're outscoring BS competition by 22 points, giving them a 2-point lead. But a switch for the race lead could make that even more comfortable. Kaiki Oliveira with the outside line at 3, which has been advantageous quite a lot throughout this evening. But of course, the inside line at turn 3 was what gave Thomas Tattler the lead earlier on in the evening in Group B, just a race ago. But there is Kaiki Oliveira hanging firm around the outside.
Well, this is super high pressure for Kaiki Oliveira. There is no situation in which BS competition go through and he doesn't win. There's just no situation where that happens. And so he has got to put on the defensive performance of his life. To be fair, out of the 4 drivers to do this, I would probably pick him out of the BS Competition team. If you want a driver to defend from the front for you from BS Competition, I would select him. But they haven't selected him. And it doesn't matter anyway, because he's just got to do it. He's found himself in this situation now. Blyer, Pfeffer, Pastor, all right in behind. How much are they going to put the pressure on here, knowing that right now this is enough to go through anyway?
Yeah, indeed. This is going to be very interesting. But then, like you say about this is good enough for them to go through. How much they're going to go on the attack? For one, if Dominic Blyer can get through, things become very comfortable for Williams, right? And that's the important bit. And we know how quickly this changes. And it's not exactly as if it's them running second, third, and fourth, and then absolutely no one behind. For one, BS Competition are running 9th, 11th and 12th, but especially with Wisniewski where he is, the likelihood is they have to be expecting that he's going to pass Augustin Tolashi and he's going to be passing Koke Lopez. So you need to be prepared for that, so they need to take over the race lead. And Jack Keithley is behind, so you almost have to prepare mentally for what is Jack Keithley and Nicholas Matteo, 2 drivers who have made a lot of moves this afternoon, if they're able to get past Daniel Pastor, or maybe even Tobias Pfeffer as well. I still think for Williams, they'll be seeing this as a must-win race.
Yeah, perhaps. I think that would certainly put it beyond, not beyond reasonable doubt, but certainly into a better position here for Williams. That would certainly be the case. But you've got to, as you say, worry about Keithley and Matteo, not only for that those positions they've gained so far, but also the fact they're not that far away in points at all. They're only 14 away from seeing off relegation right now, and the 2 drivers you'd want there to make up the places are absolutely there. And so are Williams deciding that this is fine for now, and they're happy to ride around for now and hope almost that Wisniewski doesn't make up these 2 places, because that's not a foregone conclusion, although I agree he is favourite to take these both.
Indeed, this is going to be it's going to be tough, but BS Competition could work their way through. I think for TC, realistically, points-wise, they can gain a few more. 16 might be a little bit out of it, but then again, Jack Keithley and Nicholas Matteo having an unbelievable run through that top 5 or top 4 group. There's potential. Everything is wide open. We've only completed 3 laps of 10 here in the final race for Group C, and it's kind of one of those ones, even looking at those points, Williams could end up 3rd in the group, TC could end up 1st in the group. This can all chop and change as and when, but Wisniewski could be making a move on Augustin Tolashi down into T1.
This is the big moment in the race, or one of, for BS Competition, as Nikodem Wisniewski tries to regain some of the places he lost earlier on in towards turn 6 on lap 1. That's very wide there from Lopez, and he is going to just halt the BMW for the moment, but not enough. Tolashi is not just alongside for now. He's got his nose just in behind now, and so Wisniewski gets through. It's down to 1 point between the top 2.
Yes, indeed. Again, it is so tight between this lot, and it's just getting tighter. Do you remember as well, there could be penalties out for some of the drivers. We had some big incidents. I'd be surprised there wasn't penalties of some description, which could work out in favour. BS Competition could work out in favour. Williams could work out in favour of TC. Who knows? Here comes Wisniewski then to the outside of Koke Lopez, and there comes a move to the inside, basically being pushed into it. Augustin Tolashi makes contact with Nikodem Wisniewski as Tinko van der Velde was making a look down the inside.
This is Van der Velde trying to put this into a better position for Williams as well, because if Van der Velde can just respond to Wisniewski's overtakes with the same ones of his own on the same TC Racing drivers, then all of a sudden the 3 out front don't actually have to do anything other than defend from Jack Keithley at the moment, which is what they are doing in the front of this race. Van der Velde will have the better run out the final corner here, and he will have a go in towards turn 1, I've got no doubt.
This is going to be so tricky. I can't imagine what the heart rate would be like if you're in one of these cars. The pressure that's building more and more. And to be fair, by the way, Ferris Stanley and Gregor Schill are both closing up this, and Ferris Stanley had to do that earlier on in the day. Battle for the race lead though. So he's Dom Blyer straight to the outside of Kaiki Oliveira. Oliveira definitely going to come out on top on this occasion. Squeezes over the nose end of the Williams then and secures himself the race lead as the top 2 are clearing away from Tobias Pfeffer and Daniel Pastor. Importantly though for Williams, Pastor has cleared a bit of a gap back to Jack Keithley, and so Williams look to potentially secure 2nd, 3rd and 4th at worst. But look at Wisniewski in the last race, was running in 2nd position, was battling with Dominic Blyer, and then an attempted pass and a big spin, and it kind of threw the cat amongst the pigeons for BS Competition.
Yeah, so Van der Velde through on Torlash has put them in a better situation. This is how it all happened. Wisniewski was hit by a TC Racing driver. It was hit by Keithley?
I think it's Keithley, yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Let's have a look again.
Oh, slam dunk penalty. 100% a penalty.
And it is Keithley as well. Yeah, pretty sure about that. So I think, unfortunately, we can count TC Racing out of this. They will be having an effect on the points, but what effect? How much is BS Competition going to gain as a result of a penalty that may or may not be coming for Keithley? At the moment, a 10-second would drop into last.
Yeah, and it kind of needs to be a 10-second for him then, if to assist BS Competition. I'm not saying that's what the penalty should be or how penalties work. You can't penalise the aftermath, you penalise the crime itself, which is obviously in this case driving straight in the back of Nikodem Wisniewski in a braking zone. If he gets a 5-second time penalty, BS Competition gain very, very little. If he gets a 10-second time penalty, they do gain a fair amount, but BS Competition will be praying it's a 10-second time penalty for Jack Keithley.
Yes, but although, having said that, Wisniewski has a go here. Wisniewski would gain 2 points. Stanley and Schill would gain just the 1, so that's 4 overall. Van der Velde would gain 2 himself as well, if I'm not mistaken. So that would be, or would it be 1? Yeah, it'd be 1 point, sorry, for Van der Velde. So maybe that would switch it round to BS Competition's favour.
Only by 1 point though.
Yeah.
Thus again proving that even for Don Bly and for Kaiki Oliveira, those two up front. And this is the thing, is that, and what I think is so fascinating about this format, especially when we get to this point, that victory for Kaiki Oliveira and for Dominic Blyer is not just important to them. Sure, it's always great to have that victory, but it will be so much more important because it's the team. By the way, just got a note from Race Control. It's not about Jack Keithley, though. It's about Nikodem Wisniewski. Has just been told to give up 1 position for causing a collision.
Wow. So that puts Williams into an even better place all of a sudden as they exchange places. So Wisniewski now with 2 overtakes that he really needs to make in the final 4 laps of this race rather. 6 gone as we get into the final corner again. TC Racing are probably out of things from here. However, they can play a big role as far as who gets promoted here from Group C as they come onto the front straight again. Van der Velde now with the first chance to strike Coco Lopez.
Oh, this is going to be tough. Van der Velde's got to get his way through, and he's got to clear off from Nikodem Wisniewski. Williams are looking better and better as the round is unfolding here. Dominic Blyer a little bit off the rear end of Kaiki Oliveira. I wonder if he's only going to go on the attack on the last lap of the race. We'll have to wait and see. Bit of contact there between Coco Lopez and Tinko van der Velde as they'll battle their way down into turn 3.
Side by side. Inside line for Van der Velde, but his nose just in front as well, which is the important part. Although he was just about to stay on the road there, or stay in front rather. Will Lopez, here comes Wisniewski. Can he get past Van der Velde in this exchange as they go in towards turn 6, side by side? Into, it's close, it's contact. Van der Velde has hit Lopez and throw it all in the air again. Oh my goodness.
1.0 points separates the top 2, and that penalty can be very, very critical. If Wisniewski can get through here on Augustin Torlashi, and you would say that he probably is a favourite to get through. Maybe things are swinging back in favour of BS Competition, but do remember they've got kind of a little bit of the golden snitch to Williams in the form of Dominic Blyer. If he takes over the race lead from Kaiki Oliveira, it will be a 10-point swing to the Atlassian Williams sim racing team.
Jack Keithley, 5-second time penalty for causing a collision. That would drop him only behind Nicolas Matteo. They cannot rely on this penalty, neither of the teams. That is not going to play a role in this championship fight. Over to you, Don Blyer. How can he find his way past Kaiki Oliveira? This is effectively not only the battle for the race win, this is the battle for promotion, playing its way on your screens right now in towards turn 1. Whoever wins this race out of the 2 teams is going to get promoted here. I'm fairly sure of that. Down in towards turn 1. Blyer gives it a go on the outside line.
This is fascinating stuff. Here comes Oliveira, though. He's got the outside line. This is going to have to be full send for the final lap of the race, or the final couple of laps from Don Blyer to take over the racing. Again, it is must-win scenario here for both teams, as here comes Nikodem Wisniewski to the outside line. It's the outside line that's been favourable through turn 3 as Tinko van der Velde, but the inside line isn't going to come out on top. And there we go. It goes from good to slightly better for BS Competition, who now have a 1-point lead in the team standings.
Wow. This is also the battle that could decide it, don't forget. There's 2 points on the line in this battle, and so Van der Velde in front would also be enough for Williams, but do they want to rely on that? With Torlashi not that far in front of Stanley and Schill, they could be requiring a race win from here. This is so close between Williams and BS Competition. See who gets promoted into Group B for the next round of this championship, and the chance to gain even more points on the road to the Esports World Cup. What a fantastic group this has been, and it is providing the action right the way to the very end. God knows what the communication between these drivers and teams is going on at the moment, by the way. The engineers must be bouncing off the pit walls right now.
Yeah, indeed. I was trying to search up what the tie break is, but as I'm scrolling through, there's so much going on. You got it?
Sorry, Van der Velde's got 5-second time penalty.
Ooh. Interesting.
That's even.
There we go.
Yeah. So what would that do? I guess does this require must win for Williams, I guess?
Yeah, I mean, it really is, and Don Blyer is in position for it. And if I'm behind the scenes, if I'm Michael Preston, Jake Harridan, a lot behind the scenes of the Williams team, I'm on the blower. Dom must win, have to get past, put everything on the line to try and get past. Second means nothing here. Let's make that move.
Yeah, so Williams would lose, Van der Velde would lose 3 points personally. Stanley and Schill would gain 1 each. That's a 5-point swing in the way of BS Competition. That would not mean that Oliveira can afford to finish second. He has to still finish first. He is still, let's not forget what an amazing job he's done here tonight, by the way, Kaki Oliveira. Not only winning the last race, but he's actually the difference. He is the difference between promotion and just staying in Group C for another week right now.
Whoa, this is going to be interesting. This is going to be tough. This is going to be tight. This is going to be everything that we've been looking forward to in R1, as to whether Don Blyer is able to work his way through onto the final lap of the race. They're about to head out onto the start-finish straight. He's a little too far back for my money. I don't know about this, but Don Blyer, 0.4 of a second, but the slipstream is so strong on this massive start-finish straight. Kaiki Oliveira is going to have to defend down into turn 1, because if he doesn't, Don Blyer is sending it. He's going to go inside or outside. Whatever door is open, Don Blyer is going for it. There comes the defense coming in from Kaiki Oliveira as the final lap begins here at the Fuji Speedway for Group C. Big send on the brakes from Dominic Blyer. A little bit of contact between the two. Blyer's going to go out wide. He's going to have a slightly better exit. He's ever so slightly alongside. He needs to go full send at turn 3, but he's not going to get the opportunity.
Well, the reason that Tattler was able to do it in the last race, because he was still alongside at turn 3. We didn't see him have to go into the final sector with still more to do. Now, this is something we haven't seen before. Blyer is going to have to turn this around in a way that we've not seen so far tonight if Williams are going to progress into Group B. This could get messy into the final sector of this race.
This is so good. This is so good. Kaiki Oliveira with all the pressure. Just, again, imagine what the heart rate is with Oliveira right now. He did used to run a heart rate monitor. I remember seeing it in Saudi Arabia. They had a heart rate monitor on him. And I remember the more chaos that was going on, the calmer he was. Hopefully that is going to be fortuitous for him on this occasion. He's got a 3/10 lead, and it's all going to come down to the final corner. You know Don Blyer's got to at least have a look. He's got to have ascend into that final turn. We head through what is effectively the penultimate corner before we continue the tightening right-hand run. There's the look from Don Blyer. There's the send from Don Blyer. There could be the contact from Don Blyer as they work their way through the final corner, but it's not going to work out. It's potential promotion for BS Competition as the drag race begins down towards the line. It's going to be super tight, but I think Blyer's not even going to have a sniff at it as they work their way up towards the line. It's Kaiki Oliveira on top for the second time this evening by less than 1/10 of a second, and as things stand, BS Competition will be going up towards Group B by just 2 points.
Unofficially, they have made it. What a fantastic drive from Kaiki Oliveira. 2 wins on the night, and the difference between making it into Group B and not. What a fantastic defensive drive from Kaiki Oliveira. I said at the start of the day, if you were to pick one of the BS Competition drivers to defend from the front like that, you would probably choose Oliveira. He delivered in a way that only he can. That was fantastic defending. It wasn't like Don Blyer didn't give it a go. He certainly did, but Kaiki Oliveira delivers BS Competition promotion to Group B.
And probably the most important victory of basically of his sim racing career. That was so good. So much weight on his shoulders, but he dealt with it so well. That that takes experience, and that's why I maintain Kaki Oliveira is one of the best drivers on the grid. He's so good at with his top 6 percentage. I've always brought that up over the last couple of years. His top 6 percentage is so good. And yeah, to be able to take the victory. He's only had 4 victories. That was his 4th one. But he knows how to do it at important times.
Yeah, he's got half his victories tonight, which I guess maybe explains why he's maybe lagged behind in the Drivers' Championships at times, where he's struggled to maybe get up towards that top 12 and so on, because, you know, pushing on for that first 3 is where the percentages start to dip for him a little bit more. But in terms of top 6s, in terms of consistency, in terms of defending, he's a solid driver.
Yeah, well, his top 6 percentage is 58.1%, which is the reason why we say top 6. That's the top half of the field. Kaki Oliveira, though, joins us for an interview, and hopefully the heart rate's dropping down a little bit. I could imagine in that race it was incredibly high. So much pressure on your shoulders with the issues for the team early doors in that race. You did what you needed to do. You brought it home for the team. How does it feel? I mean, what was that race like for you?
Yeah, it was really fun. The battle with Dov, which I believe was one of the strongest drivers from Williams, and I was aiming to fight very close with him, and then I managed to have a decent race with him. It was very fun, and yeah, when I saw, I muted myself, so I just saw the scoreboard. I was like, yeah, just shut it down and just try to win it, because I know if I win, maybe if we go through it, I think it will be some valuable points, you know. But yeah, just fun. And I remember you said like talk to you soon, and I think it was sooner than we thought. So yeah, really glad to be here. But of course, it's the team in the end. So I really our aim is to go to Group B and go upwards, and I hope it's enough.
We believe so, unofficially. Anyway, it will be. We'll see, obviously, post-race. But how important do you think this is for the season as a whole? Obviously, if you had been stuck here in Group C, another team would have been demoted from Group B. You'd be up against them in promotion for the next round as well. It would have been equally as difficult. How important is it that you've got out first time round into that second division?
Yeah, if it happens, I think that's the aim, because we are aiming towards the end goal, which is the LAN event, and fight for the top spot always. And I think, yeah, it gives a great confidence boost for our group, because I think we are finding the mojo that we say inside. Like, we are finding the mojo to really perform, and I think we are building brick by brick to really show stronger and stronger and bring the fight to the top dogs. Yeah.
Well, what's one of the most entertaining races of 2025? Kaki Oliveira, deserved victory. And yeah, well, to be fair, I think we'll be seeing you quite a lot of this team phase based on this.
Yeah, that's the aim. See you guys. Ciao, ciao.
See ya. Kaki Oliveira, then 4th victory in his R1 career. 2 of those coming this evening. Let's take a look at how that happened. Obviously, working his way through from the front row up to the race lead in the first corners. And again, it was a brilliant move straight to the outside of Don Bly, who we'd be seeing a lot of through the race. The pressure being dealt out to the shoulders of the BS competition driver all the way through. Out wide through T3. It was enough to hang on. Jack Keithley into the rear end of Nikodem Wisniewski, collecting Ferris Stanley. And it looked like it was basically going to be over for BS competition, as things would unfold so poorly for them in the opening phase of the race. A little bit extra contact here for Gregor Schill, who was sent out wide, and BS competition went from looking in a comfortable position to running 10th, 11th and 12th with 3 of those drivers. This is on board with Jack Keithley and how that move happened. Tried looking to the inside going into the hairpin, but Wisniewski a little bit early on the brakes, and Keithley making the contact. Wisniewski was able to work his way back up the order to score some very important points for BS competition, especially after Jack Keithley's 5-second time penalty, which unfortunately, for BS competition's case, didn't actually gain them anything in all of that. There was further contact ahead of Wisniewski as there was a Williams into a TC, into a BS competition, as Ferris Stanley also got involved in that. Wisniewski to the outside, trying to work his way up and past as he was trying to find his way up to the rear end of this group. This is the last lap of the race. Kaki Oliveira dealing with the pressure dealt onto his shoulders by Dominic Blyett. Wasn't enough for any move to come through, and it was Kaki Oliveira to come across the line as a victor for the 4th time in R1 competition. But importantly for the BS competition team, at least provisionally, they will be moving through into Group B next round. Kaki Oliveira then victorious by less than a 10th of a second over Don Bly in what has been one of the best races we've had in R1, and certainly the best of the year so far. Less than a second behind is Tobias Pfeffer in 3rd position, with Daniel Pastor in 4th. Nicholas Matteo and Jack Keithley in 5th and 6th position after the 5-second time penalty for Jack Keithley. Nikodem Wisniewski in 7th position. Vera Stanley in 8th. Augustin Torlashi in 9th position. Tinko van der Velde will finish behind Gregor Schill after he received a 5-second time penalty. And Keiko Lopez on debut, finishing in 12th position. What a race! And you don't get many nicer winners than Keiko Oliveira.
No, absolutely not. A very deserving winner as well. They may well have just gotten into Group B, the BS competition. Congratulations to them. Worth mentioning as well, of course, TC Racing unfortunately dropping down to Group D next time round to go against ERA and Guild in the next round of the championship. So they'll look to build back up and get back into Group C as they look to try and make it to the Esports World Cup, of course, at least to the qualifier. That has got to be the aim now for those teams who find themselves down towards the bottom and stuck in Group C and D. Make sure you're just gaining enough points to at least stay in the game for the qualifier, even if it doesn't mean you can get through one of those 3 teams to get through automatically into the World Cup.
Well, I mean, yeah, your chances of getting into one of those top 3 teams to automatically progress for the Esports World Cup is very unlikely. Obviously, you would say mathematically it's 25%, but if you're already starting out in Group C or Group D, it's even more unlikely. It's a tough one. It's not impossible, but it is tough. I'd say those top 3 teams are coming from Group A or Group B, obviously, it's going to be a tall order, but you just never really know. Like I say, it's just about making sure you're not knocked out of the competition straight away and you at least get a little trip out to seeing both you and I probably in Riyadh, which actually sounds like a horrible prize. So
it's not reward.
Yeah, exactly. Here are the points for Group B though. So obviously this is not the racing that we've just seen. This is Group B. This is a racing that's coming up for the final race of the evening. Mouse have a 15-point lead over Falcons and Vitality, and much like what we had there in Group C, I'd say this is still wide open.
Absolutely, just as we like it. 27 points between all 3 teams, and I must admit, I know we spoke about this group being very evenly matched, however, I can't imagine most people had Vitality being relegated on their predictions cards or whatever you call them, in their predictions for the race here today. And racing, it's pretty remarkable. 12 points even to gain a place in Group B next time around. Let's see if they can do it. Let's see who's going to take promotion as well. Jakub Masiewski starts us off here in Group B for race 3 with qualifying. Very important for Falcons that he finally delivers. Maybe a little bit below where we'd expect to be. Certainly in race 1 he was. Tatula has been doing the heavy lifting for them, certainly in race number 2. Masiewski needs to now go and join him if he's going to get this team promoted into Group A.
You expect Thomas Tatler to be the big point scorer of the team. You know that's the case. You know he is their strongest driver, right? That's obvious. And sure, he deals with that pressure. He's got to score well, like taking a victory like he did in the previous race. But this is a team game. You need all 4 of your drivers driving well, driving strongly, putting the pressure on, dealing with the task at hand, and that's where maybe the team hasn't done so in totality. The first sector there for Masiewski is fine, not outstanding. It's already been beaten by Dennis Scholliger.
Yes, it certainly has, but that's no mean feat, to be fair. If there's anyone who's going to overtake my time, I'll take Dennis Scholliger, to be honest. He's a very strong driver indeed as well. Let's see what Masiewski can do to set the time first of all, though. We saw so many 0.7s in the previous sessions, 36.7s from the previous race in the Group Bs. Are we going to get a bit faster this time around? You'd think so, but let's see. As Masiewski now makes his way up towards the line. His second sector also beaten as he makes his way towards the line. It's a 0.5. Good lap, but what's Dennis Scholliger doing in that case?
Yeah, that's a really good way to start out this session. Dennis Scholliger will be the next one to come across the line. We'll come back to that in a second. Don't worry, we will see the time as it crosses over. You just have to deal with our ugly mugs whilst things are being sorted out behind the scenes. But he is on that lap time. Scholliger does do quite well in the final sector as well. So the expectation is he's going to run strong in that final corner. Great lap time to start of the session, though, from Jakub Masiewski.
Yeah, it certainly is. To set that benchmark, we've seen so many times here today where the first driver has done a 0.6 or 0.7, something like that, and it's just been beaten slowly across the day. But it looks like that's not going to happen this time around. Scholliger has not gone quick. What is going on with these times today? So people, when we're not expecting a taking pole, when we are expecting them to do it, they don't.
Yep, indeed. Next one across the line then is Yuri Tone. Apologies for the technical issue there. It is what it is. It happens. But still, we'll see the rest of the qualifying session, I hope. This is one of those things. Yuri Toman out towards the line, 36.658. So obviously about 200s behind Dennis Schoninger, but way off the pole time in a sense from Masiewski.
Yep. Will that stand the test of time, though, for the Team Falcons driver? As Yuri Kazdorp now makes his way out of the final corner. I think he's been lowest scoring for Miles so far as an individual. I'll check that as he makes his way towards the line now. Can he get anywhere in the mix here? Is it going to be another 0.7 like what happened last time? No, a very nice time indeed. He's not delighted, but it is pole for now.
Yeah, obviously we were expecting this group to be set in 0.4s earlier on in the day, and we've not really seen that much of it coming from this group, as there's not... looking at the rest to go, I would say of the ones that we've already seen, those ones that we expect to be challenged for pole, Dennis Schoninger is probably the main one, which means that we've got a lot of heavy hitters still to come. The likes of Thomas Tattler, the likes of Max Benneker, the likes of Marcel Chinchik, Kamil Pawlowski up towards the line. This is not a great lap time. It's a 0.7.
See what Thibaut Casamon can respond with. He's been probably the pick of the Vitality drivers so far, battling in those podium places so far this afternoon. He'll certainly go faster than Toman, you would expect, with this lap time here, based on not only what he's done so far tonight, but also what's looking like his lap time here from this sector, or this lap, sorry, out towards the start-finish line. Needs a mid-36 if possible here, Thibaut Casamon, and it is going to be a 6.6. That is not quicker than Yuri Toman.
This one is going quicker than Yuri Toman, though. Thomas Tattler, fastest first sector of the session, 26.391. Very strong in that first sector, losing a tiny bit of time in the middle sector. I think this is going faster than Yuri Kazdorp. I think this might even be a 0.4. Even Thomas Tattler is like not even shaked his head. He's just tilted it a little bit, like, that's all right. Now, if that's Thomas Tattler saying that, this is a worldy lap time. Maybe it's going to be a 39. It's not quite. It is a 36.4.
You're absolutely right, by the way. A relatively, at least he's not unhappy. That means Tattler's gone very, very well with a 0.4. That's going to be really difficult to beat. You'd expect only Maximilian Benneker to get anywhere near that based on tonight's form so far. Here's Hanya Yovsky, whose Vaseline is now completely covering the camera, clearly, because we can't see him at all anymore. Out towards the line. He's going to need to get ahead of his teammates, really, to get Vitality away from the relegation places. Oh, it's a 0.7. This is bad news for Team Vitality.
Yeah, indeed. All comes down then to Marcel Chinchik and his wandering slippers in the background to try and work his way back into the mix. The fastest middle sector of the session, but that first sector is about a tenth off of where we saw Thomas Tattler set his time. That said, if he can hold this one in the final sector where the Aston Martin hasn't been running that strong, then maybe he can find himself on the front couple of rows. Let's see what Chinchik can do out towards the line. They've been struggling with the Aston Martins, both Virtus Pro and Vitality. But there we are, onto the front row for Chinchik, an important front row for him.
It is an important front row, but I'm afraid he can't do it on his own. And right now he's not got much help from his teammates. Only one time is slower than any of the other Vitalities so far, although there are still 3 to go. Lemon M now out the final corner, not delighted either. This could be down towards where Pawlowski is, unfortunately. This is a bit more like what we expected from Falcons, actually. 2 drivers right on the front 2 rows, and unfortunately the other 2 struggling a little bit. Lemonek will be right around the bottom end of the field here. It's going to be midfield, 6th place so far.
And he turns to his camera and says, have that, Ewan, saying that he was going to be at the back of the field. Yeah, well, we'll wait and see. We've got 2 more big lap times to come in. I've had some stinkers. Speaking of stinkers, this is not a good lap time coming in from Max Benneker. That middle sector is distinctly average. The first sector is pretty good, but that second sector is poor. This is going to be maybe a 0.5. It probably might be a low 0.6. Maybe, yeah, there you go, low 0.6. There we go. There you go. That's where you get paid the big money, Ewan.
I don't know what's going on. Moritz Lerner is going to be at the very best at that kind of position, maybe worse. Let's see for Maus. You'd probably say Falcons have had the best of this so far, but let's just before I say that with too much certainty, see what this final lap time is going to be from Moritz Lerner out over the line, looking for a 36.5, and that will be pleasing for Lerner, but I'm not sure he's going to get it. Here it comes towards the line. It's a 6.6 as expected behind Lemonek. So I would say on balance Falcons have probably just edged that one, although it is again Thomas Tattler on the pole. Can he take his 2nd race win of the night and 3rd of the year? An important win it would be as well.
Yeah, and I mean, like say, it's kind of in his hands. It's in his court. But then Marcel Chinchik on the front row as well, knowing that Vitality need to score. Well, they're all going to get aggressive up there. This is going to be where this group is so tight and where we don't have like the waves of one team. This is going to get a little bit elbows out. This is going to get feisty. This is going to get aggressive down into that first corner because it needs to. You need to get after it. If you're going to be that group to move up towards Group A, you need to get after it. No group is safe right now.
Yeah, it certainly is. And the one thing I was actually impressed with from Group C actually was in that final race, it didn't all just turn ugly into a big crash, which it's a fear sometimes when so much is on the line. Even for these pros, they're so desperate to win and get whatever it is they need to achieve that they all just descend into a crash. I hope that Group B is going to stay the same because tonight, for the most part, there's been some big crashes for sure, but for the most part, this has actually been better than the Group A and Group D drivers, what we saw last week, in my opinion, from the racing so far. I hope that remains even when there's so much on the line in this last race.
The Group A and D races, in my opinion, were pretty much all of them were distinctly average. There was a couple of really good ones in there, but there was just a little bit too much rubbish. This evening, the 5 races that we've had, yeah, there was a little bit of drama in the first one that we had this evening, but the 4 that followed have been great. The last race that we just had earlier on was one of the best that we've had this year. And there's no reason that this won't be. I'm kind of sat there being a little bit pessimistic that maybe it is going to be a little bit crash happy. I'm not an optimistic guy. Optimism is the route to disappointment. But that's we're here. We're ready to fight. I think we're going to see a good race. I'll be a little bit optimistic. A little bit.
I'll be optimistic in that case because I think the previous 4 races sort of set a tone, if you like, especially since this group has been involved in 2 of them. It almost sets a tone for the evening that is how the racing is going to be conducted here tonight, and I hope that is going to remain, and that's not going to come back to haunt me later on when everything finishes up here a bit later. But yeah, I mean, it's been fantastic so far. And hopefully it remains that way in Group B. In terms of what these teams need to qualify, by the way, and get promoted, there's no real one set of definite results for any of these teams. It is all so close, and that's been the case for both groups here tonight. All 3 results for all 3 teams. Still very possible, although I've got to say Vitality are so far behind the 8 ball now after that qualifying. Chinchik barely putting a plaster over the big cracks that are forming in that team. To see them down in Group C in round 2 is going to be unbelievable, but I think that's what we're heading for.
I agree, and what would be very interesting though is that would mean that the 2 of the top from the top 2 groups, if they are to move down from the top 2 groups, it would be both Aston Martins moving down, which I think is very interesting. Of course, the Aston Martin is brand new here for the 2025 season in RENNSPORT, replacing the Audi R8. And that would be a big hit for them to have Virtus Pro out and then to have the Aston Martin, the Vitality team dropping down as well. But to be fair, as much as you say that they're basically very much against it, and they really are, but the drama unfolding on the opening laps, let's say, for example, that we have a Jack Kitty, Nikodem Vishnevsky style incident down to the hairpin, the door could be open for Vitality to pick their way through, unless they cause it, obviously, but, banner.
Yeah, it certainly is. It is, and it is very interesting as well to pick up that from the manufacturer's point of view as well. It's interesting that we've had no groups this round that have had 2 teams using the same car, which is very bizarre. And so you'd think that makes it sort of a manufacturer battle and think, well, it's just going to be one manufacturer getting relegated. You could say that has been the case for Aston Martin, but I'm not sure that's told the whole story here. After all, Virtus Pro, I think, led after the first race, didn't they, last week? They were certainly up towards the front, and I think that they certainly left a bit on the table in last week's races.
They were leading. They were leading the group until a server restart had to happen.
Oh. Wow, there you go.
Yeah.
Controversial. This is the starting grid then for the final race of the day. Here in Group B, Haniyoski starting at the back. Unfortunately for Vitality, 3 of the 4 of them are in the back 4. It's Kamo Pavlovsky who's with them, and all Vitality row 5, made up of Tivo Kazmo and Yuri Toman. Moritz Lerner and Primislav Lemenek are then making up the rest of the bottom half, with Maus on the next row, Dennis Schoninger and Max Benneker. It's Jakub Masieski who is on the inside of row 2, ahead of Yuri Kazdrup, with Marcel Cinčić and Tumas Tatala on the front row together. 3 different teams inside the top 3, which is fantastic to see, but you'd say it's Falcons with the advantage here, although Maus with the backup just in behind. Benneker, Schoninger and Lerner very much lurking there. It's between those two, I think, for promotion. Vitality a little bit behind things, as we've said, but they can very much make up some time here in this final race. Who is going to be promoted, Lewis McGlade?
Mansfield. I think Mansfield. I've got confidence in them. They've got the points lead. They're looking strong. It can all unfold for them, fair enough. But yeah, I reckon they'll do it.
I'm sticking to my slightly less favourable guns that have developed over the last 2 races, but I'm going to stay with what I said at the start of the day. So it's going to be Falcons who take this on the way out of Group B, round 1. We'll see as we exit Fuji, the final of 12 races as we've had over the last 2 weeks here at this great circuit. What great action it has provided us with as well. One final time, the green flag here will wave at Fuji, and Group B will be decided by 10 more laps here between Maus, Falcons and Vitality. Immediately, 3 wide in towards turn 1, with all 3 teams represented across the front, through the middle. Tumas Tatala looking to hold on to pole position. Cinčić on the inside line as they all bump and barge in towards turn 1 for the very first time. It's 4 wide down in the back of the pack, by the way, as Pavlovsky and Lemenek try and get past Yayoski and Kazabon in the 2 Aston Martins. It's side by side for the lead, though, as Marcel Cinčić tries to take this from second place on the grid. He's into the lead, and Vitality, just when they needed it most to stave off relegation, they're leading this race.
He's proven why he's a spring season champion. Of course, Marcel Cinčić hasn't had many wins since taking that championship, but he's looking good for one here as Tumas Tatala's going to drop back down the order. He's had a bit of a moment there into the hairpin, and suddenly it's become a 7/10 lead for Cinčić. He's checking out. He could actually already have cleared off the important 7/10 margin to a second margin that he needs to on this first lap. He needs a good final sector here, but it's all starting to click for Maus as they try and work their way up the order. Jakub Masieski has worked his way through to second, but disaster for Tumas Tatala, who's dropped down the order. Dennis Schoninger has to cut across the nose of the Porsche, though.
Oh, did he manage it? He just got a bit sideways there as he ducks to the other side now, Tumas Tatala. He just backs out of it, though, into the penultimate corner. He knows he can't afford a penalty, otherwise he'll lose a lot of places. Inside line, the final corner's open here, and he's got to go for it. Oh, almost, because Benneker's right in behind, and he doesn't want to get overtaken by him. Side by side, further back, by the way, between Toman and Kazdrup, who's not had a very good start. It's a good job his teammates have. Kazdrup's dropped to 8th place as they're side by side just in the background. Here we go. Oh, look at the Vitalities here, swarming like bees on the way down the front straight. Inside line for Yayoski, who's going to get the double toe. He's going to be pushed by Kazamon now, who's on the very next to the pit wall. Here comes Lemenek as well. Oh, he's going to go through the middle, and he's very nearly caused a plane crash in towards turn 1. Falcons need these points, and at the moment, he can't quite get them. Lemenek in towards turn 1. Oh, it's close again. There's contact. It's going to happen at some point. At what stage is the grass going to be? Now they finally crash. Kazdrup and Lemenek into the barriers.
That was happening for so long. That was on the braking zone into turn 1. That was when that crash started. It only really unfolded properly out of turn 2. That crash was so obvious from so far away. But, you know, we said there was going to be a little bit of drama. There's been some drama. It's really worked out poorly though for Falcons, who now run 10th and 11th for Maus. That was almost the perfect scenario as Max Benneker tries to defend from Tumas Tatala. These two have battled a lot on iRacing. There's a contact between the pair of them as unfortunately Tatala gets slightly into the rear left quarter. Oh, there's a spin for Moritz Lerner.
Moritz Lerner goes around through the chicane, and suddenly the situation changes again. The gap is 15 points from first to third. Maybe Vitality have got a chance here. Maybe they can pull off the unthinkable and get promotion from Group B. They've got the positions just in front of them. Can they take them now? It's between Kazabon, Yayoski and Toman to do this, because Benneker's defending this 4th place, and that could be a lot of points lost if he loses these positions now. Tatala's going to try and come through. This would halve the deficit, by the way. 12 points currently to Falcons. A few points gained here, and they'll be 6 behind as Tatala gets to the outside. There you go. You'll see it at the top of your screen in a moment. It will tick down. This will get very close in towards turn 1. And look in the background. Pavlovsky's doing the same. He's down the inside of 2 Aston Martins in one go. go. Just in the background, and he's got them. This is looking good for Falcons all of a sudden. A few points gained, but not for Tattler. He's still behind Max Benneker.
You could see the intent between both Benneker and Tattler as they were driving down that start-finish straight. There was contact side by side between the pair of them as they were both brushing and rushing the side of each other's cars. They are going to get aggressive. This fight is going to be all or nothing between Tattler, between Benneker, and hey, why not throw Thibaut Casamon into it? 18 points off of the lead at the moment in the team standings. You're absolutely right. They could do the unthinkable. It is possible for them as they head their way down into the hairpin. For Marcel Chinchik and the Vitality team, it's a 1.2-second lead. And for a driver who's got so many victories in R1, he's up to 15 victories in totality. He's the number 7 on the all-time winners list is Marcel Chinchik. I think that one is effectively sorted. They've got the 25 points. Let's start thinking elsewhere.
Yeah, how are they going to get the other points they require to get up at least into Division 2, into Group B for the second round of the season? That's at least going to be the aim here. And Thibaut Casamon's going to be a big part of that as well. Max Benneker is going to be a big part of it for Maud. He can't afford to get too defensive here, Benneker. Otherwise, he's going to get himself into a hole and he's going to get freight trained by the teammates here because everyone around him has got teammates. He's got none. He's on his own, alone fighting right now in towards Turn 1. He can't go too deep here. Casamon's going to turn underneath them both if they're not careful. And he is alongside. He's got to give space both sides right now. And Thibaut Casamon tries to gain 2 places. This could put Vitality right into the picture here. Tattler goes backwards. Casamon is into 5th position. He's still alongside Benneker, not quite. Max Benneker's still got 4th. But Casamon is pulling this team towards safety right now.
Beautiful driving from Thibaut Casamon to have read that so perfectly. Saw that Tattler and Benneker were both so immersed with each other that they almost forgot there was a car behind, and Casamon then started knocking at the door. He's now going to have to worry about Tattler here as they get onto the brakes on the one down into the hairpin, as that's exactly where Tattler's going to go. He feels the mirrors of the Vitality car ahead of him, but then can't find his way through. There's battling behind between Kamil Pawlowski and Yuri Toman, as Erhan Yovski will also be looking to find his way into the mix.
That would be a gain that would put them level with Falcons, by the way. If Toman gets past Pawlowski, they would, they'd be 1 point apart. Apologies, Falcons would be 1 point ahead. But if they both go through, obviously it would go the way of Vitality here, and they would just about get themselves into a position of safety in Group B. And right now, with Casamon racing the way he is, who's to say they won't get ahead of Maus before the end of this? It's unbelievable action at the end of Group B. What a finale we're having here in both Group B and Group C in the past here, as Toman begins to make his move. He'll move to the outside and draw them just one behind of Falcons right now. But where's Yoski going to go? Is he going to go to the inside? He is. Oh, he goes right next to the pit wall here on the side of them. And backwards for Pawlowski. He's going to lose Falcons this second place. And suddenly from looking for first, they're down to 3rd. He's alongside. Oh, there's contact. Teammates brush as well on the way towards turn 3. Pawlowski's going to get crowded out here surely as he goes in towards turn 3. Up front, Thibaut Casamon's making places. He's alongside Benneker for 4th.
Yeah, this is so good. Look at it. It's 11 points on the live standings between them. There's Thibaut Casamon confirmed in 4th position. Max Benneker down to 5th, but at the moment, Mauser's still moving through. It's going to be a tough run for the next 5 laps once they've completed this one. We're only halfway through this race, remember, and there's still so much drama to tell. Now, Thibaut Casamon, if he's brave, if he has a lot in his locker, he can try and slow these 2 down and drag back into contention Erhan Yovski and Yuri Toman. That is their only chance of moving through into Group A, but it is a pretty strong chance for them. The percentages are not looking terrible as they might have done earlier on in the race.
I can barely believe what I'm watching at the moment. The way Vitality have suddenly come to life in this last race. I mean, what would have happened if they'd have been like this in race 1 and 2? They would have been fine. But all of a sudden, they're needing it at the very end of the day, and they're providing it as well. Exactly as you were saying, Casamon defended from Benneker in towards turn 10. He backed him straight into Tattler, who's now trying to get into the top 5 as well. This would cost Maus another couple of points if Benneker is going to lose a place to the Falcons driver, who's going to look to the inside. Goodness me, they chase each other to the pit wall again here, side by side for 5th. It could be a very important 5th place right now in the course of this race, as Pawlowski gets down the inside of Toman in the background as well. Benneker tries to hold on from Tattler but can't.
Yeah, look, here we go. Tatler's got the inside run as they head their way down towards turn 3. This is exactly how he got past Dennis Schuniger in the race earlier on. Contact between the two. It's going to be a spin for Tatler. Tatler has gone round for Falcons, and that could be costly for them, as they're definitely now going to be bottom of the group. So it's between Vitality and it's between Mouse. I will say, for Mouse, we've been talking about this group, about this battle, about everything that's happening here. We've forgotten about one slight thing, and that is Jakub Maciejewski versus Dennis Schuniger. That could be the deciding factor, or at least one of the deciding factors for Mouse, whether they're going through or not. If Jakub Maciejewski is able to get through, that would be 4 points further lost from Mouse. With Erhan Yovsky and Yuri Toman now right in the rear of Max Benneker, those could be very important 5 points for Vitality.
Can you believe this? And we're hearing as well that Max Benneker has received a 5-second time penalty for causing a collision. And suddenly, Yovsky and Toman will gain 4 points between the two of them. So that means they're 5 behind Mouse as things stand. Or does it? No, it means they're 1 point behind, because Benneker would lose lots of more points. We'll need to figure out where Benneker would be before I say definitively where he would be in the day. Benneker would lose 8. That would give Vitality the position, if I'm not mistaken.
I think potentially, yeah, because they would gain points from those behind, from Yuyovsky and from Toman. This is going to be a very interesting run up towards the line. But of course, Benneker needs to set some very good lap times here to try and make that one stick and pull themselves clear. I'm sure there's still far more to be talking about as they run up towards the line. Of course, if Jakub Maciejewski is able to get through, then Vitality will potentially pull off the unbelievable. And what a story it would be to start off this dynamic group phase, a new format for R1 competition. It started out great with Groups A, with Groups D, with Group C as well. But Group B, all 3 of the races have been edge of your seat drama.
And it's not ending here yet either. 3 laps to go at the end of this one. Max Benneker's penalty currently would cost him 8 points as things stand. Let's have a look at some of the other trials and tribulations over the course of the day as well. That is the spin for Lemonek, or the very near spin rather. Is this what Benneker's got a penalty for? I don't know. That's Lerner, isn't it? I think in the middle of all these guys earlier on. This was, oh no, Kastorp, sorry. This is how this crash eventually came about. I mean, you said it at the time. We could see that coming from a very long time away, and eventually it did happen. This is Lerner's spin. He was side to side with a Vitality. Oh, and then he was hit in the back by another one. That one's going to be argued. They'll argue, Mouds, I think, that that one deserves a penalty as well if Benneker's got one. This is side by side between Casabon and Benneker through turn 3. That's just a very good pass.
So good. Such a good pass from Thibaut Casbon. Like you say, basically for a lot of replays for us to get through, it's going to be up in the air because race control are going to have to deal with it. That was Max Benneker making contact with Thomas Tatler. I wonder if that's what the 5-second time penalty was for. If that is what it's for, race control have worked unbelievably quickly on that.
Yeah, I think just not giving enough space to Tatler on the inside to allow him to actually, make the corner through turn 3 there, and the contact spinning him around and effectively ending Falcon's day. They will be in Group C when it comes to the second round of this championship. But right now, Benneker would lose 8 points for Miles in the current situation with his penalty. That would also give Vitality 4. That's a swing of 12, and Vitality are currently ahead by 3. So that's where we are, but Benneker, with some good speed here, can get ahead of Lemonek. That's another point, and that would be, what, 2 points the gap then, in that case. They can still do this, Miles.
Yeah, they can, and that's not even taking into account that Moritz Lerner is obviously there with Karol Pawlowski and could gain some extra points going that way. So it's now possible, but suddenly, this is how quickly it changes. It's gone from Vitality with all the work, from them being the underdogs, from them being the unlikely ones, and suddenly it is unfolded where Mouse are now the underdogs. They're the unlikely ones. They're the ones that need to have some luck, some stroke of genius, some absolute perfection. This is going to be a tough one, and we're only going to find out what's actually going to happen once everyone's crossed the line, because then we'll know all the gaps.
And Toman as well has got to hold on from Pawlowski. Not only Lerner, but Toman as well. Yuyovsky's trying to cost Benneker time, I think. And, well, that's what I'd be doing if I was Vitality at the moment. But they're losing a place there. Toman's losing a place to Pavlovsky. Schoninger's not going to pass Maciejewski by the looks of things here. But the battle with Lerner and Pavlovsky and Toman, rather, is a pretty important one for this championship. Toman's on the outside line here. He needs to stay ahead as much as he can. He can't afford Moritz Lerner to get back past him right now. This could be for the transfer spot into promotion. We're on the penultimate lap of the race, and it's still not settled. Oh, there's contact. Is that going to send Toman around? He saved it. They're still side by side, and here comes Moritz Lerner on the other side.
That just proves how good Yuri Toman's car control is, but this could be the swing that Mouse might have needed because they've just come through. Moritz Lerner through, now 3 wide as they head their way down to the braking zone to the hairpin section. It's squeezing, there's just contact all the way, and Moritz Lerner skips over the inside. I actually think that's kind of a wise call because there's more squeezing. Kamil Pavlovsky drives straight to the rear end of Yuri Toman, and Yuri Toman then squeezes him out wide. The contact each way, left, right, and centre between that group. That was just messy. That was just bad driving.
That was pretty messy. Bedecker right now, by the way, would lose 8 points himself. This is still a situation for Vitality where they will get into the next round in Group A as things stand. And Schoninger absolutely has to keep second place if he wants to do this as well. Maciejewski racing for pride right now, basically, just in case Falcons get a miracle chance of staying in this group for next week. Here we come into the first corner. Schoninger defends again. He's going to stay ahead again. But what's happening behind? Yoyoski's staying ahead of Bedecker. That's all fine. Toman is alongside Lerner, is it, in towards the first corner? It is indeed. Toman into 7th place, still battling away side by side.
And just to make things even more complicated, whilst we're seeing that side-by-side battle for Yuri Toman, and he is going to be able to keep Moritz Lerner at bay, just to make things more complicated, Yuri Kasdorp will gain an extra point because Kamil Pavlovsky's just been dished out a 5-second time penalty for exceeding the incident points limit in this race. So there's an extra point going the way of Mouse. There's 8 points being lost from them because of this, that, and the other, and we're all getting confused because you should never trust a commentator's math. This is about as confusing and complicated and as exciting and exhilarating as it could possibly be.
I'm not sure if Vitality are in position anymore. Bedecker's going to lose, 7 or 6, sorry. But with Kasdorp gaining that one, I know Toman's gaining 2, is he? So maybe they've got it by a point here, Vitality. I don't know. We're going to have to wait for the official results, but I think if Lerner gets through on Toman here, then he could well snatch this away at the final corner. Marcel Chinchik's done his bit. He'll look up towards the leaderboard here and towards the standings to see if Team Vitality have done the unthinkable. Marcel Chinchik's going to win here at Fuji. Have Vitality done enough, though? Up towards the line. Schoninger's going to get second. That's all he needed. Lerner didn't get past Toman. In towards 7th place. So Toman will finish in 6th place. Will he? Let's see. The photo finish will be coming up here. Over the line. Toman will just get there. He'll gain 2 from Bedecker, but goodness me, there's going to be some maths going on behind the scenes. I think Vitality have got it by a point, but we'll have to wait for the official results. That was incredible.
Honestly, Group A, the first one that we were talking about back on a week ago, that was decided pretty early as to who was doing what, and the final race for that group was kind of pointless and already decided. Group D was quite interesting, it was a great battle. Group C that we had earlier on today was wild, and I didn't think it was going to get top there. But Group B, oh my God, what a race, what a round, what confusion. Sure, but we're sat here. The race is over. It's finished. It's done. I have no idea who's going through.
No, I think, based on my maths, that Vitality are through by a point, but I've got no idea. As you say, it is going to be a question for the stewards, first of all, to ratify all the incidents we've seen so far, add the time penalties on to all of the drivers who have got them, Bedecker and Pavlovsky only so far, and then we will start to add up the points afterwards. But that is a huge turnaround. I said at the start of the race that Vitality were out for sure. And that all of a sudden is turning out to be a very stupid thing to say, because they may well have just got themselves promoted to Group A. What a fantastic race. And that's exactly what this format was designed for.
Yeah, we were talking about how Aston Martins, I even brought it up, both Aston Martins between those two would be demoted between them and Virtus Pro. Suddenly Virtus Pro dropping out of Group A. Might still see an Aston Martin in Group A with Vitality doing it. The fact that they've gone through, basically from 3rd position in the group up into even if like penalties and stuff work out and Maus go up into Group A, which would be the result that I was kind of expecting from this group anyway, the fact that Vitality would then have gone from third in the group, where they were basically back up against the wall, to staying in Group B, right? That is a huge turnaround for the team regardless. But the fact that there is some serious potential here for them to move up into Group A is wild. What a great result for the team. And what a great drive from Marcel Cinčić. He had to drive well, but he had a 7/10 margin because of all the battling happening by the time he got down to the second hairpin.
Yeah, and I think this could really kick-start their season as well, especially with Marcel Cinčić starting to really get going as well. If he can start to replicate that form that we saw 2 years ago, and we've seen flashes of since then as well, then, Vitality could be a real force to be reckoned with, and maybe they are going to be the ones to really challenge Coanda and Redline. Let's take a look at some of the we might as well watch the whole race again, to be honest. The whole thing's a highlights package. This is turn 1, first time round. All 3 teams 3 wide in towards turn 1, and this is actually the race-winning move. We didn't know it at the time, obviously, but Marcel Cinčić actually made the race-winning move here. Round the outside through turn 3 was a very good move as well on one of the Falcons drivers, and that is how that got done. This is, I think, Lemonek through on lap 1. Actually sides his teammate here and spins around. Maybe that was Pavlovsky. He got back into the fray. I can't remember. But anyway, side-to-side contact through there. It was all going on out front as well, as Tatula and Masiewski were trying to defend in the Falcons cars. And then it was Tatula going backwards there, and Masiewski moving through to second in the end. This was a crash coming from a long way away, as we saw a replay of at the time. Nearly 4 wide at the time, and then a smash. Kasdorp and Lemonek in the wall out of turn 2, on the way out of turn lap 2 or 3. Then Moritz Lerner. This is the real turning point in the race for Maus, because they were comfortable up until this point here, where Moritz Lerner was turned around through that chicane. Then it was side by side pretty much for the entirety of the rest of the race. This was Max Benneker and Thibaut Casabon, I think, battling away for 5th place. And then Benneker versus Tatula. This was the big moment for Benneker's race. He got a 5-second time penalty for not giving enough space to Timus Tatula. Sent the Porsche spinning around down towards the back end of the pack. This was quite smart from Moritz Lerner at the time, just to jump across the chicane, but in the end it didn't turn out too well for Pavlovsky. He went side-to-side contact with Toman, and that sent him off. In the end, though, it was Marcel Cinčić who was able to take the race win, and behind, Moritz Lerner couldn't pass Toman towards the finish, as you can see. Schoninger did hold on from Masiewski. We didn't see a lot of them, but Masiewski didn't really get very close to making that move, unfortunately, for Falcons. They will be relegated. We do know that much, at least. Vitality got all of their drivers inside the top half, which is what's been the real turnaround here. Thibaut Casabon to 4th, ahead of Erhan Yoski and Yuri Toman, who held on by 700ths ahead of Moritz Lerner, and Przemysław Lemonek, who got ahead of Maximilian Benneker there, who finishes 9th ahead of Kasdorp, Tatula, Pavlovsky. So, Maus are going to have 29 from that race, and Vitality are going to have a lot more. Is the answer to that.
Well,
I think around 50 odd. It's going to be very, very close. I can't do the mental maths quickly enough. We'll wait for somebody who's doing it properly to tell us who's gone through, because it is mighty, mighty close.
Yeah, indeed. That was absolute chaos, but in a really, really positive way. So who knows? Let's jump in, though. We've got an interview with Marcel Cinčić. That was confusing for us as commentators as to what was happening with all the points and all this, that, and the other. That was, I'm sure, confusing for the audience and everyone trying to run the sports. How confusing was it for a driver? I mean, you obviously just had the victory to go and grab, and an excellent victory it was, but the points seen up and down, did you have any of that information in your ear? Was anyone saying anything?
Hello guys, it's amazing to be here again. Thank you so much. Actually nothing, because after turn 2, after lap 2, I told to the guys to completely defy me on Discord. I wanted to have 110% focus, and I think I had it because I did my best performance with this car so far since I'm driving, so I'm really, really proud of it, and I'm really happy that we probably make it through, or at least we are P2, so that was my go from the guys also.
What's it been, kind of 2 questions in one, really. What's the learning process been like for this Aston Martin, and how much momentum can this race win give to you and the team? Whether you've been promoted, when you finish top of Group B or not, how much can this give you momentum going into the rest of the season?
I hope a lot, because honestly, since the beginning of the season, we were kind of struggling, all of us with the car. We didn't really find the good rhythm with it, and hopefully this is gonna give us the push, because me and also the guys had an amazing race. And I think if we are there on the front, when we feel the smell of the win, we're gonna win. So yes, we try to come back.
I mean, Marcel, honestly, great drive, great entertainment, and a great victory. Nice to see you back, by the way, winning ways. So hopefully we'll be seeing you again in the weeks to come.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, guys.
There we go. Marcel Chinchik, your 2023 spring season champion, taking his 16th victory in R1 competition, and deservedly so. That was a very convincing drive, did absolutely nothing wrong, and I think muting himself was probably the right call, because I can imagine the Vitality team chat was probably wild.
Yeah, well, you say that, but it's sometimes. First things to say is that they're calmer than we are.
That's true. We are pretty. We're pretty we care more about stats, and we're way more like over the moon, or like happy, disappointed, excited. Yeah, I get you.
Yeah, it's true, but no. In all seriousness, that was probably the best thing for happen to Marcel anyway, based on the way that race actually went. And in the end, he didn't need to know what was going on behind, really. He just needed to do his job of winning the race. That was by not making any mistakes and pulling the margin over the others, Schoninger and Marzievski, and he was able to do that very quickly. So he didn't need to know, really. It was really up to his teammates who did the heavy lifting throughout that race there. And so I can absolutely understand why. I'd imagine the team chat was probably a lot calmer, but it's just about. I think sometimes these teams just distill it into, we're not going to reach a situation tonight where we know we're safe. Let's just gain positions all day and hope it's enough at the end.
Yeah. Exactly. Don't worry, by the way, we are staying live until we get you the points. Race Control, they're currently looking over it. I believe the protest window, that deadline has closed. And so we will hopefully be getting you the points soon. But obviously, it's kind of one of those ones. You can't really rush Race Control. They have to do their job in a timely manner, but that's kind of is not rushed. So we're giving them the time and the space. We'll stay with you until we know as such. But whilst we're here, obviously, next week we'll be getting ready for round number 5 of the championship. That'll be Group A and Group D going out, I believe, once again on the Friday on the Jeddah Corniche circuit. You can join us again at twitch.tv/RENNSPORT_GG. And again, remember, if you're watching it on YouTube, if you're seeing this video on demand, or basically watching the replay, do remember, if you come along to the Twitch stream at RENNSPORT_GG, that is where that you'll be put into the Twitch drop for, of course, that fantastic livery, of course, from the Iron Dames, the white and pink. We're seeing that special livery that we've got as a Twitch drop. You need to have 3 hours of watch time on the stream, and that'll be going until the 21st of May. Let's take a look at that livery. Such a good livery. No, I rate it. But yeah, of course, twitch.tv/RENNSPORT_GG and get involved over there. Watch that, 3 hours of watch time, and that livery will be yours. I'm sure Ewan will be racing around it in a server near you.
I won't be racing. I'm not a racer.
If it was a Mantai Porsche, he'd be all over it.
I don't know if well, maybe you might be right, but yeah, it's I'm not a driver anymore, and for good reason as well. If anybody's ever seen me, yes, which you have.
Yeah, no, I actually, to be fair, I can't remember why I was talking about it, but we were discussing about your rallying whilst I was with Dan Kell, and you're pretty quick at rallying. Let's take a look then at the points. It's BS competition, of course, topping Group C. That really got your eyes. I didn't even hear the call that was for Group C. I was like, oh, we got points for Group B. No, this is from Group C a little bit earlier on in the evening. BS competition after what was honestly an incredible round of racing and evening, to be fair, from Group C. BS competition topping that one, 120 points, 7 points clear of the Atlassian Williams sim racing team. We caught up with Kaiki Levera, and obviously the positive vibes. It was a must-win scenario for him, and he won. It was great. It was really exciting. Does mean that the Mercedes AMG team, Thibaut Courtois, will be dropping down into Group D, I'm afraid.
Yeah, unfortunately they will, alongside Guild and ER8 in next week's racing, so they will have to pick themselves up very quickly. But just 7 points between BS Competition and Williams. What a fantastic Group C it was. As you saw there, Williams gaining 13 points in that last race, but it wasn't quite enough. It was very close. but not quite enough for Williams in the end, who will be staying in Group C. And as I said earlier, I think that could be bad for their season, because a very good Falcons team are going to be dropping from Group B into that group next. Are they going to be able to better them? It's going to be very tough next time to get promoted again.
Yeah, indeed. It's kind of one of those ones of like, if you get into that bad mentality of like when you get demoted, to come back into the next round and then still perform and still work your way up to come up with that drive, it is actually really hard. And it's also kind of the other way. And this is not me saying anything against whichever team's going up, but there is that thing of once you've gone up, sure, you can carry that momentum and keep going up, but also a little bit of complacency can sometimes creep in. And if there's one thing that we know about R1 over the last 2 and a bit years, is complacency will cost you an awful lot. Like it could be that you get promoted straight away and then you get that complacency and then you drop down, then you can't find the rhythm again and you drop down again, and then that genuinely you could be out of this. You could be that bottom group in Group C, that bottom team in Group C, come the final round 8, obviously at the start of June, and you could find yourself not even going to Riyadh.
Yeah, exactly. It can happen very, very quickly. So you've got to be very, very wary of that. And the thing with this system as well is that you can only score the points in terms of finishing position from within your group. So if you're at the end of the season looking to try and score more points than a certain team or whatever, you're sort of stuck where you are. You've got to think about this a bit earlier than just on the last day. We'll get to it then. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it, kind of thing. You've got to think about it way earlier than that and start to get promoted, because as you say, it's between those Group C and Group D where 3 teams are going to be not going at all, which is where the difficulty is going to be.
Whoa, here we go. So the update from Race Control, I'm pretty sure this is officially official. Mouse will go through by 2 points.
Wow.
Oh my goodness me. Look, Vitality gave it absolutely everything. Huge respect to them. And look at that. When it comes to the point scores from race to race, the highest point score from any team across any race was Vitality in that final race. 56 points, even better than Mouse in the opening race of the evening. And it just wasn't enough by such a small margin.
Yeah, just not enough. So Miles will have probably calculated that at the time, and that's why Moritz Lerner wasn't particularly aggressive on the back of Yuri Toman a little bit early on through that final corner. If there had been a place up for grabs there, I think they would have been, but it will be Miles up in towards that first group. So 2 BMWs in Group A next time out, alongside the Porsche Commander team. The real question now is going to be, can Miles actually compete with them? Here are the overall championship. This is what I mean about being difficult to score more points than people if they're in different groups. You see what I mean from this system here.
Yeah, now just remember again, basically once we've finished round 8, the top 3 teams will be promoted straight through into the Esports World Cup final, and then the bottom 3 teams will be demoted. It was a little bit more complicated than that, but that's kind of how it is. We'll discuss that next round as well. There's a lot to talk about on that one, but of course it's 12 points for winning the round, 11 points, and then all the way down. The important bit is keeping off of the bottom. At the moment, Guild on the bottom, ERA on the bottom, MSI on the bottom. And of course, MSI move up next week into Group C, which is obviously very good for them. And they can hopefully score some more points. They can unlock that potential and maybe get out of the danger zone. But those at the bottom, they are in the danger zone. They are fighting for survival to try and stay in the esports, so to even get a chance at the Esports World Cup.
Yeah. Yeah, as you say, it is a bit more complicated than that. But if you at the very least need to be in that top 9, sort of to feel comfortable, to at least be going into the qualifier. And as you say, we'll get to that a little bit later on. But for now, that is pretty much bringing to the end a few fantastic races. 12 great races here from Fuji. Got to say, the circuit has absolutely delivered. It's been a great addition to RENNSPORT ever since it's been added. It's that perfect balance in my mind between great overtaking opportunity in towards turn 1, but not completely gimmick overtakes as you get at Daytona and Monza sometimes.
Yeah, a fascinating couple of weeks of racing. Of course, next time we'll be coming back, we'll be at the Jeddah Corniche circuit, which I'm sure won't be chaotic at all. Of course, we're racing there for 2 weeks. Do remember as well to come along twitch.tv/RENNSPORTGG for the Twitch drop as well to get that Iron Day delivery. And keep your eye out for the RENNSPORT radio check from myself, Lewis McGlade. From you and O'Leary, we'll say goodbye and see you next week.